Chapter 4057. After Lin Fei said this, the few old men present, including Chief Shui, were dumbfounded. In the end, Chief Shui took the initiative to say, "Young Master Lin, don't you know about the Moon Spirit Stone? That shouldn't be the case. You should know that the Moon Spirit Stone is a treasure that cultivators use to cultivate. It is formed by absorbing the sun and moon spirits of the world. It is very rare, and every time a Moon Spirit Stone appears, it will cause a fight." After hearing Chief Shui's explanation, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it similar to a spirit stone? Just has a different name. Lin Fei was wondering what it was, but it turned out to be something like this. Just has a different name. I heard it so mysteriously that I didn't realize it. Lin Fei smiled. It's just that the name is different. It makes me think for a while. Everyone's heart trembled again. The Moon Spirit Stone was a rare treasure. From what Lin Fei said, it seemed like he had seen it often. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. We have calculated it. In about 7 or 8 days, there should be a Moon Spirit Stone appearing in a suburb outside of Hangzhou City. This is what we have roughly calculated. The specific range should not be more than 2 or 3 kilometers. Therefore, we would like to invite young Master Lin to join us and fight against the foreign enemies together. If it was anything else, Lin Fei wouldn't be interested. However, he was slightly interested in the Moon Spirit Stone. After all, this kind of spirit stone that contained heaven and earth spirit chi was very helpful to him. Although he now had a blessed enclave, it had just been created. It would take a long time for it to change. Something like the Moon Spirit Stone was slightly different. I am quite curious. Could it be that the Moon Spirit Stone doesn't appear in a fixed location? Or do they appear for some special reason? Lin Fei asked curiously. Whether it was in a different world or somewhere else, Lin Fei believed that all spirit stones and the like were produced by a mineral vein. It was impossible for one to appear here and there. This was not normal. Chief Shui shook his head. We haven't investigated the origin of the Moon Soul Stone. But every once in a while the Moon Soul Stone will appear. And every time it appears there will be a fight for it. This time, we heard that a Western force has infiltrated our Hangzhou city to fight for the Moon Soul Stone. Not only is the Moon Soul Stone helpful to the cultivation of warriors, but it can also help superhumans to improve their strength. I heard that the one who came this time is Mollison, who is ranked 30th on the World Grandmaster list. Young Master Lin, we wouldn't have taken him seriously if it was any other time. However, Mollison is very powerful. He's ranked 30th on the World Master ranking. Although he's ranked last, no one dares to underestimate his strength. Although the few of us old men are quite strong, we're still lacking compared to him. We don't have any confidence in winning. The few old men also smiled bitterly. There were also differences in strength among the grandmasters, and the disparity was still very big. As a member of Wuxia, since I've encountered such a thing, I have to do something about it no matter what. Lin Fei did not reject Chief Shui's invitation. In fact, he also wanted to see the Moon Soul Stone. He knew better than anyone else that since the Moon Soul Stone had appeared, it was impossible for it to appear alone. There must be some connection. If there was a Moon Soul Stone mine on Earth, it would be of great help to him. Chief Shui and the few old men heaved a sigh of relief. They were not afraid that Lin Fei would not agree, but they were afraid that Lin Fei would not agree. Come. Have some tea. Chief Shui took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei. During this time he explained in detail, which also let Lin Fei know more information. The martial arts tournament continued in the afternoon. Su Xiaowan's fans in the live broadcast room increased greatly again. From 1 million, it had exceeded 2 to 3 million, and she received countless gifts. From afternoon to evening, she maintained a bright smile on her face. Brother Lin, I reckon I'm really going to become a big streamer this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dare to think about this day. Su Xiaowan was also very excited. It was completely beyond her imagination. Her live broadcast career had ushered in the most important day. Her popularity had increased to 5 million, which made her feel like she was in a dream. It's good to become a big streamer. In the future when I go out, I can say that I've had a meal with this big streamer. It'll make me look good. Su Xiaowan burst into laughter. Ever since he knew that Su Xiaowan was a streamer, Lin Fei knew that Su Xiaowan lacked an opportunity. After all, she was quite good in terms of personality and other aspects. As long as there was a chance, she would definitely become famous. In the evening, Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel. When he was in the lobby, Lin Fei noticed that there were a few strangers there. Their gazes shifted from time to time. Although their movements were very subtle, Lin Fei saw them clearly. Lin Fei pretended not to see them and walked into the elevator. They were just a few nobodies. There was no need to pay too much attention to them. There was no one lying in ambush in the room. Lin Fei was a little surprised. What the hell were these guys doing? Subconsciously, Lin Fei thought that these people should be from Sky Lake Martial Arts Club. After all, Zhang Kai and Feng Dong had been crippled outside today. It could be said that they would never have a chance to practice martial arts again. It was equivalent to giving Sky Lake Martial Arts Club a big slap in the face. Therefore, it was very normal for them to take revenge at this time. When he walked into his room, Lin Fei thought that someone would sneak up on him. In the end, he rejoiced for nothing. If the people from Sky Lake Martial Arts Club really dared to sneak up on him, Lin Fei did not recommend going to Sky Lake Martial Arts Club to teach them a lesson. Until 12 o'clock in the evening. There was a sudden knock on the door. It was very urgent. When Lin Fei opened the door, he found that there was an envelope outside. Interesting, really interesting. After opening the envelope, there was only a note inside. Su Shaowan is in my hands. If you want her to be fine, come to 365 West Lake and welcome young Master Lin. After reading the words on the note, Lin Fei was not angry. Instead, he closed the door. I really don't know if you're pretending to be smart or if you're really smart. Su Shaowan is obviously fine, but you actually tried to trick me with a note. You guys are really smart. Lin Fei had left a spiritual imprint on Su Shaowan. He sensed that the spiritual imprint had not left that position, which proved that Su Shaowan was fine. The words on the note became a lie. If an ordinary person saw this note, they would definitely go to this address. However, Lin Fei could tell at a glance. Since you guys sent me an envelope in the middle of the night, if I don't go, won't I disappoint you too much? Lin Fei also wanted to see who wanted to see him in the middle of the night. Chapter 4058. Number 365 West Lake. This location was on a mountain next to West Lake. It was surrounded by lush trees and was very inconspicuous. If one was not familiar with it, one would not be able to find this location. At this time, there were already many people standing at this location. The leader was a woman dressed in red. Senior sister, are you sure that kid will come? Don't let us come here for nothing, a handsome young man asked. The one dressed in red was Huofeng Phoenix. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize her. Last time, when he accelerated on the mountain road, Huofeng Phoenix was so scared that she cried. She did not come out for a long time. You will definitely come. Huofeng Phoenix looked at a place not far away. Speaking of which, everything that happened today was a coincidence. Let's talk about the Martial Arts Circle convention first. Huofeng Phoenix was a member of the Huo family in Hangzhou, so she was naturally a member of the Martial Arts Circle. Although Huofeng Phoenix's strength was average, her talent was not bad. She really went to the Martial Arts Circle convention today. Originally, she just wanted to join in on the fun, but she didn't expect that she would actually run into that kid, Lin Fei. Not only that, but Lin Fei was even treated as an honored guest and even sat on the rostrum. This caused countless young people in the audience to be displeased, but no one dared to say anything. Fire Phoenix had almost forgotten what had happened last time. Now that she was able to see Lin Fei again, she couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment in her heart. Although Director Shui and the others treated Lin Fei warmly, Huofeng Phoenix always felt that Lin Fei was arranged like this because of the family behind him, and his own strength must be average. Therefore, Huofeng Phoenix planned to trick Lin Fei out and teach him a lesson. At that time, she would vent her anger, and Lin Fei would definitely hold back after being beaten. Naturally, he would not dare to spread the news. Then Huofeng Phoenix had nothing to worry about. Therefore, he arranged for someone to guard the Four Seasons Hotel and wait for Lin Fei to return. He also arranged for someone to deliberately send a letter over to lure Lin Fei out. As for kidnapping or not, Huofeng disdained to do it. She believed that Lin Fei would definitely come out for Su Shaowan. This was a woman's intuition. Senior sister, he's here, he's here. He's coming up from the foot of the mountain. A junior brother ran up and said. Huofeng Phoenix said, is he alone? Yes, it's just him. I've been waiting below for a long time, but I didn't see anyone else come up, so I took the small path. You should be here soon. Huofeng Phoenix stood up and said, remember what I told you. When that guy comes over, you have to fight him fiercely. Don't be afraid of losing face. That guy is ruthless. If you do well today, I'll take you to eat and drink good food tomorrow. It won't be a problem even to introduce my best friends to you. Tonight, Huofeng Phoenix brought all the powerful disciples of her family's martial arts club. She even prepared some tricks. In any case, she had to make Lin Fei suffer. Who asked a grown man like Lin Fei to use such a dangerous method to scare her? Since returning from Donghai, Huofeng Phoenix had nightmares for several nights in a row. Although she was open and bold, she had never experienced such a thing. She almost lost her life. So far, Huofeng Phoenix did not dare to race. Even when she touched the steering wheel, she would feel afraid. All of this was caused by that bastard Lin Fei. If she did not vent her anger, Huofeng Phoenix felt that she would never forget that guy's hateful appearance. Lin Fei walked up the stone stairs. To be honest, this place was really not easy to find. However, Lin Fei's spiritual sense was powerful. With a slight sweep, he locked on to a group of people above. He even saw a familiar figure. At this moment he understood who did this. This woman seems to have suffered too little. She actually came out to stir up trouble again. When he saw Huofeng Phoenix, Lin Fei was a little surprised that he met her here. If it was someone from Jianghu Martial Arts Club, Lin Fei would be interested. After all, he could go straight to the root of the problem. However, if it was Huofeng Phoenix, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. However, Lin Fei still chose to come up. Since he was here, he still had to teach Huofeng Phoenix a lesson. Don't think that men don't hit women. That was just a joke. After turning the corner, there was a stone door. Before he could walk through the stone door, he saw a stone door. Lin Fei. A shout rang out. Immediately, a large amount of white substance sprinkled towards him. After the white mist sprinkled out, 7 or 8 people rushed out from the left and right sides, holding wooden sticks in their hands. Without saying a word, they smashed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this fire phoenix. In order to deal with him, it actually used such a despicable method. This was because the white mist that had just been sprinkled was lime. For a martial artist, if they were sprinkled with lime, their strength would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, these people were all strong and had martial arts foundation. This kind of ambush would work on anyone. Lin Fei, you bullied this old mother last time. Today I will let you taste this old mother's power. Huofeng Phoenix stood on a stone looking valiant. Seeing that Lin Fei was surrounded, she couldn't help but smile. Ever since she came back, Huofeng Phoenix hadn't smiled for a long time. Bang 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 bang. Before Huofeng Phoenix could finish her words, the 7 or 8 juniors who rushed up all flew out and fell to the ground, wailing. Walking out of the white mist, she looked at Huofeng Phoenix with a smile. Beautiful lady, you didn't sleep at night and found people to ambush me. You have quite the guts. Lin Fei didn't have a single trace of lime on him. He was clean. On the contrary, those people more or less had the shadow of lime on them. You are actually fine. Huofeng Phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. I have really underestimated you. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s, standing behind Huofeng Phoenix, stood out. Miss, I have already told you that this kind of pettiness is meaningless. Huofeng Phoenix pouted. I just wanted to try. Who knew that this guy was actually fine? I can only trouble Uncle Bai. This time, Huofeng Phoenix didn't come alone. She also brought an expert from the martial arts club. This expert was half a step to the supreme power realm in the martial arts club and was quite famous in Hangzhou. However, at this moment, he stood behind Huofeng Phoenix respectfully like a servant. Lin Fei, I am bold. What can you do to me? Who asked you to bully me last time? You are a man. What tricks did you use to make Sister Qingya not contact me? Tonight, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Sister Qingya. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Wrong. It is not you who will teach me a lesson. I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that it is immoral to threaten others. People like me like to use their fists to convince others. Chapter 40-59. Bai Wuheng was a half-step supreme power master in the martial arts club. After hearing about this, he was very annoyed, so he took the initiative to follow them. On the one hand, he wanted to guard the place, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent any accidents. In his eyes, this was just a small game and he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. However, he didn't expect that the young man's strength was so strong that he could resist this kind of small trick. Since they couldn't do it, Bai Wuheng would definitely teach this guy a good lesson to avenge Miss Hua. Huofeng Phoenix was quite confident in Uncle Bai's strength. Even a supreme power master might not be able to defeat Uncle Bai in a few moves. Uncle Bai, help me teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to boast in the future. Huofeng Phoenix hated Lin Fei's words the most. What did he mean by winning people by virtue? What a joke. Bai Wuheng walked down. I advise you to think clearly. Don't lose face when the time comes. Come on, let me see how powerful a master like you is. If you can't even touch the corner of my clothes, you will really lose face. How dare you? Bai Wuheng took 3 steps at a time, directly pouncing forward, directly using a move that could split Mount Hua. His movements were bold and unrestrained, advancing bravely. However, this move directly missed. Obviously, Lin Fei was standing in front of him, but he actually missed. But it didn't matter. He still had a second and third move. Bai Wuheng's combat experience was very rich. One move after another, he continued to attack Lin Fei. Even if Lin Fei dodged the first move, it would be impossible for him to dodge the second. However, after Bai Wuheng continued to attack, he discovered that Lin Fei was just casually standing there, yet he was still able to easily dodge all of his attacks. Bai Wuheng was dumbfounded. Even people in the same realm might not be able to do this. See, I told you. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You just have to be strong. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. He lifted his foot and kicked Bai Wuheng. He directly hit a stone behind him and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. How about I win people by virtue? Bai Wuheng spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Shameless, really shameless, you actually hid your strength. Under this kick, Bai Wuheng's internal chi was shaken to a state of chaos, and he could not mobilize it at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Miss, leave quickly. This guy is very likely to be a Grandmaster strong. Bai Wuheng quickly reacted and urged Huofeng Phoenix to leave. At this time, Huofeng Phoenix was also quite frightened. In her subconscious mind, this Lin Fei's strength was definitely not that big of a deal. However, the current situation was completely different. From the original little white rabbit, he had transformed into a big fierce tiger, and it was the kind of fierce and fiendish kind. Even their Hua family didn't have many Grandmaster experts, but this person was so young. It was hard to believe. You're a master strong, how old are you? Huofeng Phoenix blurted out, obviously not believing it. Lin Fei smiled and walked over step by step. Now we should have a good talk. You let me run out of the hotel in the middle of the night. If you don't give me a good answer, hee. Huofeng Phoenix still underestimated the strength of Lin Fei. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran. The last experience had a deep lingering fear. Huofeng Phoenix did not want to do it again. Huofeng Phoenix ran very fast. Lin Fei followed her at a steady pace, always keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Fire Phoenix was on the verge of collapsing. She had clearly run very fast. Lin Fei, you are a man bullying a weak woman like me. What kind of hero are you? After Huofeng Phoenix ran for a long time, she still couldn't outrun him. She had to stop. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry at any time. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry, you're not a weak woman. You have a foundation in martial arts and I'm not a man either. It's your fault for doing this in the middle of the night. Huofeng Phoenix already regretted looking for Lin Fei for revenge. Not only did she hurt her own people, but Uncle Bai was also injured. Her heart was full of guilt. Then I'm wrong, okay? Anyway, you didn't suffer any losses. Just treat it as the end of this matter, okay? The Fire Phoenix begged for mercy. And I won't trouble you after this. What do you think? Lin Fei shook his head. Whether it's trouble or not, I really don't care. It's just that I'm very unhappy with your actions. You're already a grown man, but you actually used others to threaten others. This kind of thing shouldn't be done by you. Lin Fei walked over. He reached out and grabbed Huofeng Phoenix's clothes. With a casual lift, he made Huofeng Phoenix lay on a rock. No matter how much Huofeng Phoenix struggled, it was useless. Lin Fei, what are you doing? If you dare to mess around, I'll definitely get Sister Qingya to deal with you. Lin Fei ignored Huofeng Phoenix's words. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. Moreover, he didn't use much strength. It was very loud in the night. Boo-hoo, Lin Fei, you bullied me. You dared to hit me there. I'll fight it out with you. Huofeng Phoenix had never been hit there in her life. She only felt that every slap from the other party felt like needles. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. It hurts. It really hurts. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. Instead, he slapped down again and again, landing heavily on the ground. Boo-hoo, I really know my mistake. Lin Fei controlled his strength. Even so, it wasn't something that Huofeng Phoenix could take. You know your mistake? Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think that anyone can bully you? Lin Fei wouldn't give Huofeng Phoenix any face. He thought that he had taught her a lesson the last time they raced. He didn't expect that she would do the same thing again. If he didn't teach such a person a lesson, who knew what would happen in the future? Huofeng Phoenix cried her heart out. Her eyes were red and twitching. She had never thought that there would be a man who didn't care about her looks and hit her just like that. Even her father wouldn't dare to do that. Big brother Lin, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I really know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Huofeng Phoenix cried her eyes out. As long as you don't hit me, I'll tell you a secret. A secret that will shock you. Huofeng Phoenix was a rich missy. Although she practiced martial arts, she was still a woman. How could she endure such pain? Sorry, I'm not interested in secrets at all. I just want to teach you a lesson. Lin Fei had seen everything. He really didn't care about such secrets. When it came to secrets, who knew more than him? Could be said that he knew everything in the world. What about this thing? You definitely don't know. This is a treasure for practicing martial arts. Huofeng Phoenix struggled to raise her hand. Look at the gem on my wrist. Chapter 4060. Under the night sky. The bracelet on Huofeng Phoenix's wrist became very eye-catching, especially the red gem in the middle. It was shining like a flame, vivid and lifelike. If an ordinary person saw it, they would only be surprised. Perhaps they would think that she was very beautiful and valuable. In Lin Fei's eyes, this red gem was not simple. Hey, why do you have this thing? Lin Fei's hand stopped in midair. He reached out and grabbed, and the bracelet on Huofeng Phoenix's hand fell into Lin Fei's hand. If it was an ordinary thing, Lin Fei might not care, but there was something wrong with the red gem on this bracelet, and it was not a small problem. Seeing that Lin Fei did not continue to hit her, Huofeng Phoenix secretly let out a long sigh of relief. As long as you let me go now, I'll give this bracelet to you. Just treat it as an apology. I really can't bear to give it to an ordinary person. Fire Phoenix was not lying because the red gemstone on the bracelet was not a small matter. At this moment, Huofeng Phoenix was really afraid of Lin Fei. The strength of the palm almost penetrated her body and mind, and she gradually could not hold on. Otherwise, she would not have cried so miserably, like a pear blossom in the rain. Anyone who saw her would feel pity. Lin Fei reached out and directly grabbed Huofeng Phoenix's pulse. This time, Huofeng Phoenix was at a loss. She did not know what Lin Fei wanted to do, and she did not dare to ask, for fear that Lin Fei would continue to hit her. No wonder you can wear this bracelet. Ordinary people wearing this bracelet will definitely die. It turns out that your bloodline is not ordinary. With Lin Fei's eyesight, he was able to recognize what the ruby was at first glance. His heart trembled. Although this item wasn't considered precious, it was definitely a top-notch treasure on Earth. It just so happened that it was hanging on Fire Phoenix's wrist, which made it even more extraordinary. Huofeng Phoenix was shocked because the bracelet was indeed unusual. Apart from herself, only a few close relatives knew about it. No one else knew about it. How did you know? When Huofeng was still young, her bracelet was snatched away by someone. In the end, the person who wanted to take the bracelet died not long after. Later, she realized that her bracelet was different. Other than her, no one else could wear it. Isn't it just Firestone? It's not like I can't tell. It's just that your Firestone is a little different. Lin Fei said coldly. Right, did your clan tell you? If we don't find a way, people like you won't live past the age of 25. Because the bloodline in your body can't be suppressed any longer. Huofeng Phoenix's whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. She became muddle-headed and stared at Lin Fei. This, you even know this? How is this possible? You are not a member of my whole clan. No one can know this secret. This was a big secret hidden in Huofeng Phoenix's heart. There were very few people in her family who knew about it. Even her best friend Bing Qingya didn't know about it. But now it was actually exposed. Because of this secret, Huofeng Phoenix had a bad temper since she was young. Her family didn't dare say anything, so she became like this. With her body's condition, her family wouldn't say too much. Even if she caused trouble with the Hua clan's ability, they could easily suppress it. This is not a big secret. You can only fool people who don't understand. Lin Fei said very casually. It was indeed as he said. Bloodline seemed profound, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was just like that. There was nothing special about it. He had seen countless bloodlines, especially powerful ones. Last time, Lin Fei didn't notice Huofeng Phoenix's bloodline. But after seeing the Firestone this time, he realized that this Huofeng Phoenix should have a bloodline in her body. It was just that this bloodline hadn't been opened. It was precisely because she hadn't opened it that she was able to carry the Firestone with her. To put it more simply, the Firestone was used to extend the life of the Fire Phoenix. However, it wouldn't be able to extend her life for long. Once she turned 25, the Firestone would reach its end. When the Firestone broke, it would also be the end of Huofeng Phoenix's life. Huofeng Phoenix had never seen a person who could easily see through bloodlines. But now, hearing the other party's words, it seemed like the matter of bloodlines wasn't a big deal at all. In an instant, a glimmer of hope appeared in Huofeng Phoenix. She endured the pain and climbed down from the stone. Brother Lin, I was wrong. You must be an amazing person. Can you help me remove the curse of my bloodline? As long as you can help me remove it, I, Huofeng Phoenix, am willing to become your woman. It doesn't matter even if I'm your lover. I only ask that you help me. Huofeng Phoenix didn't know where this thought came from, but she immediately hugged Lin Fei's arm. Ever since she knew that her lifespan wasn't long, Huofeng Phoenix never dared to think that she could live longer. This was because their Huo family was a top-notch family in Hangzhou. Even in the whole of China they were considered one of the top families. But even so, they still couldn't remove the curse of their bloodline. As long as they were a direct descendant of the Huo family, no one could live past the age of 25. This also caused the Huo family's strength to decline year by year. Unable to see any hope, Huofeng Phoenix became even more indulgent. She made a name for herself in the big cities in the south. Actually, this was also because Huofeng Phoenix used these things to numb herself. Only then would she not think about this matter. Huofeng Phoenix realized that perhaps she could find a chance to live through Lin Fei, so she didn't hesitate to say something like that. Lin Fei said it casually, but he didn't expect that Huofeng Phoenix would take the initiative to lean towards him. She even grabbed his arm with a lovely and pitiful look. It was very awkward. "Brother Lin, I know that you're a powerful person. I've lived for 24 years and there's never been anyone who could withstand my approach. You're the only one. Please, Brother Lin, help me." Because of their bloodline, Huofeng Phoenix's constitution was similar to that of a normal person's. For example, normal people wouldn't be able to withstand Huofeng Phoenix's fire-based energy waves, let alone something like hugging her arm. Right now, only Lin Fei could withstand it. Huofeng Phoenix didn't want to miss this opportunity. She didn't know if she would be able to meet someone as powerful as Lin Fei again if she missed this opportunity. In Huofeng Phoenix's bones, she still worshipped the strong because only the strong could conquer her. And now, Lin Fei was that strong in her eyes. Chapter 4061. Lin Fei didn't know if he should let it go or not. It was very awkward. He had to admit that Huofeng Phoenix was different from other women. Because of her physique, invisible waves of heat rolled over. Not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei realized one thing. Why would Huofeng Phoenix be together with Bing Qingya? One was fire and the other was ice. They could get along well. No wonder they could play so well. "You said your family is cursed." Lin Fei didn't shake off Huofeng Phoenix and asked curiously. "Yes, our family is indeed cursed. Not many people know about it. Brother Lin is the first to see it so easily." Huofeng Phoenix started to change the way she addressed him. "Let me take a look at your bloodline." Huofeng Phoenix didn't refuse. She took the initiative to hand over her wrist. Lin Fei didn't care about bloodline at first. But after hearing what Huofeng Phoenix said, he couldn't help but feel a little interested. Bloodline curses were not simple. Huofeng Phoenix didn't dare to make a sound. Her heart was in her throat. The bloodline curse had troubled their family for too long. Huofeng Phoenix felt that this might be an opportunity. She was looking forward to it. As soon as he saw it, his expression changed. It changed several times. "I still underestimated this bloodline." Lin Fei slowly exhaled. Huofeng Phoenix's heart sank. "You know what bloodline I have?" Lin Fei nodded. "You might not believe it yourself. Your bloodline is the Phoenix bloodline, the primordial Phoenix bloodline." Even Lin Fei was shocked. He thought it was a fire bloodline, but it turned out to be the ancient Huofeng Phoenix bloodline. This was awesome. Huofeng Phoenix's beautiful eyes widened. "My bloodline is the ancient Huofeng Phoenix bloodline. Are you joking?" If it was something else she might believe it. Who would believe the ancient Huofeng Phoenix bloodline? It was too exaggerated. No one would believe it. "It is precisely because of the ancient Huofeng Phoenix's bloodline that your family has fallen into a curse. This curse will last for a very, very long time." Lin Fei thought that he was very lucky to find his eldest disciple, Su Mei. He didn't expect to meet another Huofeng Phoenix bloodline. He was also a genius. Others might think that this was a curse, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was just a small problem. Once his bloodline was unlocked, his strength would soar to the heavens. His future potential was unlimited. Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated Earth and Wuxia. "Maybe the Earth is not what I think it is." Lin Fei sighed with emotion. This was also the first time he felt this way. "If I'm not wrong, your family should have collected a treasure." Lin Fei said, "This treasure is very precious. Go and tell the family that I will visit the Huo family tomorrow." Huofeng Phoenix was shocked once again. There was indeed a treasure in the family. It was said that it was passed down from the ancestors. At the same time, there was an ancestral saying that there would be great fortune in the bloodline. The people in the family had been researching it generation after generation, but they were still unable to understand it. These were all secrets. But now that Lin Fei easily said a part of it, it was inconceivable. The matters of the family had never been leaked out, so where did the other party hear it from? "You want to go to my house?" "Yes, unless you are willing to refuse." I am willing." Huafeng Phoenix was not a fool and knew the meaning behind it. I will definitely tell father when I return. Lin Fei left. Huafeng Phoenix was still excited. Miss, are you alright? Bai Wuheng chased after her with injuries. I'm fine. Hangzhou in a villa in the downtown area. Nonsense. In the living room. Hua Tianlin scolded with a sullen face. Huafeng Phoenix stood with her head lowered, but I feel that he really has a way. Our family's cursed bloodline can't be solved by just anyone. Hua Tianlin said, I don't care where this person found out from, at least it proves one thing, and that is that someone in our Hua family is secretly helping outsiders. Hua Tianlin wasn't angry that his daughter found someone to take revenge, that was just a small matter. She shouldn't have leaked the family's news. Huafeng Phoenix returned in high spirits, but she didn't expect to be scolded. Her heart felt bad. Go back and rest first. Hua Tianlin said without any room for refusal. Before Huafeng Phoenix went upstairs, another sentence came from behind. Don't go out tomorrow, dress yourself well, the Southern Shin family's young master Wudi is coming. Huafeng Phoenix's heart shook, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Master, there is no need to be angry over such a small matter. Miss might have been bewitched, it's fine as long as it makes sense. Bai Wuheng said. Hua Tianlin said solemnly, is that kid really powerful? And he should be a grandmaster expert, his strength is unfathomable. Bai Wuheng didn't forget until now, in a life and death battle, I will definitely die. Hua Tianlin's face was gloomy. If that kid dares to come tomorrow, bring some people to capture him and interrogate him. No matter who it is, they must be punished severely. As long as that kid dares to come, I have 100% confidence in taking him down. Bai Wuheng promised. Alright, master, do you really intend to let Miss and that young master Wudi interact? Sigh. Hua Tianlin's face was filled with helplessness. Our Hua family is getting worse every year, we can't afford to waste time. If it wasn't a last resort, who would be willing? Bai Wuheng was silent. Lin Fei accidentally found the ancient Huafeng Phoenix's bloodline, he was thinking about it. With the fire attribute ancient Phoenix's bloodline, what about the other 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines? Would they appear too? Lin Fei felt that he had found something interesting. This was also the reason why he planned to go to the Hua family. Lin Fei was interested in that treasure, he wanted to know what was left behind. Hangzhou. On a road in the downtown area. In a black Bentley car. Father, I heard that the Hua family's man has a bad temper, he's really willing to give up his precious daughter. Shen Wudi frowned. In a short period of time. Shen Wudi had grown quite a bit. The Hua family is getting worse every year. Others might not know the reason, but I do. It's all because of that bloodline curse. Shen Tianquan held a glass of red wine in his hand. I've studied it for a long time, I can confirm that it's a bloodline seal. Hua Tianlin probably doesn't know about it himself. My son married Huafeng Phoenix, undid the bloodline seal and devoured that power. He has a 90% chance of breaking through to the Tao God realm. God realm. Shen Wudi's breathing quickened. Father, will there really be a chance? At the very least, there's an 80% chance. I risked my life to get this information out of the dark ruins, it can't be fake. Shen Tianquan's breathing quickened. Who would have thought that the Hua family has the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts? That's why their family members don't live long, especially the females. This generation is Huafeng Phoenix's turn. As long as I reveal it, Hua Tianlin will definitely agree. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4062. The Hua clan's villa was very lively today. The Shen clan, one of the top 3 clans in the south, was coming to the Hua clan today. Hua Tianlin, the clan leader, came out personally to welcome Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. After all, they had to give face to one of the top 3 clans in the south. The Hua clan was no longer the same as it was in the past. Wudi greets Uncle Hua, Shen Wudi said to Hua Tianlin as soon as he got out of the car. Hua Tianlin was very satisfied with Shen Wudi. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, he was the cream of the crop among the younger generation. He had a high chance of becoming a God realm expert in the future. Hua Tianlin wasn't the only one who said this. Actually, many people said the same thing. He would have a high chance of breaking through in at least 10 years. By then Shen Wudi would only be in his 30s. He was considered a promising young man with limitless potential. The only thing that displeased Hua Tianlin was that his daughter didn't come to welcome Shen Wudi. This made him look a little uncomfortable. Not bad, not bad. You look talented. No wonder you're the pride of the young generation, Hua Tianlin said with a smile. If it was in the past, Shen Wudi would have admitted it with a smile. However, after suffering time and time again at the hands of Lin Fei, he didn't dare to think so anymore. There was a mountain in front of him. If he didn't get rid of Lin Fei, Shen Wudi felt that he wasn't qualified to be the pride of the young generation. Shen Wudi nodded reluctantly. Uncle, you're flattering me. With my strength, I can be considered the pride of the young generation. There's always someone better than you. Hua Tianlin didn't take it seriously. You're too humble. Come in and take a seat. Hua Tianlin was very supportive of this marriage, so he was very polite to them. While Hua Tianlin was welcoming Shen Wudi, Huafeng Phoenix came out of the door quietly. She had just received a message from Lin Fei, saying that he was coming to the villa. Huafeng Phoenix's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she was happy. On the other hand, she was a little sad. With regards to Lin Fei's eyesight, Huafeng Phoenix firmly believed in it. After all, with his strength, he could see through the problem of her bloodline at a glance. Not everyone could do that. However, what worried Huafeng Phoenix was that Invincible God, one of the 3 major families in the south, had come to the villa today. That guy was the pride of the younger generation. Although Huafeng Phoenix did not like Invincible God's fame and potential were recognized by everyone. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Fei and Invincible God would have a conflict. If that happened, Lin Fei would be implicated. This was not something that Huafeng Phoenix wanted to see. Huafeng Phoenix sneaked out to stop the two from meeting. Lin Fei had indeed come. He was very interested in the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, he also wanted to know what good things the Hua family ancestor had left behind. There were not many things that could interest Lin Fei now. Originally, he thought that there would be nothing good on earth, which was lacking in spirit qi of heaven and earth. However, it seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. There were still many secrets hidden on earth. If that was not the case, Lin Fei would not have come in person. In the morning, Lin Fei declined Su Xiaowan's invitation to continue touring Hangzhou City. Instead, he went straight to the villa that Huafeng Phoenix had left behind. The Hua family really left something good behind. Lin Fei walked over slowly. He squinted his eyes and saw a place in front of him that was filled with an intense fire attribute aura. This kind of fire attribute aura was very hidden and almost invisible. Only a trace of it permeated the air. Even Grandmaster experts and inborn experts might not be able to sense that trace of fire attribute aura. Lin Fei could already tell that this should be an amazing treasure. That trace of fire attribute aura was very overbearing. Although it had dissipated for a long time, it still left a faint trace in the air. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. He was even more curious about the treasure because he knew that ordinary treasures would not have such an effect. Only ancient treasures were qualified to have such an effect. Could it be that the Hua family's ancestor left behind a magic weapon of fire attribute? Even a magic weapon might not have such power. Lin Fei thought to himself. He did not stop walking. After a while, he saw Huafeng Phoenix trotting over. He could not help but frown slightly again. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid that you can't go to my house today. Huafeng Phoenix said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Do you not want me to go to your Hua family? Or do you think that what I told you yesterday was all a lie? It's not worth mentioning and I was just trying to scare you. What a joke. Since Lin Fei was here, he would definitely go to the Hua family's villa. No one could stop him. There was really no one on earth who could stop Lin Fei. Hua Guangmang's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He waved his hand. Brother Lin, you misunderstood. It's not like that. It's just that today is not the right time. I think it's better to change it to tomorrow. At this time, Huafeng Phoenix really did not want Lin Fei to go to the villa. After all, she knew that Invincible God was not a good person. He hated people who were stronger than him. Moreover, the Hua family's secret was not suitable to be revealed at this time. Therefore, Huafeng Phoenix did not want Lin Fei to go to her house no matter what. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, Huafeng Phoenix's actions, he could more or less see some problems. You're afraid that I'll meet someone important in your Hua family so that there won't be any conflict, right? If that's the case, then you can rest assured. In my eyes, there is really no one who can scare me. Lin Fei laughed. Tell me, am I right? How do you know? Huafeng Phoenix was indeed shocked. She really did not tell Lin Fei that there would be someone important in the villa. Moreover, this person was the kind of person who was arrogant. Lin Fei laughed. There's no need to say anything. It's written all over your face. You look worried and afraid. If it's not someone important, you wouldn't be like this. I heard that your Hua family is also quite powerful. Therefore, to be able to visit your family, it must be someone more powerful than your Hua family. It might even be that your Hua family needs help from the other party. If I can't even see this, then there's no need for me to come in person. Everything is right. Everything is right. Huofeng Phoenix was secretly shocked. She gritted her teeth in her heart. But I still don't want Brother Lin to go because those people are people with great backgrounds. I'm afraid that my father won't believe you if you go. Don't worry. As long as I go, no matter who it is, they will listen to me obediently. Moreover, I feel that today is a good day. There's no need to come another day. Chapter 4063. In the Huo family villa. Hua Tianlin was enthusiastically entertaining Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi. Without a doubt, Hua Tianlin was very supportive of this marriage alliance. When Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi arrived, they were already certain that the Hua clan was not as prosperous as it had been in the past. Furthermore, they were well aware of the bloodline curse even though others might not know about it. If this continued, the Hua family would become an ordinary family in a few decades. No powerful family would allow such a thing to happen. Hence, this marriage alliance was very important. This was also one of the reasons why Shin Tianquan was so sure that he had the Hua family under his thumb. If the Hua family wanted to continue standing in Hang City, they had to accept the Shin family's goodwill. A marriage alliance between the Hua family and the Shin family was also very beneficial. Just the Hua family's bloodline alone would allow his son to become a god-rank powerhouse. When that happened, the power structure of the three great families in the south would change. Up until now, none of the three great families had produced a god-rank powerhouse. Whoever managed to groom a god-rank powerhouse first would be able to unify all the powers in the south. This was the dream of everyone in the three great families in the south. It could be said that everyone was doing their best to groom the next generation. Among this generation, Shin Wudi was the one who called for it the most. Apart from this, the Hua family still had a treasure left behind. Shin Tianquan had secretly bribed someone in the Hua family to find out about it. Hence, apart from the marriage alliance, he also wanted to get his hands on this treasure. As the saying goes, treasures belong to the virtuous. You're a declining Hua family, so what right do you have to hold on to such a good treasure? A treasure like this should fall into the hands of the Hua family and be used to its fullest potential. Brother Hua, we've been talking for so long. Where's your daughter? Don't tell me she's hiding because she's shy? Shin Tianquan teased. Shin Wudi also looked around. He had heard of Huofeng Phoenix. She was a hot-tempered little pepper. In Shin Wudi's eyes, this little temper was nothing. Moreover, a woman with a bit of a temper could only be conquered. Hence, he wanted to take a look at this Huofeng Phoenix. Although he had never seen Huofeng Phoenix's influence in the south was not ordinary. At the mention of this Huofeng Phoenix, Hua Tianlin felt a little uncomfortable, and his expression became a little awkward because just now, he heard his subordinates report that his daughter ran out again. Hua Tianlin regretted that he didn't arrange for someone to watch over his daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Girls are a little shy. I'll arrange for someone to call her over. Hua Tianlin was indeed worthy of being the patriarch. The moment he opened his mouth, he spouted a bunch of lies. Right now, they still needed to satisfy Shin Tianquan and the rest. If they were dissatisfied with their daughter's matter, it would be terrible if their marriage was ruined. Go call the young miss over. How long are you going to make the divine young master wait? This isn't proper at all. Hua Tianlin called his trusted aide over and said with a sunken face. This confidant naturally knew that Miss Huofeng Huang had left the villa, but he still replied seriously, Master, please wait for a moment. I'll go and call Miss back. When the confidant came out of the hall, his face revealed an anxious expression, like an ant on a hot pan. He really didn't know where to go to find the young miss. But this was something that the master had instructed him to do, so he had no choice but to go. He could only pray that the young miss hadn't gone far. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome today. To be able to become the master's trusted aide, he naturally knew how capable the Shen family, one of the three great families in the south, was. Young miss, you're really too willful this time. This confidant hurriedly called someone over and prepared to go find Miss Hua. But before he left, he saw Miss Hua coming back with a young man. When this confidant saw this, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was really bad. Young miss, the master is looking for you. In the end, Huofeng Huang still brought Lin Fei to the villa. To be honest, she was quite flustered. She knew her father's temper. Once he was angry, something might happen between the two of them. Huofeng Huang didn't know whether she was worried about Lin Fei or her father. Although her father was a master, the strength that Lin Fei displayed seemed to be that of a master as well. This was what Huofeng Huang was most worried about. Moreover, apart from her father, Shin Tianquan from the Shin family in the south was also here today. He was an old fox who was best at scheming. If he also made a move, Huofeng Huang was really worried that Lin Fei would be at a disadvantage. If it was possible, she really didn't want Lin Fei to meet her father and the people from the Shen family, especially at this time. But she couldn't stop Lin Fei from coming. In front of Lin Fei's strength, Huofeng Huang didn't have the strength to stop him at all. She could only bring him over. You don't need to look for him. I'll go over now. By the way, how's my father's mood now? Old master is in a good mood. It's just that he seems a little annoyed that Miss didn't go. The confidant reported honestly. Huofeng Huang wasn't surprised. She knew that it was a marriage alliance today. If she didn't go, her father wouldn't be happy. When she thought about Lin Fei's expression when he came over, she felt that her father's expression would be really good. The old master's confidant was also observing this young man. However, after searching through all the memories in his mind, he couldn't find any information about this person. He couldn't help but be shocked. Miss, where did you find such a man? One could imagine that there might be a huge accident later on. I don't think we need to go in. Someone is coming towards us. Lin Fei suddenly smiled and looked forward. Someone is coming? Huofeng Huang looked forward instinctively. Not long after, she saw a figure walking over. Young Master Shin is here. Young Master Shin is here, old master's confidant said softly. Huofeng Huang couldn't help but feel nervous. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to wait? Lin Fei smiled even more happily. No need, no need. There's no need at all. Who knows, I might even be acquainted with this person. This must be Miss Hua. It's not a waste for me to come out personally. Shin Wudi saw a fiery red figure from afar. He knew that it was Huofeng Huang, the beloved daughter of the Hua family. She was recognized as the big sister in the southern circle. Old friend, long time no see. Last time you went to harm Bing Qingya. Now you're here to harm Huofeng Huang. You really know how to cause trouble. Who's talking nonsense here? Shin Wudi walked over quickly. His face darkened as he got angry. He had suffered a lot because of Bing Qingya. Until now, he still hadn't forgotten about it. Therefore, he definitely didn't want anyone to mention Bing Qingya's name again. It's me, your old friend. Chapter 4064. Invincible God was furious. No matter who said that, he was determined to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Who's your old friend? Believe it or not, I'll smash your mouth right now. What a joke. In Hangzhou City, Invincible God did not have many friends. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to be here. He knew this very well. Even in the Hua clan, there was no one who could be considered a friend. Okay, then come and try. I want to see if you can twitch later. Don't ruin your face when I slap it. Invincible God was a little angry. He raised his head and glared at Lin Fan coldly. Then he strode forward. Young Master God, you misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. Before Invincible God could make a move, Huofeng Phoenix stood in front of him. She really did not want anything unpleasant to happen. She was even afraid that Lin Fei would get into trouble because of this. Huofeng Phoenix was very worried, but what happened next left her dumbfounded. Invincible God, who was still in a state of rage, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then a dry smile appeared on his face. His hand, which was raised in the air, stopped just like that. Huofeng Phoenix saw something in the other party: indecision. Huofeng Phoenix firmly believed that it was indecision. Come on. Didn't you want to hit me just now? Go ahead. I'll give you a chance now lest you lose unwillingly. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The more he said that, the more awkward Invincible God's expression became. He never expected that the person who came with Huofeng Phoenix would be Lin Fei. The person he hated the most was the one who made him clench his teeth helplessly. Every time he saw this guy, Invincible God felt that nothing good was going to happen. Invincible God's mind was on Huofeng Phoenix just now, so he naturally ignored everything else around him. He never expected that Lin Fei would be here. Isn't he in Donghai? What is this called? Invincible God really wanted to fight, but he knew that he was no match for Yi Futian with his strength, unless he stepped into the immortal level. If you win, I'll leave. Invincible God retracted his hand and turned to leave. He wanted to tell his father that Lin Fei had come. No matter what reason Lin Fei had, he was definitely related to the Hua clan. Perhaps he had come for the bloodline. If that was the case, then this matter would have to be considered at length. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let's have a good talk. Who wants to talk to you? Invincible God thought to himself. But just as he took a few steps forward, an explosion rang out beside his ear. His entire body shook. Sigh, I seem to have missed it just now, but I promise I won't miss it next time. You can test my accuracy. It turned out that Lin Fei had casually flicked out a stream of power that brushed past Invincible God's face. Even if it was just a casual flick, it was not something that invincible God could withstand. He was scared half to death. Amidst that power, he smelled the scent of death, and his entire body felt uneasy. Lin Fei, don't go too far. Don't think that the Shin clan is afraid of you. Invincible God turned around and gritted his teeth. But no matter how he said it, it sounded empty and lacking in confidence. Oh, so the Shin clan is very strong. Then come at me. If you don't, then I'll just stand still. Haven't you heard of this saying? If you're taking a beating, stand still. Believe it or not, I'll send you flying with a kick and make you bedridden for a year and a half. Invincible God immediately lost his temper and did not dare to speak anymore. He had seen Lin Fei's strength before. If he really gave it his all, he might really be bedridden for 2 to 3 years, let alone half a year. For Invincible God, who was in the prime of his youth, this was not something he wanted to see. Don't hit me. Let's talk this out. Invincible God's tone softened, and he sounded like he was begging for mercy. Fire Phoenix was stunned by what she saw. She knew that Invincible God was an arrogant and despotic person. He thought that he was the pride of the heavens and never took anyone seriously. But now he was behaving in front of Lin Fei. Fire Phoenix could not believe what she was seeing. Was this still the son of the Shin clan, one of the 3 clans in the south? He was no different from a coward now. When Huofeng Phoenix sneaked a peek at Lin Fei, her eyes were filled with confusion and even a hint of admiration. Not everyone could make Invincible God stand still. Look at how cowardly you are. What are you doing here instead of staying at home? I really want to know. Do you want to hit on Huofeng Phoenix again? Or do you guys have ulterior motives towards the Huo clan? Be honest with me so I can know. Lin Fei was surprised to see Invincible God here. But when he thought about the Huo clan's bloodline, he knew that Invincible God must have ulterior motives for coming to the Huo clan. The Shin clan, one of the 3 clans in the south, definitely knew more than Lin Fei. So, Lin Fei did not mind finding out more about the Huo clan from Invincible God, who asked Invincible God to come here of his own accord. If he did not get to the bottom of this, it would be a shame. Invincible God immediately felt a headache coming on. If it was anyone else, he would not have been able to force him to speak. But with Lin Fei, he had no confidence at all. Invincible God really wanted to say that he would never say anything and that Lin Fei had no right to listen. But Invincible God could not say something like that. He was sure that if he really said something like that, Lin Fei would send him flying with a kick. Even if his physique was stronger, he would not be able to withstand a kick from Lin Fei. He had experienced it firsthand. Of course, you don't have to say anything. It doesn't matter to me anyway, Lin Fei said with a smile. You just have to let me kick you 3 times. Kick him 3 times? Invincible God felt his hair stand on end. That one kick had nearly taken his life. If 3 kicks were to follow, he would definitely be dead. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you can escape from me, I'll consider you impressive. Lin Fei smiled and raised a finger. 1. Invincible God's body began to tremble. Things had been going well, but he had run into Lin Fei. He did not know what to do at that moment. 2. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers. Every number gave Invincible God immense pressure. He had never felt so pressured before. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kick me. Invincible God's mentality was still problematic. After all, it was not the first time he had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. There was a crack in his mentality. We're here for Miss Huo's bloodline and the treasure left behind by the Huo clan. As long as our Shin clan obtains this treasure, our Shin clan will have an immortal realm expert. Huofeng Phoenix was enraged as well. What a Shin clan to have such intentions. Where did you get this information from? We got it from the Dark Ruins. Chapter 4065. Invincible God did not dare to hide anything. He told Lin Fei everything. He just wanted to stay as far away from Lin Fei as possible. Nothing good ever happened when he saw Lin Fei. Invincible God did not even dare to spy on Huofeng Phoenix's Huo family bloodline. It was not something he could spy on. Lin Fei just had to show up at this time. He would not dare to do that even if he had 100 guts. You guys went to the Yin Void land. Huofeng Phoenix was shocked. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was confused. He had never heard of the illusory Yin land before. However, he could tell that the illusory Yin land was not an ordinary place. It might even be similar to the blessed land of paradise or Arcana land. Didn't I say that the Yin Void land is untraceable? How did you guys find the Yin Void land and know about the Huo family bloodline from there? Huofeng Phoenix was usually carefree, but now she realized how serious the problem was. Previously, Huofeng Phoenix had thought that they came to the Huo family for a marriage alliance. Now it seemed that it was not just a simple marriage alliance. They were spying on everything about the Huo family. Invincible God shook his head. I don't know how to get in. Anyway, my father told me that. If you want to know, ask my father. At this moment, Invincible God had betrayed his father. After all, he didn't know anything about this. All right, you can leave now. Lin Fei swung his arm and Invincible God flew out and fell on the ground. Invincible God did not dare to make a sound when he got up. He ran towards the hall. Brother Lin, why did you let him go? He might have gone to find someone. Huofeng Phoenix stomped her feet in anger. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Even if he went to find someone, it would be useless. By the way, what is this Yin Void Land? This place sounds quite different to me. Huofeng Phoenix said, I've only heard about the Yin Void Land from my father. It's said that it's a special secret space. No one knows where it is, but there are many treasures in the Yin Void Land. I've even heard that some powerful people have come out of the Yin Void Land. To put it simply, the most famous Yin Ruin Land in our country is Kunlun. Although everyone knows where Kunlun is, this is only on the surface. The real core is the Yin Void Land. That is where the real Kunlun is. It is said that 50 years ago, an expert emerged from the Yin ruins of Kunlun. He defeated all kinds of experts along the way. In the end, he even accepted a disciple, and this disciple is Yi Xian, the current #1 god of war in our country. As Fire Phoenix spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration. With such a simple explanation, Lin Fei understood that the Yin ruins were not much different from a mystic realm. At the same time, I became interested in this Yin illusory land and kept it in mind. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows, Invincible God's father might know more. Actually, even if Lin Fei had not mentioned it, Huofeng Phoenix would have gone in and told her father. This was because the Shin family was too shameless. They actually came with such an idea. If Invincible God had not taken the initiative to say it, the Huo family might have been devoured by the Shin family after some time. This was not what Huofeng Phoenix wanted to see. Coming from a martial arts family, Huofeng Phoenix more or less knew some mysterious things. She did not doubt this at all. In the hall, Huo Tianlin and Shin Tianquan were chatting and laughing as if they were old friends. As Invincible God entered in a fluster, the atmosphere was broken. Dad, let's go. That B*** is here. Seeing Invincible God's sorry state, Huo Tianlin frowned and stood up. What happened? Did someone from the Huo family do something to you? Tell me the name and I'll teach them a lesson. Although that was what he said, he was extremely shocked. He knew that no one in the younger generation of the Huo family was a match for Invincible God. Even a grandmaster might not be able to defeat him. But now, Invincible God looked like he had been bullied. This was hard for Huo Tianlin to imagine. Perhaps someone had barged in. Moreover, Invincible God did not have any advantage over the other party. That was why he had rushed back. If that was the case, then as the owner of this place, Huo Tianlin had to make a move. He had to let the other party know that this was the Huo family, not some ordinary place. Not everyone could cause trouble as they pleased. The Huo family could not afford to lose face. Shin Tianquan was in a good mood. He could already tell that Huo Tianlin of the Huo family was indeed planning to have a marriage alliance, and his attitude was very proper. However, when he heard his son's words, he frowned. Who's here? Look at you, aren't you ashamed? You're a grandmaster after all. Shin Tianquan naturally did not expect Lin Fei to be here. Invincible God became even more anxious. Dad, Lin Fei is here. What do you think we should do? This time Shin Tianquan heard it clearly. His face darkened and the smile on his face froze. He sat up from the sofa as if he had been stabbed by a needle. What did you say? Lin Fei is here? Isn't he in the East Sea? Why is he here in Hangzhou? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Invincible God smiled bitterly. Look at me now and you'll know. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. You know that among the younger generation I don't really care about anyone. But Lin Fei is one of them. Huo Tianlin was confused. This name was very unfamiliar to him. He did not know why he had heard it before, but he could not recall where. Brother Shin, isn't it just Lin Fei? What's there to be afraid of? I'll take care of them for you. Yes. Lin Fei should be taken care of. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Hua. Shin Tianxuan's mind spun quickly. Now that Lin Fei had come here, he definitely had a motive. If Lin Fei and the Hua family were to go against each other, at least they wouldn't have to worry about the two of them getting together. Dad, I'm back. I want to talk to you about something. Just as Shin Tianquan finished speaking, Huofeng, Phoenix, and Lin Fei walked in from the entrance of the hall. When Shin Tianquan and Invincible God saw Lin Fei, they both took a step back. They were really afraid of this guy. Huo Tianlin's expression was strange. Phoenix, who allowed you to bring a man in? Why aren't you letting him leave? Hua Tianlin had planned on a marriage alliance. But when he saw this scene, his heart was about to explode, especially in front of the family head. How was he going to resolve this? Chapter 4066. Father, listen to my explanation. He's my friend and an expert. If you want me to form a marriage alliance with the Shen clan, you can go and ask them what their motives are. They want to use your daughter as a human cauldron to strive for the divine level. Wolfing Phoenix didn't have any fear this time. She pointed at Shen Wudi and said angrily, "If you don't believe me, ask them and see what they say." Being pointed at, Invincible God immediately lowered his head, losing all confidence. After all, he had already explained everything clearly. It would be difficult for him to argue back now. Furthermore, there was still Lin Fei standing there. Even if he had the guts to argue back, he wouldn't have dared to argue back. He felt wronged, truly wronged. Hua Tianlin really wanted to marry into the Shen family. After all, the Shen family was the one who brought it up. To the Hua family it was a great honor. The Shen family was one of the 3 great families in the south. Their influence was much greater than the Hua family. If they could marry into the Shen family, the Hua family would benefit greatly. However, this didn't mean that Hua Tianlin would let his daughter fall into the fire pit. When he heard his daughter's words, his face darkened, revealing a trace of displeasure and even a trace of confusion. This was a secret that only the Hua family's leaders knew. How did the Shen family know about it? Phoenix, what you said is true. Wolfing Phoenix nodded. It's true. Young Master Shen said it himself. Nonsense. Our Shen family Wudi really admires Miss Hua. He definitely didn't come for the Hua family bloodline. Someone must be talking nonsense. Shen Tianquan snorted. If he admitted it, he would fail. Hence, he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Hua Tianlin trusted his daughter's words. Although she was careless, she wouldn't say anything about this. Young Master Shen, it's better if you explain yourself. Who's talking nonsense? Hua Tianlin's eyes shone coldly as he stared at Shen Wudi. If this had been anywhere else, Invincible God would have definitely spouted nonsense. However, with Lin Fei around, he really did not dare to spout nonsense. If the other party were to give him another kick, he might just end up being sent flying. Shen Wudi, didn't you just say it honestly? Why are you scared now? Or do you think that with your father backing you up, everything will be different? You can give it a try. Let's see if my next kick will land on you, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Young Master Lin, do you think it's fun to play tricks on the Shen family? Shen Tianxuan's expression changed as well. Just like his son, he didn't want to see Lin Fei appear. This guy was full of secrets, and they hadn't been able to find out anything about him. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. People like that were the hardest to deal with. This kid seems to have some background. Hua Tianlin also heard Shen Tianxuan's words. His mind raced and suddenly his body trembled. He finally remembered where he had heard this name before. Could this brat be the Lin Fei of the Soaring Dragon Manor who caused the Shen family to suffer a loss? If it's really him, he's too young. Also, how did our daughter get to know him? Thoughts after thoughts appeared in Hua Tianlin's mind. Recently, the martial arts circle was still quite lively, especially in the martial arts circle of Donghai, where a big dark horse had risen. This dark horse had dominated a blessed enclave in a short time, and he had 9 supreme power experts under his command. He had become the #1 force in Donghai, but the origin of such a person was very mysterious. Until now, no one knew the specific origin of such a person. When Hua Tianlin first heard this name, he was secretly shocked. The first thing he suspected was the Lin family in Yanjin because only the Lin family could cultivate such a genius. However, the martial arts circle later denied this matter. Hua Tianlin couldn't figure it out. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he sensed a familiar aura from him. Could it be that the information was wrong? Say that again if you dare. Who do you think I, Lin Fei, am? Do you think it's fun to play tricks on you? For people like you, I can't wait to slap them to death. However, this is a society governed by law. Fighting and killing isn't good at all. That's why you're still alive and breathing fresh air. Don't you think I'm right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Shen Tianquan was infuriated. He knew that today's matter had been completely ruined. It would be even more difficult for him to form a marriage alliance with the Hua family. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. Our Shen family will leave now. Shen Tianquan forced himself to calm down. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would attack. Maybe the other party was waiting for him to attack. This guy was also a little fox. He wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't believe that Lin Fei came here for the Hua family. It would be a lie if he didn't have a purpose. You haven't explained yourself clearly. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You have to let the Hua family know your purpose. Otherwise he will think that I'm bullying you. Lin Fei took a step forward and stood in front of the gate. If they wanted to leave they had to pass by Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei didn't agree, no one would be able to leave. Huo Tianlin said, since he said so, you should at least give me an explanation. Although my daughter can marry your Shen family, she is definitely not someone that your Shen family can use as a cauldron. You should remember this clearly, so right now you should give me an explanation, lest I have doubts in my heart. No matter what your final explanation is, I will not do anything to you. After all, you are guests. I understand this principle. Although Huo Tianlin didn't know their purpose from their mouths, he knew that they were close to the truth. This made him very angry. If Huo Tianlin wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be easy. Shen Tianxuan's strength was on par with him. Moreover, Shen Tianquan had a treasure. If they really fought, they would only have a 50% chance of winning. At that time, neither of them would have a good ending. There's no need to explain. Everything is as your daughter said. That should be enough. Our Shen family can't afford to be related to you, so we can only take our leave. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this explanation? Shen Tianxuan's expression was cold. Lin Fei laughed heartily, it's barely passable. Remember, the next time you try to scheme against someone, you have to find out more. Otherwise, if you encounter such a thing again, you won't even have a place to cry. Chapter 4067. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi wanted to leave this place immediately. They didn't want to stay a minute longer. However, Lin Fei didn't let them leave. He stood at the door without moving. How could he let them leave so easily? Hold on, you still have something you haven't explained. You can leave only after you've explained everything. Shen Tianxuan's face twitched. He didn't know what Lin Fei wanted to know. Didn't I say it clearly just now? What else do you want to know? Lin Fei unhurriedly said, you only explained things to Patriarch Hua, but you didn't explain it to me. I'm very interested in the Dark Ruin Land, so tell me about it. Remember, I want to hear the truth, not lies. Of course, you can also try and see what will happen to you if you lie in front of me. Lin Fei took a step forward. There was a loud rumble and an invisible pressure pressed down on Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. Thud 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 thud. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi kept retreating. Every time they retreated they would leave a footprint on the ground. The impact alone was enough to make their blood boil. They almost vomited blood. Huo Tianlin, who was standing not far away, could still feel the terrifying pressure even though he wasn't facing it head-on. He didn't doubt that the pressure alone was enough to suppress a Grandmaster Realm expert to the point that he couldn't move even if he didn't do anything. In fact, Huo Tianlin had guessed correctly. With Lin Fei's immortal body, he could easily crush a Grandmaster to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Huo Tianlin knew that a powerful guy had appeared in Donghai, but he didn't think that his pressure alone would be so terrifying. Huo Tianlin felt like he was getting old. He was really the younger generation now. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the Yin ruins that Shen Tianquan had mentioned. As one of the top clans in Hang City, they naturally knew many secrets that others didn't, including the Yin ruins. However, he had never expected that Shen Tianquan would actually find the Yin ruins, enter it and find out about the bloodline. He was even able to implicate the Huo clan. This caused his expression to turn ugly. If it wasn't for Lin Fei he would have been deceived. No one knew better than him that after becoming a human cauldron, one would be completely crippled. At that time, Huo Tianlin would definitely be filled with guilt because he was the one who proposed the marriage. Shen Tianquan didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Although they had fought before, it wasn't as terrifying as this time. It was enough to make him unable to even think of resisting. He probably only had less than 10% of his strength left. Hence, he explained everything that had happened in the Dark Ruins in detail. You said that the Dark Ruin Land is 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Lin Fei frowned and suddenly remembered what had happened before. It was Chief Shue's invitation. It was said that the Moon Spirit Stone was more than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Could it be that the two were in the same place? Lin Fei's memory was very good. He didn't think that he had heard wrongly. It was very likely that the two places were in the same place. Young Master Lin, I don't dare to lie to you. The Dark Ruin Land is indeed more than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou City. I only entered that place after hearing the news from someone else. However, the Dark Ruin Land is very dangerous and dangerous. I only came out after obtaining some things and didn't dare to hesitate. Lin Fei asked a few more questions. After confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he let Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi leave. The person who was the most shocked was Huofeng Phoenix. She had never thought that Lin Fei, whom she had met once on the mountain, would be so powerful. Even the two masters of the Shen family couldn't resist him at all. Moreover, he was so young. His thoughts were also constantly changing. He had thought that the geniuses he had seen before were the true geniuses, but compared to Lin Fei they were nothing. This was a true monstrous genius who could suppress a grandmaster powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. I thank young Master Lin on behalf of Phoenix. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened to my daughter. I wouldn't even have a place to cry, Hua Tianlin said gratefully with his fists cupped. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. After all, the other party had bad intentions. In the end, the Hua family and his daughter, Huafeng Phoenix, would be the ones to suffer. Lin Fei smiled and said, "It's fate that we met. Since we met, I have to help. Moreover, I don't like those guys from the Shen family." Just as Lin Fei said, it was a coincidence. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about this. He also wouldn't have known that there was a Yin ruins in the suburbs of Hangzhou. From these few words, Hua Tianlin could tell that although Lin Fei was a proud son of heaven and his strength was unfathomable, his character was much better than invincible gods. At the very least, he didn't put on an air of superiority. He was just like an ordinary person. If he hadn't suppressed a grandmaster just now, no one would have believed that he was a warrior. Because Lin Fei didn't have a trace of a martial artist's aura. He was just too ordinary. Lin Fei, no matter what, I still have to thank you. It's just that I'm afraid that Xin Tianquan and his son are up to no good now that they've left. After all, the Yin ruins is an extremely mysterious place. Once the news spreads, who knows how many martial artists will flock there. Moreover, I've also heard that there's a long wait to enter the Yin ruins. It's not something that can be entered at any time. This is just a small matter. Since it's the Yin ruins, it will be exposed sooner or later. Even if he doesn't say it, others will know. There's no need to make a fuss. Lin Fei said with a smile. Phoenix, invite young Master Lin to sit down and drink some tea. Go to the study and bring me the top grade by Luo Chun. Hua Tianlin invited Lin Fei to sit down. Huafeng Phoenix smiled as she ran to the study and brought out the Bai Luo Chun. Then she personally brewed the tea. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. It could be seen that Huafeng Phoenix was not only good at martial arts, she was also very good at the tea ceremony. During this time, Huafeng Phoenix and her father also talked about her bloodline. Hua Tianlin was glad that he didn't take action. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would have happened. Young Master Lin, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about bloodlines. I wonder if you have a way to solve my daughter's problem? As a father, Hua Tianlin was most worried about his daughter's bloodline. After all, the family's bloodline curse had been passed down. He didn't want to see his daughter die before him. Now that he knew that Lin Fei had a way to solve it, he had to ask Lin Fei for help no matter what, even if he had to pay a big price. Chapter 4068. After leaving the villa, Xin Tianquan and Xin Wudi sat in the car sullenly. Once again they felt a deep sense of helplessness and sullenness. They had encountered him once in the East Sea and suffered a huge loss. Now they suffered another huge loss in Hangzhou. They were one of the three major families in the south, the Shen family. When had they ever suffered such a huge loss? Every time they could only watch helplessly and couldn't take revenge. Lin Fei's strength was truly unfathomable. They were both evolved Jing masters. One was a new evolved Jing master while the other was an old evolved Jing master. In the end, they couldn't resist Lin Fei's pressure at all. Dad, can we really only lower our heads like this? But I really can't accept it. We are one of the three major families in the south. When did a brat step all over us? Shen Wudi's eyes were filled with hatred. A loud bang was heard. What Shen Wudi didn't expect was that his father would slap him in the face. Brat, isn't this all because of you? Even now you still haven't thought it through. This brat is very likely to be a God-ranked expert. You are going against a God-ranked expert. You want to drag the Shen family down with you, don't you? Shen Tianquan was much more far-sighted than Shen Wudi. To be able to easily suppress them with pressure, who else could it be other than a God-ranked expert? The probability was more than 90%. Even if it was 70% or 80%, Shen Tianquan knew that he definitely couldn't make Lin Fei an enemy. Remember, in the future when you see Lin Fei, you must either be polite or turn around and leave. Don't offend him anymore. Right now, the Shen family can't afford to offend Lin Fei. Unless one day our Shen family can also give birth to a deity rank expert, otherwise we can only be a well-behaved turtle. When Shen Tianquan said this, he seemed very helpless. However, there was no other way. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was stronger than them. Just his pressure alone was enough to cause them to be in such a state. Even a pig's brain would know what was going on. Shen Wudi opened his mouth. In the end he fell silent. He knew that his father was right. To be able to cause them to be in such a sorry state, Other than a god-ranked expert, who else could it be? A god-ranked expert could easily deal with any top-tier faction, unless that faction had a god-ranked expert overseeing it. In any case, we'll just sit back and watch the show. Once news of the sinister ruins comes out, it will definitely attract the attention of all the experts in the country. Who knows, a divine-level expert might even appear one day. If you insist on being so high-profile, you'll be going against everyone. We have plenty of time to wait. Although Shin Tianquan had lowered his head, he was very clear about the current situation. Dad, are you saying that a tall tree attracts the wind? If that's the case, I'll need to arrange for someone to spread the news about him and make him look good. Maybe one day the first god of war Yi Xian will find trouble with him. Suddenly Shin Wudi's eyes lit up. Shin Tianquan slapped Undefeatable God in the face again, and half of Undefeatable God's body slammed into the glass. The sturdy bulletproof glass cracked, and it was a shocking sight. How many times have I told you? We won't get involved in anything. Don't tell me you want Yi Xian to look for the Shin family? Could it be that when the time comes, you'll be the one to defend? Or do you want me to stop him? Shin Tianquan was furious. Only then did Undefeatable God realize that he had said something wrong. Dad, I know I was wrong. You're the best. Let's just wait and see. We won't get involved in anything. If I see him in the future, I'll stay far away from him. Undefeatable God nodded tactfully. He wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he knew very well that offending Lin Fei wouldn't end well. He wouldn't refute his father's words. It was because his father's words made sense. They just needed to wait and see. If he really went to make arrangements and spread the news of the sinister ruins, the Shin family would still be the unlucky ones. In the hall, Hua Tianlin and Huofeng's ears perked up. Hua Tianlin was especially concerned about this matter more than anyone else. After all, this concerned the life and death of his daughter. In order to solve the problem of the Hua family's bloodline curse, Hua Tianlin had spent a lot of time and effort on this matter. However, he hadn't achieved anything yet. Now he could only place this slim hope on Lin Fei. Perhaps there would be an answer. It's actually not that difficult to get rid of the bloodline curse. The curse on Huofeng's body is especially easy. Lin Fei said calmly, the reason why the Hua family's bloodline is cursed is because the power of the cursed bloodline will keep accumulating. However, you won't release it. Once the power reaches a critical point, it will erupt instantly. No one can resist it. That's why the curse happened. Huofeng's spirit was suddenly lifted. Doesn't that mean that as long as we release the power, the bloodline curse will be broken? Hua Tianlin frowned. He knew better than anyone that this wasn't a small matter. If this power could really be released, then the Hua family wouldn't have so many casualties. They knew this better than anyone else. Hua Tianlin didn't continue to ask. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely give an explanation. You're right. As long as we release the power, then everything will no longer be a problem. For example, with the help of this power, you can instantly break through to the Master Realm. Moreover, your potential is greater than anyone else's. Huofeng's eyes blinked. She didn't dare to believe it. Is this true? I can break through to the Master Realm. Although Huofeng's Phoenix had the potential to break through to the Master Realm, it would take at least 2 or 3 years. It might even take longer. I never lie. If I say that you can become a master, then you will definitely become a master. As for releasing the bloodline, it's actually even simpler. All you need is a suitable fire attribute technique. I think that the Hua family should have a fire attribute technique that has been passed down for generations. However, this technique should have some flaws. That's why you haven't been able to cultivate this technique to perfection and release the power of the bloodline. Am I right? Hua Tianlin's entire body trembled. Young Master Lin, you're right. The situation is like this. Our Hua family has indeed lost the most important part of our technique. That's why our strength has been stagnant all these years. Moreover, the bloodline curse has caused our Hua family to lose a lot of disciples. I hope that young Master Lin can help us solve this problem. As long as young Master Lin can help us, no matter what you ask of us, our Hua family will agree. Hua Tianlin trusted Lin Fei more than ever. This was because he could see the determination in Lin Fei's eyes. It was enough to prove that he really knew that their fire attribute technique had flaws. You're the one who said it. Helping your Hua clan perfect your cultivation method is not a problem. I only want the treasure left behind by your Hua clan. It's that simple. Because this treasure has no effect on you, I'm only interested in it. Chapter 4069. P.S. Thank you City Lord Nan and Monopolizing the Mountains for your tips. Forgive me for not reading the reviews. When Lin Fei stated his request, Hua Tianlin's expression didn't change much. In fact, he had expected this to happen after Shin Tianquan and the others left. However, Hua Tianlin's expression was somewhat unnatural. Young Master Lin, are you sure you want our Hua clan's treasure? I'm afraid you'll regret it when you see it. Our Hua clan doesn't want you to misunderstand and think that we're lying to you. Only Hua Tianlin knew what the Hua clan's treasure was. If he offended Lin Fei because of the treasure, it wasn't something he wanted to see. After all, the lives of the Hua clan's descendants were in Lin Fei's hands. It would be hard for Hua Tianlin not to be careful. Lin Fei also sensed something. Obviously, the Hua clan's treasure was different from what he had imagined. To Lin Fei, the treasure wasn't that important. He just wanted to see what the Hua clan's ancestors' treasure was. That was what Lin Fei wanted to know. As for helping the Hua clan for free, that was impossible. Normally, a perfected cultivation technique could be passed down for hundreds of years. This would be beneficial to the Hua clan. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, Lin Fei had to take something. The only thing that interested him was the Hua clan's treasure. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. I only want the Hua clan's treasure. It doesn't matter what it is. Even if it's ordinary, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Fei said casually. You can take out your Hua clan's cultivation technique now. I'll help you perfect it first. Perfect it now? Hua Tianlin was surprised. After all, the Hua clan's treasure hadn't been taken out yet. He didn't expect that Lin Fei would be the first to suggest perfecting it. What? You don't want it? I'll get it right away. How could Hua Tianlin not be happy? Ever since he became the head of the family, the pressure he felt was greater than anyone else. Because the Hua clan was getting weaker and weaker with each generation, the patriarchs of each generation hoped to push the Hua clan back to its peak. Unfortunately, this dream had always been out of reach. Now it was finally being carried forward by Hua Tianlin. That was happier than anything else. Huafeng Phoenix was also a little excited. She finally saw hope, a beautiful wish to continue living. Not long after, Hua Tianlin returned with a wooden box in his hand. The wooden box was made of red sandalwood. It had an antique feel to it. He carefully opened it and took out a yellowed book. After looking at this yellowed manual, Lin Fei knew why the Hua family's cultivation technique had been left out. It was because the last few pages of this manual were missing. Young Master Lin, I've let you see a joke. This is our Hua family's fire art, 13 layers of heavenly flames. Unfortunately, only 9 layers remain. The last 4 layers are gone. Hua Tianlin said in shame. Find me a quiet room. I will help you deduce the next part of the cultivation method. No problem, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. Lin Fei took the yellowed manual and walked into a room. Hua Tianlin and Huafeng Phoenix were waiting outside. Dad, do you think he can really complete the last 4 layers? Huafeng Phoenix asked with joy and worry. Hua Tianlin didn't dare to guarantee it, but subconsciously he believed that Lin Fei could do it. We just need to believe in young Master Lin. Weren't you very confident in him before? Could it be that you are afraid now? I'm afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Sitting in the room, Lin Fei flipped through the secret manual. Not to mention, the 13 layers of heavenly flames were really not low level. If the last 4 layers were not lost, the Hua family would definitely have a few more Xiantian experts because this was a cultivation technique that could be cultivated to the Xiantian realm. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be very amazing, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was no different from a common product. And to make up for the last 4 layers of the cultivation method, it was not difficult at all for Lin Fei. In less than 5 minutes it was completely perfected. After making up for it, Lin Fei was bored, so he deduced the next few layers. In total, he deduced up to the 18 layers of heavenly flames, which could be cultivated to the next realm. To be able to deduce the cultivation method so easily, only Lin Fei could do the rest easily. After sitting in the room for half an hour, Lin Fei walked out and returned the secret manual to Hua Tianlin. Take a look yourself, right? Hua Tianlin held the yellowed secret manual in his hands, and his breathing quickened. He quickly opened it. Hua Tianlin had already cultivated to the 9th layer of the 13 layers of heavenly flames, and had been stuck at this level. When he saw the 10th layer, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. Oh my God, yes, this is it, this is the 13 layers of heavenly flames. No one knew better than him about the latter part of the cultivation method. When he saw the mental cultivation method, he was sure that it was real. Lin Fei had really managed to create the last 4 levels. When Hua Tianlin continued to read, his whole body trembled in fear. He thought that it was amazing to be able to deduce up to the 13th layer, but he never thought that Lin Fei would actually go all the way to the 18th layer. What an unbelievable level. Hua Tianlin immediately realized that with the 18 layers of heavenly flames, the Hua family was going to rise again. Even he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking through to the God realm. This was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Young Master Lin, I thank you on behalf of the entire Hua family. If it wasn't for you, our Hua family would have become an ordinary family sooner or later, and we wouldn't even be able to keep this cultivation method. Hua Tianlin took a deep breath, and lowered his head to express his gratitude to Lin Fei. This time it was from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that a young man could be so amazing, able to deduce all 9 layers of cultivation methods in one go. Even Huofeng Phoenix, who was standing at the side, could feel the change. She knew that Lin Fei must have deduced the cultivation method, which meant that she could really live. Thank you, Lin Fei. Huofeng Phoenix had been suppressed for too long, and she never dared to imagine that she could live forever. She couldn't help but kiss Lin Fei's face. It seemed that this was the only way for her to completely believe that everything was real. After being kissed for no reason, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, he had just done something casual and it wasn't anything complicated, but he didn't expect that he would gain such a reward. I've helped you solve the problem of your Hua family's cultivation method. Now, can you bring us to see your Hua family's treasures? Chapter 4070. The place where the Hua family's treasure was stored was beyond Lin Fei's expectation. It was actually hidden deep underground. It was a secret room. Moreover, there were many traps outside the secret room. Even if a Grandmaster expert came in, he would suffer a great loss if he was not careful. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. Finally, they arrived in front of a large metal door. This metal door was made of reinforced iron plates. It was at least 10 centimeters thick. The solemn black color gave people a great visual impact. Hua Tianlin looked a little uncomfortable. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry to let you see this. This treasure is really not ordinary, so we can only use this method to preserve it. The more it was arranged like this, the more interested Lin Fei became. Something that could be guarded like this must be very interesting. Hua Tianlin's face showed a trace of a smile. I'm afraid that young Master Lin will be disappointed when he sees it. A fingerprint lock appeared on the metal door. After Hua Tianlin operated it for a while, the heavy door slowly opened. Young Master Lin, please come in. Lin Fei was the first to enter the secret room. He glanced around. The secret room was not very big. At most, it was the size of a few square meters. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there was actually a fiery red egg in the middle of the room. The egg was about the size of an ostrich's egg. It was placed on a shelf. Other than that, there was nothing else in the secret room. Young Master Lin, this is the treasure of our Hua family. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Until now, we still don't know what it is. We've tried to hatch it, but it didn't work. That's why it's been here all this time. Hua Tianlin said awkwardly. That's right. Everyone knew that the Hua family had a treasure, but who would have thought that it was actually an egg? After seeing the egg, Lin Fei was actually a little surprised. He had more or less underestimated his imagination. Who would have thought that the Hua family's treasure was actually an egg? When Lin Fei carefully examined the egg, his eyebrows jumped. He actually discovered a trace of life force within the egg. However, this trace of life force was very weak. Only someone like him could detect it. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Is this the Nirvana Huofeng Phoenix? Or is this the egg that Huofeng Phoenix gave birth before it died? Lin Fei had seen the 4 great sacred beasts before, but he had never encountered such a situation. And now, a Huofeng Phoenix's egg was placed right in front of him. Moreover, it was still alive. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. A Huofeng Phoenix's egg was more valuable than anything else. Moreover, this Huofeng Phoenix's egg actually had a trace of life. This was the most important thing. If Lin Fei hadn't come here, then this Huofeng Phoenix's egg would have been completely destroyed. This was because the trace of life was very weak. It could only be said that the Huofeng Phoenix's egg was constantly consuming its life force. Unfortunately, no one was able to hatch it. Once it hatched, it would be a sacred beast. Young Master Lin, if you don't like this treasure, you can ask for anything you want. Our Hua family will definitely do our best. Even if we have to go bankrupt, we will still get you. Hua Tianlin saw that Lin Fei wasn't saying anything, so he thought that the other party was angry. This Huofeng Phoenix's egg was indeed priceless. However, in the eyes of knowledgeable people, it was just a dead egg. It was completely impossible for it to hatch. If it could hatch, then the current Hua family wouldn't be like this. Lin Fei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say any more. I want this egg. Moreover, you don't need to worry about anything. Since it's the Hua family's treasure, then there's naturally a reason for it to stay. I don't mind." Lin Fei thought that the Huofeng Phoenix's egg only had a trace of life force. However, for Lin Fei, if he handled it properly, then it might really hatch into a phoenix. As a member of the four sacred beasts, although it was on the same level as the vermilion bird, it was even more amazing. Therefore Lin Fei was really looking forward to the birth of a phoenix. Even if it was a vermilion bird, it wouldn't matter much. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would encounter such a thing again. Young Master Lin, this egg is just a dead egg. Why don't you change your condition? Tianlin was worried that Lin Fei would get angry. After all, this dead egg was basically useless. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hua family had passed it down, Tianlin would have opened it to take a look. There's no need. I, Lin Fei, mean what I say. Since I want your Hua family's treasure, even if it's useless, I will still take it. You don't need to say anything else. Lin Fei said indifferently. He waved his hand and the Huofeng Phoenix's egg was instantly stored away. This is a storage ring. Tianlin's eyes widened as he looked at the disappearing Huofeng Phoenix's egg. His heart shook. He actually saw a storage ring. This was something that only cultivators could have. Hua family head has good eyesight. This is indeed a storage ring. Lin Fei said with a smile. Now that I've taken it, this matter is settled. As for the 18 layers of heavenly flame, you just need to cultivate well. I believe that with Hua family head and Miss Hua's talent, you will soon make a breakthrough. Tianlin was overwhelmed by the favor. He finally knew that Lin Fei was more mysterious than he had imagined. He even had a storage ring. This was something that only appeared in legends. Since Lin Fei had said so, Tianlin didn't dare to say anything else. He only felt that he had gotten a great bargain. As for the Huofeng Phoenix's egg, it was already given away. How could it be compared to the 18 layers of heavenly flame? This was something that could be passed down for hundreds of years. It was simply incomparable. Tianlin and Huofeng Phoenix personally sent Lin Fei out of the villa. If it wasn't for Lin Fei declining their request, they would have driven Lin Fei back. Phoenix, if you have nothing to do in the future, you can contact young Master Lin more. He's more powerful than you think. Tianlin watched Lin Fei leave and said to his daughter with a smile. This was an existence that was even more of a bachelor than a diamond bachelor. If their Hua family could have a relationship with Lin Fei, it would be of great help to their Hua family. It could even be said that they would reach the heavens in a single step. Dad, you're so annoying. Huofeng Phoenix's face turned red. Didn't you always advise me not to find a random person? Tianlin said with a smile. That depends on who it is. For example, Lin Fei isn't someone that just anyone can compare to. This is your fate. Cherish it. Shookhouse website. Chapter 4071. Huofeng Phoenix's egg. I actually brought such an egg back. On the way back, Lin Fei couldn't believe it. Although this wasn't something rare and he had seen things more precious than this was China, his hometown. Finding a Huofeng Phoenix's egg had a completely different meaning. More importantly, this Huofeng Phoenix's egg actually had a trace of life. As long as he arranged it properly, he could definitely hatch this Huofeng Phoenix's egg. Lin Fei didn't need Huofeng Phoenix to do anything. He was just satisfied with the previous thought. Raising a phoenix outside was something to be proud of. Back at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei took out the Huofeng Phoenix's egg and carefully observed it. With his powerful mental power, he could indeed see that the Huofeng Phoenix's egg was very different. It was covered with tiny runes. However, these runes had begun to collapse as time passed. At the same time, there was a trace of life leaking out. Although it was very weak and inconspicuous, it was still leaking out. Little guy, you should be glad that you met me. Otherwise, in a few years, you would have become a dead egg. Lin Fei looked at it for a while, then cut his finger and dripped 5 drops of blood. The moment the blood essence landed on the surface of the eggshell, it was completely absorbed. This egg also burst out a scorching aura rolling like a wave. In this wave, Lin Fei could even feel a trace of joy. Eat more if you like it. Digest it slowly. Anyway, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life. The 5 drops of blood were quickly digested. Originally, this egg didn't have any special aura. However, after absorbing the 5 drops of blood, it began to emit a scorching aura, causing the temperature of the entire room to rise by more than 10 degrees. It was like a furnace. Because Lin Fei's essence blood was the blood of an immortal, it contained a terrifying pure yang aura. When it landed on Huofeng Phoenix's egg, it was like a great tonic. If it had been any other creature, they would not have been able to withstand the vast and boundless pure yang aura and would have died on the spot. However, the Huofeng Phoenix was different. It belonged to the fire lineage, and the more pure the yang, the more it liked it. To Lin Fei, the 5 drops of blood essence weren't a loss at all. However, to the egg they could be said to have played a crucial role. There would be no loss of life aura for a very long time. Now that the egg was completely stabilized, it only needed a certain amount of time to hatch. Lin Fei casually put the Huofeng Phoenix's egg into his storage ring. As for the hatching of the Huofeng Phoenix, he wasn't anxious at all. With his powerful pure yang aura and constant nourishment, the hatching speed should be very fast. Now that I've discovered the Huofeng Phoenix's bloodline, although the bloodline is sealed layer by layer, as long as I cultivate the 18 heavenly flames, I will naturally be able to unlock it. I just don't know if the other bloodlines exist. If they do, it will be more interesting. Of course, to Lin Fei it was only interesting. After all, no matter how strong the 4 sacred beasts were, they were no match for him. In the next few days, Lin Fei originally thought that he could have a few more days of peace, but with the arrival of the Huofeng Phoenix, the situation became a little different. This rich lady was very enthusiastic and insisted on taking Lin Fei to play around. However, Lin Fei had already played around once, so he really didn't have much interest in Hangzhou City. After refusing several times, he finally gave up the idea of going with the Huofeng Phoenix. Even so, the Huofeng Phoenix still came every day claiming to be a good guide. The arrival of the Huofeng Phoenix made another person a little unhappy, and that was Su Xiaowan. After all, she used to be Lin Fei's guide. Now that she was inexplicably taken away by the Huofeng Phoenix, she would definitely be unhappy. The two of them often schemed against each other. However, in front of Lin Fei she was very enthusiastic. Regarding this situation, Lin Fei simply acted as if nothing had happened. They could do whatever they liked. Lin Fei could still see Huofeng Phoenix's thoughts. This situation did not last long because Chief Shui came. As the branch chief of the Yan Huang battle team in Hangzhou City, he naturally knew every move of Lin Fei. Fortunately, Chief Shui did not arrange for people to watch him day and night. "Young Master Lin, did I disturb you by coming here?" Chief Shui came to visit the Four Seasons Hotel. After seeing the Huofeng Phoenix and Su Xiaowan, he regretted coming too early. Whether it was Huofeng Phoenix or Su Xiaowan, he knew them, especially the former. Chief Shui also admired Lin Fei's ability. In Hangzhou City, everyone knew that the Huofeng Phoenix was a rich lady with a bad temper. Anyone who wanted to pursue Huofeng Phoenix was beaten badly, so in the end, nothing happened. Now looking at the situation of the Huofeng Phoenix, if he did not see it with his own eyes, Chief Shui would not believe it. This was completely different from the Huofeng Phoenix in his impression. It was like they were two different people. He could not help but admire Lin Fei's methods. "Chief Shui, you must be joking. I can't be happier that you're here. How could you say that I'm disturbing you?" Lin Fei was indeed quite happy, because Chief Shui's arrival meant that the dark ruins were going to be opened. After looking at each other, Huofeng Phoenix and Su Xiaowan tactfully left. The former knew Chief Shui's ability, while the latter had seen Chief Shui's ability. Naturally, she knew that Chief Shui was here to discuss something important. Seeing that Lin Fei was not angry, Chief Shui was relieved. Chief Shui did not like to be a third wheel. "Young Master Lin, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble when we go to collect the Moon Spirit Stones this time." After the two of them left, Chief Shui spoke. He looked troubled and helpless. Could it be that some big force is planning to participate in it? Lin Fei had not gone out for the past few days, so he was not very clear about the movements in Hangzhou City. However, he knew that since Chief Shui had said so, something must have happened. Chief Shui smiled bitterly and said, "If it's just the Moon Spirit Stones, there won't be a problem. However, because the place where the Moon Spirit Stones appear is a little different from what we imagined, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to snatch the Moon Spirit Stones this time. After all, the Moon Spirit Stones are located in the Dark Ruins." At the mention of the Dark Ruins, Lin Fei knew why Chief Shui was having a headache. Even an expert like Xin Tianquan, who was close to the Xiantian realm, was afraid of the Dark Ruins, let alone someone like Chief Shui. After all, Chief Shui was not as strong as Xin Tianquan. It's actually the Dark Ruins? What a coincidence. Lin Fei pretended to be shocked. Chapter 4072. In fact, Lin Fei had already guessed it, and he wasn't far from the truth. Now that he heard Chief Shui's words, he could tell that the Yin ruins weren't ordinary. Not only could it produce Moon Spirit Stones, but it could also produce other things. At the very least, Xin Tianquan had obtained a lot of good things from it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come to the Hua family to fight for an opportunity to advance. This was also the reason why Chief Shui came over personally. Shui Tianli was also frustrated and helpless. The Yin ruins were exposed by coincidence, and it was too late to block the news when they reacted. The news spread immediately and there was no way to control it. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't know this secret, but it was completely different in the martial arts circle, and it caused a huge commotion. After Chief Shui revealed this matter, he was actually observing Lin Fei. If the other party was dissatisfied, he would find an opportunity to explain. No matter what, he had to get Lin Fei to go to the Yin ruins with him. It wouldn't matter if it was an ordinary person, but Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. He was full of secrets, and until now Chief Shui still hadn't seen Lin Fei. He only felt that in front of Lin Fei, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat him with his strength. As the saying went, it was better to have a friend than an enemy. Chief Shui would rather choose to be friends with Lin Fei than enemies. Perhaps it would be a terrible nightmare. As a martial artist, he had a sixth sense. Anyway, if he went against Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. It sounded a little ridiculous, but Chief Shui really took it seriously. Chief Shui, you came all the way here. Could it be that you're afraid of someone? Or is it that the Yin Huang battle team can't control the news once it gets out? Lin Fei joked. Lin Fei didn't think that Chief Shui was here to talk nonsense. If that was the case, there was no need for Chief Shui to sit in this position. Director Shui breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't see any signs of anger from Lin Fei. Young Master Lin is young Master Lin. I've just talked to the Grandmasters and decided to personally guard the vicinity of the Yin ruins. I won't let anyone come into contact with them. When the time comes, I'll block as many as I can. I hope young Master Lin can lend us a hand. I thank you on behalf of the Yin Huang battle team. This was the purpose of Director Shui's visit today, which was to invite Lin Fei back to oversee the operation. I believe that once the news of the Dark Ruins spreads, those hidden powers will begin to stir. I'm afraid that just my Yin Huang battle team alone won't be able to guard the entrance. We need to ask the other Grandmasters to act together. I won't let young Master Lin help for nothing. As long as we can stop most of them, then our Yin Huang battle team will give young Master Lin a place to enter the Dark Ruins. It was just the Yin ruins. Lin Fei really did not care much about it. He was only interested in the Yin Void Land, especially the Moon Spirit Stone. One place is not enough. At least 3 places. Lin Fei smiled and said, because I'm different from others. Of course, Director Shui can choose not to believe my words. Anyway, it's that simple. 3 places and they're permanent. No matter who the place is given to, they can enter the Yin ruins. The Yin ruins had been discovered outside of Hangzhou. No matter what happened in the future, this place would be controlled by the Yin Huang battle team sooner or later. Therefore, any spot was extremely precious. No matter how bad the Yin ruins was, it was almost like a paradise. Not everyone had the luck to be able to cultivate in it. I like straightforward people like young Master Lin. 3 places is not a problem. Director Shui agreed immediately. 3 places was still acceptable. After all, Lin Fei was different and could not be looked at in the same way. Director Shui was quite confident. When do we leave? If young Master Lin has nothing else to do, it's best to leave now because the masters are already there. No problem. Actually, I also want to see what this Dark Ruin land looks like. It doesn't seem to be much inferior to the Blessed Enclave land. It would be a pity if I don't go there. Director Shui was afraid that Lin Fei would not go. As long as he went, things would be easier. After all, one of the 3 big families in the south, the Shin family, had suffered a big loss in the hands of Lin Fei. This time, with Lin Fei overseeing things, he believed that the results would be very good. Director Shui had called Tai Zhan from the Yin Huang battle team in private, trying to get some information. Although he did not get any useful information in the end, he could tell that Tai Zhan respected Lin Fei very much. Moreover, this kind of respect was completely different from ordinary respect. It was a very subtle feeling. Director Shui could hear it. Coming out of the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei sat in Director Shui's off-road vehicle. This was a modified off-road vehicle with very high horsepower. After driving out of the city for an hour, they arrived at a country road. This country road was very bad. There was mud all along the way. If Director Shui had not driven an off-road vehicle here, he might have been stuck in the mud. Lin Fei did not change much. He sat in the passenger seat and was as still as a mountain. After driving for 2 hours, Lin Fei saw many off-road vehicles parked in front of him. They should be here. After seeing these off-road vehicles, Director Shui breathed a sigh of relief. The importance of the Yin ruins was self-evident. They could not let others get there before them. Lin Fei got out of the car and followed Director Shui all the way to the hillside. After arriving at the hillside, Lin Fei saw a sinkhole. This was a sinkhole surrounded by clouds and mist. Fortunately, this sinkhole was not very big. It was only a few hundred square meters. It was indeed incomparable to those famous sinkholes. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the sinkhole. Outsiders might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Fei could see the bottom. At the bottom of the sinkhole, there was a black vortex that was constantly rotating, and a door was faintly discernible. In the black vortex, there was a trace of spiritual qi leaking out as it rotated. Although it was very subtle, it was indeed spiritual qi, and it was denser than the spiritual qi wandering between heaven and earth. Just this trace of spiritual qi was equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of traces of spiritual qi outside. The two were on a completely different level. This is the entrance to the Yin ruins, but the Yin ruins hasn't opened yet. Let's go down first. Since discovering the Yin ruins, Director Shui was more anxious than anyone else. What do? This is the place that our Yen Huang team has sealed. If you dare to take another step forward, I will open the door and arrest you. Director Shui stopped and looked not far away. Shukju website. Chapter 4073. Unbeknownst to them, a group of people had arrived. The Yen Huang battle team was on their guard, which naturally attracted Director Shui's attention. Since when did the Yin ruins become your Yen Huang battle team's territory? We can come whenever we want, isn't that enough? A middle-aged man in the group had an arrogant look on his face as he barged in with his men. I heard that the Yin ruins are ownerless. If your Yen Huang battle team can enter, so can our martial gate. When the Yen Huang battle team members heard about the martial gate, their expressions changed. After all, the martial gate's strength was not inferior to the Yen Huang battle team. It was just that they did not have the authority to supervise them. I'll warn you again. If anyone dares to cross this line, don't blame the Yen Huang battle team for taking you down on the spot. You want to take us down with just you guys? Why don't you see how big your fists are? The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Obviously, he did not take the Yen Huang battle team seriously. The martial gate is getting more and more overbearing. Director Shui's face darkened. Although the Yen Huang battle team and the martial gate seemed to be on good terms, they were actually very competitive. Especially with the martial gate's special nature, they could not be treated as an ordinary force. Young Master Lin, we've let you see a joke. The martial gate is different from ordinary forces. Our Yen Huang battle team is also suffering in silence. Lin Fei could naturally see that the martial gate was doing this on purpose. They were just testing the Yen Huang battle team's bottom line. Lin Fei smiled and did not say much because this had nothing to do with him. Let's go down. They will take care of the matters above. With just these people, they will not be able to break through the Yen Huang battle team's blockade. They walked all the way down. They could clearly see the formation of the whirlpool and the traces of spiritual qi. Not long after, Director Shui and Lin Fei arrived at the bottom of the whirlpool. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the bottom of the whirlpool. Most of them were grandmasters that Lin Fei had seen before. The weakest among them was a transcendent grandmaster. Other than them, there was no one else. These master stage experts were all above 40 years old. They were not surprised to see Lin Fei. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a mysterious expert from Donghai. His strength was strange and unpredictable. No one knew exactly what realm he was at. After seeing Lin Fei, they all smiled and greeted him. Nowadays, youth was capital. For someone as young as Lin Fei, he might break through to the divine level one day. Moreover, they could tell that Chief Shui valued Lin Fei very much. To be able to invite them at this time, they were definitely here for the Yin ruins. I invited you all here because I believe you all know that Yin Su land will open in a few days. After that, moon spirit stones will appear. If it's just an internal conflict, there won't be a problem. However, I've received news that there will be forces from the outside breaking into Yin Su land to snatch the moon spirit stones and treasures of the world. Therefore, this time we need to work together. Chief Shui was very good with words. In just a few words, he had explained the situation briefly. Moreover, his tone was very serious. It was obvious that he was very worried about this matter. Chief Shui, don't worry. With us here, even if those people come, they will have to ask us first. Yes, we grandmasters are not nobodies. If they want to break in, they will have to show their true strength. In fact, these grandmaster experts valued the dark ruins more than anyone else. As long as they could withstand the attacks of those people, they would naturally obtain unimaginable rewards, especially those permanent spots. This was a paradise. Cultivating in there for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 10 years. For the next generation, there was no better place to cultivate than this. Therefore, no matter what, they would do their best to guard this place. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down and looked at the whirlpool in front of him. This whirlpool didn't seem to have much movement, but there were different changes inside. If anyone rushed in recklessly, they would suffer a lot. Whoosh. A ray of light flew out of the whirlpool. After the ray of light came out, it flew out. Look, something is coming out of the whirlpool. Hurry up and take it down. Don't let it escape. The eyes of the Grandmasters lit up and they hurriedly reached out to grab it. Not only was this ray of light extremely fast, but it could also dodge. It actually avoided the Grandmasters' attempts to grab it. This made the Grandmasters even more embarrassed, but their hearts were itching even more. Everyone knew that anything that could come out of this place had to be a treasure from the Yin ruins. It must be a 100% good thing. Young Master Lin, if you don't take action, this should be a treasure from the Yin ruins. Chief Shui was a little excited as he spoke. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. There are so many people trying to snatch it. It's so boring for me to take action. Chief Shui choked and couldn't say anything for a moment. Good stuff. This thing belongs to our Shin family. A figure suddenly pounced out in front of them. A few black shadows hit the ray of light and were sent flying. After a few rounds, they instantly grabbed the item. Seems like my luck is not bad. It's actually a moon spirit stone. After the figure landed, a person who looked like a rich young master stood there casually. The expressions of the Grandmaster experts changed again, because they recognized the person who had come. Shin Tianjun. This moon spirit stone came from the Yin ruins. When will it be in your Shin family's hands? A Grandmaster was very angry. After all, he was the closest to the treasure just now, but he was blocked by the attack. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry. My Shin family wants it. Do you still want to say anything? Or do you think that you are more powerful than me? Then let me see how powerful you are. The nobleman pounced on him and struck out with a set of fist techniques. It was ferocious and valiant, forcing the Grandmaster expert to retreat repeatedly. After a feint, the Grandmaster expert was sent flying. With your strength, you dare to come here? I'm afraid that you won't even know how you died when you go to the Yin ruins. Shin Tianjuan's first move was absolutely powerful. He defeated a Grandmaster, which made all the Grandmasters present take a deep breath. Obviously, they had underestimated Shin Tianjuan's strength. There should be no objections, right? Then this moon spirit stone belongs to me. Shin Tianjun held a crystal-clear jade stone in his hand, but there was a trace of essence flowing in the jade stone. It was very eye-catching. If it wasn't the moon spirit stone, what else could it be? Young Master Shin, this is the area that the Yen Huang battle team has sealed. Anything that comes out of the Yin ruins has to be approved by us. Did you ask for my permission? Chief Shui walked over coldly. Chief Shui, I don't agree with what you said. Someone was coming from afar. Bookseller website. Chapter 4074. P.S. Thank you City Lord Nan for the tip. Thank you for your support. Chief Shui's words were interrupted. Something was not right. Three figures appeared not far away from them. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man. His face was pale and sickly as if he did not have long to live. His eyes shone brightly. One look and anyone could tell that he was not an easy person to get along with. The people on his left and right were also arrogant and condescending. When the three of them appeared, the Grandmaster's expressions changed. Fear could be seen in between their brows. It was obvious that they knew these people. Chief Shui's expression darkened. How dare you come here? The man smiled. Why can't I? The Yin ruins finally appeared in Hangzhou City. Why can't the Shin family come? I would like to hear Chief Shui's opinion. Chief Shui did not dare to underestimate the person in front of him. The Shin family was one of the three major families in the south. They had been in Hangzhou City longer than the Yen Huang battle team. The Yen Huang battle team had been schemed against by the Shin family when they were in Hangzhou City. However, they did not have any evidence. Chief Shui could ignore the others, but Shin Tianhong was different. He had his eyes on the Yin ruins. Chief Shui had arranged for people to keep an eye on the Yin ruins. However, he still underestimated the Shin family. The Yen Huang battle team has taken over the Yin ruins. You will have to wait if you want to go in. After all, no one can guarantee the safety of the Yin ruins. Is this explanation satisfactory? Chief Shui asked. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was Shin Tianhong. He laughed. Not enough. How can we let the Yen Huang battle team do such a dangerous thing? The Shin family is willing to contribute. He took a step forward. Chief Shui, what do you think? He released his aura. A terrifying pressure came crashing down like an avalanche. A few transcendent grandmasters who were not as powerful as Qin Fan started to back away. Only a few of them could withstand it. Obviously it was not easy. Chief Shui was the first to bear the brunt. He was enveloped by the pressure and his eyes were filled with shock. His own aura was also released. Boom boom boom. The pressure collided. A huge gust of wind was set off, sand and stones were sent flying. Chief Shui was forced to take 3 steps back. His face was dark and gloomy. "You've broken through again," Chief Shui said as he stared at the man. "If I don't break through to the god level, this little improvement is nothing. I'm just lucky that my mental cultivation method had a breakthrough. I don't know if I'm qualified now." Director Shui's face was filled with bitterness. The other party actually had a small breakthrough. Their strengths were about the same, but Shen Tianhong had taken the first step, putting Director Shui at a disadvantage. Lin Fei, who had been sitting, did not come over. They are much stronger than the Shen family. Shen Tianquan is only at the peak of the Hotian realm. He is not at the peak of the Hotian realm. Lin Fei immediately saw through the other party's background. The Shen family's influence in Hangzhou was immense. One could tell just by looking at the situation of the Yanhuang battle team. It will be interesting once the Dark Ruin Land opens. Perhaps Director Shui will have to swallow his anger. Just as Lin Fei had expected, Chief Shui had compromised with the other party. Chief Shui came back with a black face. "I've embarrassed myself in front of young Master Lin." Chief Shui walked back. "Once the Dark Ruin Land opens, there will be more trouble than I thought." "Chief Shui can't do anything to them?" Chief Shui smiled bitterly. "We can't because the Shen family is one of the 3 big families in the south. The Yanhuang battle team has to give them some face. So they are from the 3 big families in the south." Lin Fei did not care about this kind of thing usually. Lin Fei really did not know who the 3 big families in the south were. No wonder that guy is so strong. Lin Fei had thought that he came from that family. It was really rare to see someone who could reach this level. Chief Shui smiled bitterly. "The Yanhuang battle team originally wanted to guard the Dark Ruin Land, but I'm afraid it will be difficult now. If there are no accidents, the people from the martial sect will also come." As the martial sect was second only to the Yanhuang battle team, it was very normal for them to appear here. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. They really came down. Chief Shui looked down the road and smiled bitterly again. "It's the president of the martial sect's branch, Wulong." Lin Fei looked over and saw a tall, burly, bald and muscular man. As he breathed, the sound of rushing thunder could be heard faintly. "Another expert. If anything happens, we will really have to trouble young Master Lin." Chief Shui instinctively believed in Lin Fei. In Lin Fei's eyes, Chief Shui saw a calm expression that was a kind of calm. Obviously he did not take them seriously. "As long as they behave and don't do anything stupid, I won't touch them. But if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me." Lin Fei smiled. Chief Shui had really been waiting for this sentence. Wulong and Shen Tianhong stood together. "Brother Shen, you are still the best. You made old Shui retreat in a few moves." Wulong's voice was as loud as a mountain. "It's just so I can't compare to you. I heard that Brother Wu's strength has increased again, and breaking through to the immortal realm is just around the corner." Shen Tianhong also knew how to talk. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Everything could be seen in their eyes. "Dad, we must take down the Yin ruins." After Shen Tianhong and Wulong exchanged greetings, they went their separate ways. The Moon Spirit Stones are indeed good stuff. Shen Tianjun played with the Moon Spirit Stones in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. "If I can get a few dozen more, my strength will definitely increase." Although he did not absorb the essence of the Moon Spirit Stones, Shen Tianjun could feel that they were extraordinary. As long as he had enough Moon Spirit Stones, cultivation was no different from drinking water. Don't even think about taking over the Yin ruins. It's impossible for the Yanhuang battle team. If not for the internal and external troubles, old Shui might not have let us in. Shen Tianhong had a far-sighted view. Although he coveted the Yin ruins, he knew that with the Shen family's current strength, it was impossible to take it down. This required extreme strength. Currently the Shen family did not have this strength. "I'm not satisfied." Power surged from Shen Tianjuan's feet, and the ground exploded, sending dust flying. "When the Yin ruins open, we must get enough Moon Spirit Stones," Shen Tianhong said. "As long as you get enough Moon Spirit Stones, you will have the chance to break through to the immortal realm. At that time, among the 3 families, the Shen family will be the number 1 and we will rule the south." As he spoke, Shen Tianhong's tone was filled with excitement. "I will definitely be the fastest to break through to the immortal realm." Shen Tianjun took a deep breath. "No one can stop me." A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the whirlpool at the bottom of the crater, more and more people gathered. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4075. The arrival of the martial sect and the Shen family undoubtedly made the Grandmasters present feel pressured. After all, be it the martial sect or the Shin family, they were not to be trifled with. Even the Yin Huang battle team had to compromise and give them some face. The most relaxed person in the scene was Lin Fei. In this battle, the one who was the most relaxed was none other than Lin Fei. He was not interested in the martial gate, nor was he interested in the Qin clan. It did not matter if they were the three great clans or others, as long as they did not provoke him, then everything would be fine. Nothing much happened during the night. There were no more moon spirit stones in the black whirlpool, which made many grandmasters feel disappointed. The first moon spirit stone landed in Shin Tianjuan's hands, and no one had the confidence to snatch it. Hence they could only wait for the second moon spirit stone. However, no one knew when the second moon spirit stone would appear, so they could only wait. Around the whirlpool, the Yin Huang battle team had already set up temporary tents. Lin Fei slept alone in a tent. He slept more peacefully than anyone else. In this big world, sleeping was the most important thing and no one could stop it. This dark ruins is indeed extraordinary. Even the slightest leakage of spiritual qi is enough to make cultivators jealous. When he woke up, Lin Fei felt refreshed. Beside the whirlpool, the grandmasters each occupied a space and closed their eyes to cultivate. It could also be seen from where these grandmaster experts were sitting. Among them, the most tyrannical was the Shen family. That Shin Tianjun sat at the place closest to the whirlpool, followed by the martial gate and the Yin Huang battle team, and then mainly these grandmaster experts. It looked like a ladder. As for the spiritual qi that leaked out, Lin Fei did not care much about it. Although he could absorb the spiritual qi with a breath, it was of no use to his immortal body. When the dark ruins open, it should be very interesting. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What he was most curious about the dark ruins now was whether it was a mystic realm or not, and whether there were sects inside. This was the greatest significance. Young Master Lin, this is a rare opportunity. Don't you want to cultivate properly? I think they've been cultivating for the whole night. Director Shui walked over and smiled at Lin Fei. Lin Fei shook his head. It's such a small place and there isn't much spirit qi leaking out. It's useless for a group of people to cultivate here. I'd better not join in the fun. You are the most open-minded. Director Shui was impressed by Lin Fei. In the face of this spiritual energy, even he was restless. Ordinary people like Lin Fei simply could not sit still. If the spiritual energy at the bottom of the sinkhole was 10, then the spiritual energy outside was only about 1 or 2. There was no comparison at all. To a martial artist, this was no different from a great tonic. How could Director Shui know that Lin Fei had stayed in another world before? The heaven and earth spiritual energy there was much denser than here. There was no comparison at all. If Lin Fei really went all out, the grandmasters present would not even be able to get a trace of spirit qi for cultivation. It was just that Lin Fei was too lazy to do so. It was no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Director Shui, are there any living people in the Yin ruins? Or is the Yin ruins just a deserted place? Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei did not know much about the Yin ruins, so he was rather interested in the situation inside. He was simply interested in one thing. Director Shui frowned and said with a bitter smile, if it was something else, I could guarantee it. However, I can't guarantee that there are no living people in a place like the Yin ruins. In theory, there shouldn't be many people in the Yin ruins. However, I can't guarantee this. Hence, the headquarters of the Yin Huang battle team will send people over to participate in the whole process. Lin Fei was a little disappointed that he did not get an answer from Director Shui. Lin Fei was not interested in the people from the headquarters of the Yin Huang battle team. In the afternoon, the bottom of the crater was bustling again. This was because another group of people had arrived. After this group of people appeared, Director Shui was the most troubled one. This was because it was the Shin family, one of the 3 major families, led by Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi. It would be strange if they did not come to such an important place like the Yin ruins. When Lin Fei saw Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi, he smiled. He thought that the 2 of them had already left. He did not expect them to still be thinking about the Yin ruins. Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi did not intend to miss the Yin ruins. Although they knew that Lin Fei was here, they still mustered up the courage to come. This was because they knew that missing the Yin ruins would be a huge loss to the 3 major families. Everyone could choose not to go to the Yin ruins, but only the 3 major families could not go. When Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi saw Lin Fei, they were still a little afraid. This was the person who had caused the Shin clan to suffer losses time and time again. However, they did not dare to show any anger on their faces. They did not even have murderous intent. In that case, they could only pretend to be obedient. The only thing that made them feel better was that Lin Fei did not say anything to them. It was as if he treated them like ordinary people. That was why they breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei really said anything, the Shen family would really lose face. They could not possibly fight with Lin Fei. They would not dare to do so even if they had 100 guts. They did not have the confidence to win. This was a suspected god-tier existence. Even 7 or 8 grandmasters would not be a match for him. If he did not pretend to be obedient, how could he be a big shot? Unless he was out of his mind. Isn't this Shen Wudi? What brings you here? I heard that you tried to be brave in the East Sea and got slapped in the face. What do you think? When are you going to take revenge? Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi had just arrived. Before they even planned to do anything, Shen Tianjun spoke in a strange tone, pointing directly at Shen Wudi. Shen Wudi's face turned green and white. This matter had caused an uproar in the East Sea. Naturally, many people in the martial arts circle knew about it, especially since the Shen family and Shen family had always been enemies. Shen Wudi and Shen Tianjun were the leaders of the younger generation. The two of them often fought with each other. Once they met, it was either one of them suppressing the other or the other suppressing the other. It was not a rare thing in the circle to go back and forth. Therefore, Shen Tianjun and Shen Wudi rarely met each other. Once they did, all sorts of things would happen. Whether I take revenge or not has nothing to do with you. Shen Wudi glanced at Lin Fei from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that there was not much change in Lin Fei's expression, he heaved a sigh of relief. He really did not dare to say anything, especially since the person in question was sitting right beside him. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Shen Tianjun, continue to cause trouble. Sooner or later you will suffer. Shookhouse website. Chapter 4076. Shen Tianjun was purposely provoking Shen Wudi. As the prodigies of one of the top 3 families in the south, the two of them had been fighting each other for a long time. Both of them wanted to be the top prodigy in the south. This title was quite tempting. In Shen Tianjun's eyes, this was an opportunity to trample on Shen Wudi. After all, Shen Wudi had suffered such a huge loss in East Sea. The news spread quickly in the martial arts circle. In fact, Shen Tianjun had a hand in it. He loved things that could embarrass Invincible God the most. If he could publicize it, he would publicize it. At the very least, he wanted everyone to know about it. Young Master Shen, that won't do. You're one of the geniuses from the south. Don't you find it embarrassing that you lost to that guy from the East Sea? Not only are you embarrassed, but all of us geniuses are embarrassed as well. If I were you, I'd just kill myself. Shen Tianjun had no intention of letting Shen Wudi off just like that. He had to trample on him. When was the time to step on someone? It was definitely now. This time he was standing on the side of righteousness. As long as Invincible God dared to spout nonsense, he would just need to spread the news and he would be able to destroy Invincible God's reputation completely. Shen Wudi could also tell that Shen Tianjun was indeed a bad person. Actually, many people were guessing why he did not dare to take revenge on that guy from East Sea. In fact, he did not dare to. After suffering such a huge loss twice, he would not dare to do it again. But Shen Wudi did not dare to say it out loud. If he did, he would become a joke. Young Master Shen, it seems like you're itching to talk again because we haven't fought for a long time. Shen Wudi did not dare to mention Lin Fei's name now. He was just watching from afar. Since he could not say anything bad about Lin Fei, he could only fight with Shen Tianjun. Although he was not confident, he still had to fight. Otherwise, he could not let Shen Tianjun continue to talk all the way. Shen Tianquan, who was standing at the side, also looked gloomy. Brother Shen, my son is very rude. Don't mind him. After all, we are one of the top 3 families in the south. If your Shen family loses face, our Shen family loses face too. You should understand. Shen Tianhong also smiled and did not stop his son from continuing. If they did not take advantage of such a good opportunity, they would not be the Shen family. If the Shen family needs any help, the Shen family is very willing to support. After all, the guy in the East Sea is really arrogant and insolent. When the Shen family expands our territory to the East Sea, we will have a good chat with him sooner or later, Shen Tianhong added. Are these two families enemies? Lin Fei asked Director Shui with a smile. Chief Shui nodded. The two families have been fighting for a long time. Both of them want to become the #1 family in the south. The most competitive ones are the Shen family and the Shen family. The other family is too far behind. Interesting, very interesting. Lin Fei smiled. It seems that the 3 big families in the south aren't that united. Chief Shui nodded. If they work together, then the Southern Yan Huang battle team won't stand a chance. Of course, Chief Shui hoped that they would not work together. After all, if they really worked together and stood in a ditch, then the Yan Huang battle team would be the one who would be embarrassed. One martial gate was not easy to deal with. If another two families worked together, then it would be one disaster after another. Don't worry, they won't fight. They won't fight. Chief Shui was a little hesitant. After all, he really did not want the Shin family and Shin family to fight here. In the end, the Yin Huang battle team would be the one to end it. This was something that Chief Shui was very clear about. Everything was as he had said. They did not fight. The two of them casually found a place to sit down. However, their eyes drifted to the place where Lin Fei was sitting. Just do your own thing and pretend that I don't exist. After all, you did not offend me here. Why would I do anything to you? I don't like bullying the weak. Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi did not intend to fight here. Moreover, they knew that the Shin family had a good relationship with the martial gate. If they really fought, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Just as they were thinking about how to greet Lin Fei, Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi heard a mosquito-like voice in their ears. The two of them were secretly shocked. This was telepathy. It was a high-level martial art. Even as a grandmaster they could not use it. It required a lot of power, and it was said that only those in the immortal realm could use it. Hearing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They really did not know how to face Lin Fei. The suspicion that he was an immortal realm expert had not dissipated in their hearts. With the telepathy technique, it had deepened. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not intend to make things difficult for them. If it was not for the importance of the Dark Ruins, they would not have come. After all, every Dark Ruins represented a treasure trove. Whoever entered and obtained treasures would be of great help to the family. The three major families of the south had more or less benefited from the Dark Ruins. That was why they could surpass other forces and become the three major families of the south. This time they could enter the Dark Ruins because of the influence of the families of the south. Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi nodded slightly at Lin Fei. They understood Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei did not intend to make things difficult for them. After all, it was meaningless to bully the weak. That night it was very quiet again. Nobody came to see him. On the third day after Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the Dark Ruins, the people from the three great families from the south arrived. However, when they saw this person they were stunned. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. Director Shui, is the third family of the three major families surnamed Bing? It was true that Lin Fei did not try to understand the three major families of the south. In fact, he had never asked about them. To him, everything was natural and he did not need to be concerned. Even if the three major families of the south joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Therefore he did not need to be concerned. Director Shui did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not even know the Bing family, one of the three major families of the south. This was too, Director Shui naturally would not say this out loud. Young Master Lin, do you know anyone from the Bing family? Or do you know Bing Qingya? I heard that she is known as the most beautiful woman in the East Sea or even in the South. She has a long line of suitors. Unfortunately, no one has caught the eye of this icy beauty. Young Master Lin, you are favored by the heavens. Why don't you give it a try? Director Shui joked. Chapter 4077. Lin Fei did see someone he knew. Seeing this person again, he could tell that there was something different about him. But he had to admit that this person had great potential. In a short time he had already reached the acquired realm, which meant that he was only one step away from the innate realm. Maybe he would break through in 3 months, maybe in half a year. He was already on the verge of breaking through. Chief Shui, don't joke around. Even a genius can't catch up to her. I'm even less interested in her. Lin Fei shook his head. Other than being interested in cultivation treasures, I don't really care about anything else. Even the most beautiful woman in the south is the same. She's just a skeleton after all. Director Shui heard it very clearly, and he could tell that Lin Fei was telling the truth. Not everyone could have such determination. At the very least, when Director Shui was at Lin Fei's age, he was definitely not as determined in his goals. The person Lin Fei was talking about was Bing Qingya. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Bing Qingya was still as cold as ice, like a 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Ordinary people couldn't get close to her. And this deterrence seemed to have become more outstanding as her strength increased. A group of people walked down the stairs. Bing Qingya walked at the front, creating a gap between her and the people behind her. Outsiders might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. This was the influence of an invisible pressure. When Bing Qingya walked over, Shin Tianquan and his son also noticed her, especially Shin Wudi. After all, he used to treat Bing Qingya as his exclusive property. He didn't allow anyone to come into contact with her. But because of Lin Fei he had suffered a loss. Now that he saw Bing Qingya again, his heart skipped a beat. He felt uneasy but he didn't feel anything. That God was waiting for him here. He forced an ugly smile at Bing Qingya. Isn't this Bing Qingya from the Bing clan? I haven't seen you for a while. You're getting prettier. Shen Tianhong spoke first before Shen Wudi could. As one of the three great families in the south, they naturally knew about the Bing family's rising power, especially this Bing Qingya. In this generation of the Bing family, she could be considered a true heaven's pride, suppressing the other heaven's pride of the Bing family. Naturally, Shen Tianhong also had his own thoughts. He wanted Bing Qingya and his son Shen Tianjun to be together. If they could get married, that would be even better. At that time, their Shen family's influence would reach a peak. Shen Tianjuan's eyes also lit up. He admired Bing Qingya, and he also knew that Shen Wudi had pursued her before. However, for some unknown reason, Shen Wudi seemed to have retreated. At first, Shen Tianjun did not really believe the rumors. However, after seeing Invincible God's actions, he felt that the rumors were true. Since you don't want Bing Qingya anymore, then this Bing Qingya belongs to me. A thought flashed through Shen Tianjuan's mind, and then he quickly became determined. Because of Bing Qingya's frosty aura, Shen Tianjuan's desire to conquer her was aroused. This was much more interesting than defeating Invincible God. Uncle Shen must be joking. I'm not that beautiful. Bing Qingya replied calmly, but her eyes were always on Lin Fei, who was not far away. Ever since they parted, Bing Qingya went back to cultivate in seclusion, and finally solved her problem. Coincidentally, the Yin ruins was about to open, so she took the initiative to bring her clansmen over. However, she did not expect that man to be here. His originally calm emotions also began to change, becoming very complicated. This was a man that she could not see through, and he was full of mystery. Qingya, your Bing family is here. You came at the right time. The Yin ruins is about to open. Let's go in together. After all, we are one of the three big families in the south and we must help each other. Shen Tianjun put on a charming smile. Moreover, I know quite a lot about the Yin ruins. Qingya, what do you think? Shen Tianjun had just suppressed Invincible God, so he naturally had to perform well in front of Bing Qingya. He wanted to let Bing Qingya know that Invincible God was not worthy of her, and that was because he was not good enough. But he, Shen Tianjun, was different. Only he, Shen Tianjun, was worthy of someone like Bing Qingya. Young Master Shen, what do you think? Don't you think so? Shen Tianjun had not fought with Invincible God before, but he was confident that he could defeat him. After all, recently, Invincible God's reputation was not good. He did not believe that Invincible God would dare to continue fighting with him. There was no way he could take advantage of him. It was not only the Shen family but also the Martial Gate. The Shen family had a good relationship with the Martial Gate. Shen Tianjun believed that the Martial Gate would be very interested in working together to make the Shen family suffer. If they could make the Shen family head and Invincible God fall in the Yin ruins, that would be the best thing. Although Shen Tianjun looked very sunny, he was very good at scheming. In just a few thoughts, he had already schemed against Invincible God. After Shen Tianjun said this, the Bing family behind Bing Qingya looked a little tempted. Although the three big families in the south were the most influential, the Shen family and the Shen family were still the most influential. The Bing family had started too late. If they could work together in the Yin ruins this time, the benefits would be better than working alone. It had to be known that every dark ruin ground was ultimately controlled by the Yanhuang battle team. It was also a stroke of luck that they were able to enter this place. As to how they could obtain more moon spirit stones in the dark ruin grounds, they had to plan carefully. Young Master Shen, are you planning to be a bootlicker? Miss Bing doesn't know you at all, but she keeps talking about Qingya. You're quite thick-skinned to say that you want to work together. Who doesn't know that you like to scheme against others? Miss Bing, you have to be careful. It won't be good if you get schemed against, Invincible God said seriously. With that said, Shen Tianjun was a little dumbfounded. Instantly, he revealed a vicious look and glared at Shen Wudi. You're spouting nonsense. I'm just doing this out of goodwill. Although Bing Qingya was leading the team this time and was very confident in her own abilities, she still felt a certain amount of pressure when facing Invincible God and Shen Tianjun. But Invincible God's words surprised Bing Qingya. They hadn't even started fighting, but there seemed to be some friction between them. It was a little different from what Bing Qingya had imagined. Everyone knew that Invincible God was also a petty person. At this time he would actually stand on their side and speak. Could it be because of him? Bing Qingya's gaze once again fell on Lin Fei. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4078. You know best whether or not I'm talking nonsense. Invincible God laughed. If you don't like it, then come and hit me. Anyway, I just want to say that you're unreliable. Even your entire Shen family is unreliable. Miss Bing, if you go down with them, you won't be able to gain anything. It's more likely that they'll use you as cannon fodder. Normally, Invincible God would not jump out and oppose Shin Tianjun, as there was no benefit to it. This was a skill that every family disciple had to master. But today was different because Lin Fei was here. The Shin family had suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Fei. Invincible God believed that Bing Qingya and Lin Fei were definitely related. As for what their relationship was, that was not something he could know. Invincible God knew one thing. If he could stand out today, he might be able to leave a good impression on Lin Fei. To be honest, Invincible God could not afford to offend someone who was suspected of being a god. Most importantly, he had already offended him twice in a row. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? If he offended him again, Invincible God did not even need to think to know what would happen to him. He might not even see the sun tomorrow. Now that he had such a good opportunity, Invincible God had to put on a good show. Hence, Invincible God jumped out and scolded Shin Tianjun. Shin Tianjun was not a good person anyway, and they were all in the same boat. He knew this the best. Seeing that Shin Tianjun was about to explode, Invincible God felt very comfortable. It's not that easy for you to get close to Bing Qingya. I'm going to ruin it for you today. Shin Tianjun also felt that there was something wrong with Invincible God today. According to the situation, there was no way he would jump out and argue with him. This was like throwing a fly into a bowl of noodles. It was disgusting. This guy is doing this on purpose. He wants to ruin my reputation. Shin Tianjuan's eyes turned, and he hated Invincible God. Daring to say something like this at a time like this was obviously ruining it. Invincible God, when did your mouth become so stinky? If you dare to speak again, I'll let you have a taste of my palm. Come on, come on. Who's afraid of who? We haven't fought for a long time. I heard that your strength has improved a lot. I wonder how much you've improved? Invincible God sneered and pounced forward. You still dare to take the initiative to attack. Shin Tianjun was also speechless. Even his father, Shin Tianhong, felt that there was something wrong with Invincible God's behavior today. Invincible God's behavior was completely irrational. Could it be that Invincible God would be able to take advantage of Invincible God's actions today? I'm not afraid of you. Shin Tianjun also raised his hand and struck out with a series of palms, bringing about gusts of violent wind. The two of them instantly started fighting. The elites of the Bing family saw this scene and frowned. Their faces were full of disbelief. Their family's Bing Qingya actually made two geniuses fight, and from the looks of it, they would not stop until the winner was decided. They were more or less overjoyed. No matter if it was Invincible God or Shin Tianjun, they were both geniuses of the South. They naturally hoped that Bing Qingya would like them. However, Bing Qingya's eyes were very cold. No one noticed that her eyes were always on Lin Fei, who was far away. It was a very complicated look. It must be him. Only he could make two geniuses fight, or maybe Invincible God suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, and now he wants to show off. Bing Qingya guessed with her woman's intuition. Bing Qingya did not walk over. She was also a smart woman. Maybe the people present did not know Lin Fei's identity. Thank you, Lin Fei, Bing Qingya said gratefully in her heart. Chief Shui did not expect the two geniuses to fight. The violent wind that was set off made everyone's clothes flutter. The calmest person present was Lin Fei. He knew exactly what Invincible God was planning. This kid is quite smart. I didn't let him off twice in vain. He's probably scared out of his wits and wants to take a gamble. Lin Fei really did not want to kill Invincible God. Invincible God was no different from an ant. Killing him was even more meaningless. It was quite good to take the initiative to show off. Although they had never been to the Yin ruins, it was not hard to imagine how dangerous it was. The Shin family was one of the three big families in the south. Plus, they had Shin Tianhong and Shin Tianjun, who were both calculative people. No matter how strong Bing Qingya was, how could she be their opponent? It would be strange if she was not used as cannon fodder. Even if Invincible God did not make a move, Lin Fei would have asked Invincible God to do it. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't do anything if someone else did it for him. Invincible God, I told you that you are no match for me. Mountain-splitting palm open. Shin Tianjuan's palm technique was ferocious and overbearing. It was huge and forceful, directly suppressing Invincible God. Even if Invincible God had a strong physical body, he seemed to be having a hard time and could only take it passively. Today I will break this turtle shell of yours. Shin Tianjuan's palms turned black, then turned into a pair of golden palms. A dangerous aura appeared from his palms. You actually mastered the divine strength stone splitting palm. Invincible God's expression changed. He knew that the divine strength stone-splitting palm was a god-tier skill. It was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was mastered, the power in one's hands would become extremely terrifying. Could truly split mountains. Shin Tianjun laughed. So you also know about the divine strength stone-splitting palm. Didn't you always think that your physical body was strong and invincible? I just don't know how many palms you can take this time. Shin Tianjun laughed again and slammed his palm down. There was a tinge of gold in the palm wind, and it sliced towards invincible god like a wind blade. This was another form of the divine strength stone-splitting palm. Invincible god pushed his physical body to the limit, but as the golden wind blew past, it still left many wounds on his body. Blood flowed from the wounds and dyed his clothes red. So fierce. The divine strength stone-splitting palm was more overbearing than invincible god had imagined. It cut his physical body open. If he was hit by his palm technique, his entire body would be in a terrible state. Although invincible god was a little regretful, he still braced himself. Since he had come out to show off, he had to pay a price. Divine strength stone-splitting palm, palm like a blade, the blade light will see blood. Shin Tianjuan's palm technique changed. In an instant he used his hand as a blade and slashed down. His entire arm shone with a tinge of gold, and it was as if a golden blade had slashed down heavily. It was ferocious and overbearing. Damn, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Bloody wounds appeared on invincible god's body. You actually merged a blade technique into a palm technique. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4079. When Shin Tianjun unleashed that palm strike, the expressions of many grandmasters changed. Many of the grandmasters present were shocked. Although they all knew that Shin Tianjun was very powerful, they did not expect him to be able to integrate a blade technique into a palm technique. The power of that palm strike was extremely terrifying. Even many grandmasters shook their heads secretly. Even they would not be able to withstand it. That was because that palm strike was truly terrifying. Even though they did not participate in the fight, they could still feel the sharpness of that palm strike from outside the circle. It could cut through anything. Young Master Shin is going to lose. He might even suffer a huge loss. It's really the younger generation now. Shin Tianjun is too powerful. He might even be the first to break through to the divine level in the south. Shin Tianhong, as his father, also laughed. Brother Shin, blades are blind. If you want your son to surrender, it's not too late. Shin Tianhong was very satisfied with his son, especially since he was much more powerful than his father. He could become even more powerful in the future. The inheritance of the family was now in Shin Tianjuan's hands. Shin Tianjuan's expression had indeed changed. He knew that Shin Tianjun was very powerful, but he had not expected him to master the divine strength steel-breaking hand. That was the Shin family's inherited cultivation technique. It was extremely difficult. Even a beginner would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force. If not for the fact that his son had cultivated the physique cultivation technique, he would not have been able to withstand the attack. Under normal circumstances, Shin Tianquan would have admitted defeat. However, he was betting that Lin Fei wouldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, even if he admitted defeat, given Shin Tianhong's temperament, he definitely wouldn't let his son stop immediately. At that time, he would use the excuse that he couldn't control his strength as an excuse to injure his son. If Shin Wudi could do something like that, then Shin Tianjun could do it too. He's a young man. It's normal to win and lose. Who hasn't walked out of a mountain of blades and a sea of fire? What's a small wound to him? You can't possibly take my son's life with just one strike. Shin Tianquan said with a smile. Shin Tianhong furrowed his brows. Not only did he notice that something was wrong with Shin Wudi, but even Shin Tianquan was acting the same way. Shin Tianquan did not surrender. Did he not know that Shin Wudi would be bedridden for at least 2 to 3 months after his son's attack? Shin Tianhong didn't believe it. Although there were Grandmaster-level experts here, they didn't dare to make a move. This killer move wasn't something that anyone could block. Even Director Xue, a local tyrant, wouldn't make a move so easily, unless it was a god-level expert. But was that possible? It was completely impossible. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Shin Tianhong did not say anything else. He sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of expression Invincible God would have when he was beaten to the ground. Director Xue also became anxious, but he was powerless to intervene. He looked at Lin Fei. At this moment, only Lin Fei could resolve the situation. Lin Fei had indeed seen all of this. He had to admit that Shin Tianjuan's strength was quite good. He was able to fuse his saber techniques into his palms. When the saber and palm merged, his strength would increase. When he used it at the critical moment, he could really catch his opponent off guard. He was already at the doorstep of the Khanate stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress Invincible God so easily. If it were any other place or time, Invincible God would definitely lose. But now that Lin Fei was here, it was naturally a joke. Invincible God was still useful. He could stay alone. At the very least, he could cause trouble for Shin Tianjun and disgust him a little. It was also a comfortable thing to do. Invincible God, if you don't want to lose miserably, then listen to me. Do what I say. Don't panic. I see that you've suffered a lot at Shin Tianjuan's hands. Today I'll let you show off your power. Invincible God was indeed panicking, but he hadn't reached the point where he had a mental breakdown. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely make a move. Endless blades kept slicing at him. The intense pain didn't make Invincible God want to lower his head. Luckily, he finally heard Lin Fei's voice. I made the right bet. I finally made the right bet. As soon as he heard Lin Fei's voice, Invincible God knew that he was saved. At the very least, he wouldn't have to lie on the bed. He might even be able to turn the situation around and beat Shin Tianjun up. Step to the left and punch. Don't stop. Do it now. Invincible God didn't hesitate at all. In his eyes, Lin Fei was a God-level expert. Even if he wasn't, he could still use the power of a God-level expert. Although the fight between the two seemed to be full of danger, in the eyes of a God-level expert, it was like playing house. There were flaws everywhere. Invincible God, just accept your fate. This time I'll suppress you for the rest of your life. Shin Tianjuan's palm blade was already coming, and it was heading for Invincible God's important position in a very dangerous manner. If he was hit, he would have to lie on the bed for a period of time. If he was lucky, it would be normal for him to lie on the bed for a year or two. As long as he didn't die, the Shin family wouldn't dare to completely fall out with the Shin family. He could only accept his fate. Shin Tianjun knew that he would definitely win. When his palm blade pressed down, he was full of pride. At that moment, Invincible God actually took a step to the left, causing Yi Fuqian's palm blade to miss. Yi Fuqian subconsciously moved his palm blade horizontally. At that moment, Invincible God raised his hand and threw a punch. The force of the punch was ferocious and overbearing. It landed heavily on Yi Fuqian's wrist, and the rumbling power came crashing down. But this wasn't the end. Shin Tianjun was shocked because the position of his wrist was a flaw. This was because he had just started cultivating and hadn't mastered it yet. But what surprised him even more was how Invincible God knew. Before he could react, Invincible God closed in again and slammed into Shin Tianjuan's chest. Shin Tianjun couldn't dodge at all, and under this collision, countless acupuncture points were damaged. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the rock wall behind him. Large amounts of rubble rolled down. The seemingly dangerous scene was actually turned around just like that. Invincible God, you're really sneaky. You even knew about this. Shin Tianjun clutched his chest, his face pale as he stared at Invincible God. Same here. Invincible God felt like he was dreaming. He felt proud and elated. I can only say that your strength hasn't mastered it yet. Looks like you have to continue cultivating or else you'll be disappointed. Wah. Shin Tianjun spat out another mouthful of blood. Shookhouse website. Chapter 4080. Shin Tianjun spat out another mouthful of blood as he collapsed onto the ground. Shin Tianhong, who had been smiling all this while, froze. He immediately ran over to help his son up. He then glared at Shin Tianquan. What a great Shin family. I underestimated you. A father knows his son best. Shin Tianhong knew very well how powerful his son's palm technique was. He was especially talented. He had fused his saber technique with his palm technique to produce a palm blade attack. With this saber attack, he had defeated countless grandmaster experts. Even Shin Tianhong felt extremely lucky for his son. However, he had never expected that his son would actually suffer a loss at the hands of Shin Wudi. Furthermore, he had attacked from a weak point. This was a secret belonging to the Shin family. Clearly, there was a traitor in the Shin family. Furthermore, this traitor held a very high position in the Shin family. Shin Tianhong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Shin Tianquan was one of the calmer ones. From the moment his son defeated Shin Tianjun, he knew that it was definitely Lin Fei who had made a move. When Shin Tianhong helped his son up, Shin Tianquan also came to his side. He wanted to prevent Shin Tianhong from making a move. After hearing Shin Tianhong's words, he laughed out loud. We're all in the same boat. There's nothing to be angry about. You don't have to suspect anything. I really didn't arrange any spies in the Shin family. Shin Tianquan's words were bad. He had directly planted a thorn in Shin Tianhong's heart. Right now, Shin Tianhong wanted to immediately return to the Shin family and arrange for people to turn the entire Shin family upside down. No matter what, he had to uncover the Shin family's spy. If he didn't uncover this spy, Shin Tianhong wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Who knew when he would stab them in the back? The grandmasters present were also shocked. They hadn't expected Shin Wudi to defeat Shin Tianjun at the critical moment. Such a powerful move meant that Shin Tianjun wouldn't have the right to be arrogant for a long time. As long as he didn't make up for this flaw, he wouldn't dare to use this move again. Shin Wudi was now more and more convinced that Lin Fei was a god-level expert. With just a few simple moves he had defeated Shin Tianjun. Previously he didn't dare to imagine it, but now there was nothing but pleasure in his heart. Young Master Shin, let's wait until you've mastered this flaw before we make a move. Otherwise you'll say that I'm bullying you. There's no choice. Who asked me to find out about this flaw of yours? This was like rubbing salt on Shin Tianjun's wound. Shin Tianhong thought that he had calculated everything. At this time he could only hate the shameless methods of the Shin family. He brought his son to the other side and no longer spoke. Of course, Invincible God did not dare to thank Lin Fei, but he sat down nearby. The only one who could understand was Bing Qingya. Her heart was filled with shock and astonishment. Subconsciously he felt that it was Lin Fei who had made a move. After all, Shin Tianjun and Shin Wudi were about the same level of strength. Moreover, the attack just now had been so fierce. It was obvious that Shin Wudi was not in his best condition, but he had won in the end. If that man wasn't involved, Bing Qingya wouldn't believe it. This was because Lin Fei was too calm. He was so calm that it made people think that this was the case. This kind of man was the real man in Bing Qingya's heart. He controlled the entire situation without saying anything. Sometimes a woman's intuition was so scary. Once she believed in something she would not let it go. Bing Qingya was like this. She increasingly did not see Lin Fei as a man. Chief Shui was still worried, but the next scene shocked him. He couldn't react for a while. When he finally reacted, he couldn't help but admit that the Shin family's methods were amazing. In a short time the Shin family would be in trouble. Whether it was true or not, the Shin family would have to clean up. Who knew how many people would be shot in the foot? Chief Shui also had a headache because of the people he had arranged. Since when did the Shin family have such good methods? The only fortunate thing was that the matter seemed to have been settled. It was just that Bing Qingya walked over. Chief Shui smiled and said, "Niece Bing, your appearance is different." Bing Qingya also said lightly, "Actually, I didn't want to. Everything is up to fate. Maybe even without me the two of them would still fight." Chief Shui agreed with this, and a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. When it came to dealing with the Shin family, Chief Shui really couldn't do anything. In fact, he couldn't wait for the two families to fight each other. It would be best if both sides suffered. That would save the Yan Huang battle team a lot of trouble. "Young Master Lin, we meet again." Bing Qingya finally spoke to Lin Fei. It was this man that she couldn't see through time and time again, but he gave her a different feeling. If it wasn't for him, Bing Qingya wouldn't be standing here right now. "Yes, we meet again. You look much better than the last time we met. Congratulations on taking the next step," Lin Fei said with a smile. Chief Shui, who was standing at the side, felt his heart skip a beat. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had something going on. As the chief of the Yan Huang battle team's branch, Chief Shui naturally had extraordinary eyesight. With just a few words he could tell that something was wrong. Shin Tianjun, who had just been taken away to eat a healing pill, had a dejected look on his face. When he saw Bing Qingya's actions his blood boiled again. More importantly, he actually didn't know this young man. "What the hell is this? Shouldn't you have comforted me first? In any case, I was injured because of you." The more Shin Tianjun thought about it, the angrier he got. With a cry he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Young Master Shin, is it because your Shin family's pills are not good enough? Why don't you use our Shin family's pills? I guarantee that you'll be cured." "Shin Wudi, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Sigh, in this day and age, no one believes in being a good person. Shin Wudi shook his head seriously. Bing Qingya didn't change because of Shin Tianjuan's words. After cultivating the complete cultivation technique, she had indeed taken a step forward. "Young Master Lin, you really know how to joke. Even if I took a step forward, so what? It's still because I can't see through you. I feel that from today onwards I can chase after you until I truly stand by your side. I wonder if young Master Lin will mind." It was already very difficult for Bing Qingya to say such words. The experts of the Bing family were also secretly surprised. This was because this man was somewhat ordinary and they didn't know him. However, Bing Qingya's actions surprised them. Was this still the Bing Qingya they knew? She actually took the initiative to talk to a man. What was this man's background? This was what their family was most concerned about. So I'm actually quite ordinary. I don't really like things like fighting and killing. However, since you want to chase after me, there's no problem. I'll wait for you. Book Guest Residence Website. Chapter 4081. Bing Qingya smiled. It was a smile that could melt 10,000 years of snow. Could also be said to be the purest smile in the world. This smile made the bottom of the sinkhole feel a little warmer. All the experts of the Bing family were dumbfounded. Who didn't know that Bing Qingya had always been cold and would never take the initiative to smile at anyone? For a moment they almost forgot that Bing Qingya was a normal person. Bing Qingya's smile made Shin Tianjun, who was already angry, feel like he was stabbed again. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost turned black. Brother Wu, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know who this kid is? Shin Tianhong noticed this young man. Someone who could make Bing Qingya take the initiative to smile was actually someone he didn't know. That was a completely different matter. Although Shin Tianhong had noticed this young man at the beginning, he didn't take it seriously. But now it seemed that he had underestimated this guy. As the president of the Marshall Gate branch, Wu Long was also confused. It seemed that things were gradually getting out of control. He knew Shin Tianjuan's strength. He could even easily defeat an ordinary master, but in the end he was defeated by invincible God. This was thought-provoking. Now another seemingly ordinary man appeared, but Wu Long didn't know him. This was really different. Wu Long shook his head. I really don't know who this person is. There seems to be nothing with the surname Lin in Hangzhou. I only know of the Lin family in Yanjing. Other than that, there is no one else. It can't be someone from the Lin family. Although the Dark Ruins is important, it seems that the Lin family is a very low-key family. They rarely arrange for people to come to this kind of place. Shin Tianhong's eyes flashed. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Lin Fei naturally wasn't afraid of being noticed. Anyway, he just came to the Dark Ruins to take a look. As for the others, it was fine if they behaved themselves. If they had any ideas, they naturally didn't want to beat them up. Moreover, even if Lin Fei didn't do anything, he believed that Invincible God would be very interested in taking the initiative to clean up all the trouble, unless Invincible God was a fool. I have something that I don't know if I should say. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei sat to the side. He hesitated for a moment before saying. Lin Fei liked the current situation. What was true and what was false, what was true and what was false. It made everyone unable to figure it out. It was quite an interesting thing. We can be considered friends. If there's anything, just say it. I won't be angry. Lin Fei could also see that Bing Qingya seemed to have something to say, but this matter seemed a little unusual. Bing Qingya's voice became much softer. I don't know if anyone has told you before, but you look a little similar to the Lin family. When I first saw you, I felt that you looked a little familiar, but I couldn't remember. It was only when I broke through in seclusion recently that I connected the dots. Lin family? It was not the first time that Lin Fei had heard of this term. The Lin family of Yanjing was very famous. His thoughts fluctuated a little. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Bing Qingya said. I don't think so, because some of your angles are quite similar to some of the disciples of the Lin family. Because I have been to the Lin family of Yanjing before, I have seen some of the direct disciples of the Lin family. It seems that you are more or less among them. In Bing Qingya's understanding, the reason why Lin Fei could be so mysterious might really be related to the Lin family. Otherwise, it would be very impossible for those forces to create such an expert out of thin air. However, this Lin family was very mysterious. It was said that they had the support of a sect. And within this sect, there was also a part of the core strength of the Lin family that held the position of the upper echelon. The Lin family was the real big family. Families in places like Donghai city of Hangzhou province were actually first-rate families, but they could not truly inherit. That was why Bing Qingya came up with such a sentence. There's still such a thing? Then when do I really have to go to the Lin family of Yanjing to take a look? To be honest, I have nothing to do with the Lin family. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know. Lin Fei smiled faintly. As an orphan since he was young, Lin Fei really wanted to know who his parents were. When he was young, he really wanted to know who his parents were. However, as he went to another world for a long time, this desire became weaker and weaker. Following Bing Qingya's words, there was still a slight ripple in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any thoughts. After all, he also wanted to see who his parents were. Why did they send him to the orphanage back then? At that time, Lin Fei had grown up. He didn't have any power or influence. Naturally, he couldn't find out. Originally, he had put this matter in the bottom of his heart, almost to the extent of forgetting, but now it had resurfaced. Sorry, I was just saying casually. You don't have to take it seriously. It's okay. I won't take offense. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking. Just then Lin Fei's phone rang. Although there was no ringtone, there was a vibration. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Yu Zishan. He was a little puzzled. Based on the current situation, there shouldn't be any problems. The 9 grandmasters were not to be trifled with. In addition, there were skills passed down to them. Their strength would only become stronger and stronger. What's the matter? After the call was connected, Yu Zishan's voice came from the other side. Boss, there is indeed something I want to tell you. Tell me and I'll listen. Didn't you ask us to build an intelligence agency? I started to collect all the information about the East Sea and even the entire Wuxia. I started to do as you instructed and poached a lot of people. Just recently, our people received news that a mysterious big shot came to the East Sea. It was said that even Taizhan had to treat him politely. I also heard that this person came from Yanjing and appeared outside our Longting villa several times. She thought that her actions were secretive, but we still found out. I'm wondering if our Longting villa in the East Sea has been targeted by people from Yanjing. The forces of the Yan army are targeting us. Do you know who it is? Lin Fei was not surprised at all. I don't know for now because it is a woman. She is very strong and should have the strength of a grandmaster. A woman? Lin Fei was even more curious. He really didn't know any strong woman from Yanjing. He hadn't been to Yanjing since he returned to Earth. Even in his previous life, he didn't go there more than a few times. Originally, he planned to go to Yanjing after everything was settled. After all, it was the land of the emperor. Maybe there would be some good gains there. If she really breaks into the villa, directly open the formation but don't hurt her. Just keep her trapped, Lin Fei ordered. Chapter 4082. Bing Qingye and Lin Fei's conversation had surprised many people. They couldn't understand what was going on. Now, no one would look down on Lin Fei. On the contrary, Director Xue, who was next to him, was shocked. He knew a lot of news more or less. He didn't believe it before, but now he really understood one thing. That was, there must be something wrong with Bing Qingye and Lin Fei. Because everything seemed to be too coincidental. Maybe Invincible Shen's attack just now was the other party's initiative to show off. Everyone knew that Invincible Shen had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Fei. Director Xue also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the Shen family, one of the 3 southern families, didn't have to worry so much. He believed that with Lin Fei's influence alone, he could easily suppress the Shen family. He only needed to keep an eye on the Shen family and the Martial Gate. This was much easier than before. He was even more glad that he had invited Lin Fei over. Bing Qingye didn't waste the opportunity. She took the opportunity to see Lin Fei and asked many questions in her heart, especially about cultivation. As for the questions about cultivation, Lin Fei smiled and gave answers. Every answer made Bing Qingye suddenly see the light. It was like opening a new world. At the same time, in the Longting Villa far away in the East Sea. Since that battle, the Longting Villa had 9 grandmasters guarding it and became the #1 force in the East Sea. No one dared to linger outside the Longting Villa anymore. Whether it was day or night, it was very quiet inside and outside the Longting Villa. On another dark and windy night, a figure suddenly appeared outside the Longting Villa. The newcomers were dressed in black, but their eyes were bright and full of vigor. They were filled with curiosity and interest. I've been in the East Sea for so long. It's time to explore the Longting Villa. I'd like to see what's so terrifying about the Longting Villa. Is it more powerful than Master's blessed enclave? The person under the black clothes said to herself. It was a woman's voice, sonorous and powerful. With a tap of his foot, the newcomer soared into the air and executed the cloud-scaling ladder, leaping onto the wall and quickly entering the Longting Manor. As they entered, a white mist appeared in the Longting Villa, blocking the view in front. A mere soul-bewildering formation dares to stop me? The corners of Lin Ziqing's lips curled up slightly. She raised her hand and flicked it forward. Streams of energy shot out, creating a buzzing sound. The white mist quietly dissipated. Lin Ziqing moved forward quickly as if there was no one there. If this is the only bewitching formation, then this Longting Villa really doesn't conform to my expectations. Lin Ziqing had been in Donghai for a while. During this period, the most she did was investigate Lin Fei. But as the investigation went deeper, she found that Lin Fei was very mysterious. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Under normal circumstances, a person like Lin Fei would definitely have a place to stay. However, after mobilizing all their forces, they couldn't find any clues about Lin Fei. The only thing they knew was that Lin Fei had disappeared for 5 years. Where did he go during these 5 years? She had no idea. Lin Ziqing was even more curious about Lin Fei. After seeing the photo of Lin Fei, she even felt that he was familiar and strange, which surprised Lin Ziqing. So when she couldn't get any information, she decided to visit the Longting Villa at night. She believed that there must be Lin Fei's secrets in the Longting Villa, and she could also see the horror of the Longting Villa. Now in the whole Donghai, the Longting Villa was known as the most terrifying place. How could Lin Ziqing, who was already at the Grand Master Peak, take it seriously? There were only a few places in the whole of Wuxia that could stop her, at least not the Longting Villa. Butler, shall we do it? After Lin Ziqing broke the soul-bewitching formation, her trace was known by the Grand Masters of the Longting Villa, especially Yu Zishan, who was in charge of the formation. Yu Zishan shook his head with a smile. Boss said that as long as he is trapped it will be fine. You guys can also go and meet this man in black to see who he is. Remember to hold back. After all, in the formation he is no different from fish on the chopping board. If we can cooperate, that would be the best. We can also see who is so bold as to target our boss. Because Lin Fei was not in the Longting Villa, Yu Zishan was half in charge here. He knew better than anyone who was looking for trouble with the boss. Lin Ziqing didn't know this. She kept moving quickly, and the simple soul-bewitching formation couldn't stop her. All of a sudden, 3 figures rushed out in front of her. You sneaked into the Longting Villa. Don't you want to be arrested? The first wave of people who rushed up were 3 Grand Masters. They were like Mount Tai. They divided into 3 directions and attacked Lin Ziqing. It turns out to be the 3 of you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Lin Ziqing's hand shook, and a soft sword appeared in her hand. Countless sword flowers bloomed, dazzling, and rays of light suddenly exploded. When the 3 Grand Masters heard the sound, their hearts trembled. They felt a piercing pain in their bodies. It turned out that they had been hit at this moment. The smell of blood filled the air, making them shocked and hateful at the same time. Lin Ziqing's swordsmanship became very ruthless and dangerous. Countless sword flowers enveloped them. No matter how they counterattacked, they couldn't avoid the attack of the sword light and kept retreating. Lin Ziqing's body movement was also very fast. She moved back and forth so fast that no one could catch her. Yu Zishan, who had been controlling the formation, was also shocked. He squinted his eyes. She actually has such a powerful swordsmanship. She can suppress the 3 of them with just 1 sword. No wonder she came to the Longting Villa. The 3 Grandmasters who attacked first were soon unable to withstand Lin Ziqing's attacks and retreated one after another. After the 3 of them retreated, 5 Grandmasters rushed out this time and attacked fiercely without any hesitation. Lin Ziqing relied on her powerful swordsmanship to attack and defend at the same time. The 5 Grandmasters couldn't break through Lin Ziqing's swordsmanship even when they joined forces. Instead, they kept leaving wounds on their bodies. It seems that your strength isn't that great. You guys have disappointed me. Lin Ziqing chuckled and changed the sword move in her hand. Seeing that you guys are Grandmasters, I'll let you guys have a taste of my Imperial Sword technique. Swish swish swish. Another ray of sword light flew out from behind Lin Ziqing. This ray of sword light was too fast. Like a stream of light, it flew past the 5 Grandmasters in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The 5 Grandmasters fell to the ground on the spot. Lin Ziqing didn't look at the Grandmasters on the ground. Instead, she said calmly to the front, Yu Zishan, you've been hiding inside for so long. Don't you want to come out? At least let me see how powerful your butler is. Shookhouse website. Chapter 4083. Lin Ziqing did not pay much attention to these Grandmasters. Instead, she hoped that Yu Zishan would make a move. In her eyes, the entire Longting Manor was just SOSO. She really did not know why these Grandmasters would listen to Lin Fei. However, it did not matter. She would soon uncover this relationship because she had the confidence to do so. I didn't expect you to be able to master the sword kinesis technique. I guess only people from Beijing are able to do this. Yu Zishan, who was in the formation, secretly took a deep breath. This woman's strength was not ordinary. Even the 8 Grandmasters couldn't gain the upper hand against her. Instead, they returned with injuries on their bodies. Needless to say, they were extremely ashamed. Since you know how powerful I am, why haven't you taken the initiative to come out? Or do you think that this formation can trap me? Lin Ziqing was very confident in her own strength. Moreover, she had learned formations from a formation master. Ordinary formations would not be able to trap her. Even if they were powerful, they could still leave calmly. If you leave now, the Longting Manor will not do anything to you. However, if you leave now, I don't mind showing you how powerful the manor is. Lin Ziqing chuckled in disdain. Seems like you don't plan to come out. I'll invite you out then. In the blink of an eye, a stream of light shot out and instantly penetrated the darkness in front of her. Lin Ziqing once again used the sword kinesis technique. With the sword kinesis technique, she could force people out within a certain range. She believed that Yu Zishan was hiding somewhere nearby. However, when she stabbed out with the sword kinesis technique, Lin Ziqing's expression changed. She had actually lost control of the flying sword. No matter how she tried, she could not get it back. Good sword kinesis technique. Really good sword kinesis technique. However, no matter how good it is still useless in front of me. Now, I'll show you the power of the Longting Manor's formation. Yu Zishan's voice was heard again. There was a loud rumbling sound. The area that Lin Ziqing was in instantly underwent a huge change. The inescapable evil earth formation was activated. The power of the 5 elements gushed out continuously and turned into attacks that came crashing over. When these attacks appeared, Lin Ziqing's expression changed. You want me to lower my head? That's impossible. Watch me break this formation of yours. Lin Ziqing moved her feet and grabbed the ordinary sword, turning it into sword shadows that protected her surroundings. But this time, Lin Ziqing had underestimated the power of the formation. She felt that the power of the formation was getting stronger and stronger, covering the sky and earth with no end. The techniques that Lin Ziqing had learned couldn't be fully used in this formation. She felt that this formation was filled with boundless mysteries. She couldn't use those techniques at all. How could this be? Just as Lin Ziqing was about to retreat, she discovered that the array had undergone a huge change. There was no way out at all. Other than forcing her way through, there was no other way. No wonder they died in the Soaring Dragon Villa. Perhaps it's because of this formation. Lin Ziqing took a deep breath and began to force her way through. However, her plan failed once again. The incessant attacks blocked her path forward. She simply couldn't feel at ease as she charged forward. His movements also began to slow down. At the center of the hub, Yu Zishan also heaved a sigh of relief. This woman is really powerful. She managed to defeat 8 masters with just a single sword technique. But this time, don't even think about leaving the Soaring Dragon Villa. Although Yu Zishan wouldn't kill her, he would still make her suffer. At the very least, she would have to wait until his master returned. At the bottom of the sinkhole outside Hangzhou City, Lin Fei's brows suddenly twitched. This was because the ominous sky formation that he had set up had actually been activated. Although the 2 places were far apart, Lin Fei had left a trace of his consciousness in it. Once someone barged into the formation, he would be able to sense it immediately. Could it be that someone really went to the Soaring Dragon Villa to investigate? It seems that this person isn't ordinary to be able to make Yu Zishan activate the formation. At the very least, those masters weren't able to stop him. Lin Fei was just a little surprised. After all, if one barged into the formation, there was no way they could leave. Young Master Lin, if there are no accidents, the dark ruins will be opened tomorrow. This is because the power of the outer layer is getting weaker. I'll have to trouble you then. Chief Shui walked over. Actually, even without Chief Shui's reminder, Lin Fei could also feel the changes in the vortex. This was because the pressure of the vortex in the sinkhole was constantly weakening. Naturally, it was time for it to open. As long as I encounter it, I won't hold back. As for the rest, I don't care. Our Yin Huang battle team can take care of the domestic affairs. You don't have to worry about this. Chief Shui invited Lin Fei over to fight against the masters on the Grandmaster ranking. They were the most terrifying ones. Another day passed. The strength of the vortex was getting weaker. Swish, swish, swish. Moon spirit stones flew out one after another. In an instant, all the Grandmasters went up to fight for them. Among those present, only Lin Fei didn't go up. He just casually waved his hand. With a light movement of his fingers, a moon spirit stone that was flying towards him changed direction and landed in Lin Fei's hand unhurriedly. The dark ruins are about to open. So many moon spirit stones have flown out. Not many people saw Lin Fei's actions. This was because everyone was fighting for the moon spirit stones that had flown out. When the moon spirit stone landed in Lin Fei's hand, he felt a warm aura. It was comparable to the moon spirit stones, but even warmer. Such pure spiritual qi. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the dark ruins. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw through everything about the moon spirit stone. The milky white spiritual energy instantly entered Lin Fei's body. The moon spirit stone also turned into powder on the ground. With a gust of wind, it dissipated into thin air. Not bad. No wonder everyone is paying so much attention to it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It seems that there must be something amazing in the dark ruins. A moon spirit stone like this must have been nurtured by a mineral vein. The more it is like this, the more valuable it is. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about the dark ruins. The fight for the moon spirit stones soon stopped. Wu Long of the martial gate grabbed one. Xin Tianquan and his son grabbed one. Then Xin Tianhong and the others also grabbed one. Finally, it was Bing Qingya and the two grandmasters. Bing Qingya's ice attribute cultivation technique froze everything. This caused many people to be fearful, causing them to lose a certain advantage in the fight. It's about to open. Lin Fei suddenly stood up. The whirlpool in the last layer suddenly sped up. With a crashing sound, the fearsome vortex dissipated into nothingness. A door that went deep into the ground had appeared. Shukju website. Chapter 4084. The Yin ruins opened. It really did. The most anticipated scene finally appeared. After the black vortex disappeared, a door appeared at the bottom. A door that went deep underground. Although they could not see the end of the door, it made everyone excited. After all, this was the entrance to the Yin ruins. Since the Yin ruins has opened, our Shen family naturally needs to be the first to enter. Shen Tianhong placed all his attention on the Yin ruins and jumped out impatiently. After all, being the first to enter always meant getting the best things. But this time no one would agree. Shen Tianquan also stood out. Why should your Shen family be the first to enter? Our Shen family will be the first to disagree. If you have the guts, let's fight it out. Both sides hated each other now. Chief Shui strode to the entrance. The Yin ruins has just opened. Everyone should work together. There's no talk of who should be the first to enter. At this time, the Yin Huang battle team's role was revealed. At the very least, Xin Tianhong and Xin Tianquan did not dare to offend the Yin Huang battle team. After all, the Yin Huang battle team was a whole and not something they could easily go up against. Xin Tianhong and Xin Tianquan both harumphed coldly and did not say anything else. After all, they were just testing the waters. Xin Tianquan had purposely stood out to cause trouble for Xin Tianhong. Now that Lin Fei was here, they were willing to do anything that would make Xin Tianhong unhappy. They could not do it, but there was still Lin Fei behind them. At least they had left a good impression this time. In the near future, at least Lin Fei would not cause trouble for them. On the other hand, if the Shen family offended Lin Fei, they would suffer. Xin Tianquan was actually quite smart. He was constantly scheming against the Shen family, but the Shen family was the only one who didn't know about it. Chief Shui relaxed. After all, he would be the first to disagree if the Shen family was the first to enter the Yin ruins. Since no one has any objections, then let's take a break and enter the Yin ruins together. Chief Shui immediately organized. First, the arrangements outside were made into a restricted area. No one was allowed to enter. Could be said that every 3 steps they took, they were all experts of the Yin Huang battle team. Brother Lin, what do you think is inside the Yin ruins? Bing Qingya stood next to Lin Fei. She was also very curious. Originally, Bing Qingya wanted to call Lin Fei Young Master Lin, but Lin Fei shook his head and refused, so she just called him brother. Who knows? In any case, there are many opportunities inside. You can try your luck later. Bing Qingya asked back, what about you, Brother Lin? Of course I'm going in to take a look. I've never been to the dark ruin land in my life. Who asked it to be so famous? Bing Qingya burst out laughing. The other Grandmaster experts secretly cursed in their hearts. The Yin ruin land was famous, but there were countless dangers within it. Although they spoke so casually, they might be scared witless when they entered the Yin ruin land. After all, they more or less did not agree with Lin Fei, especially Xin Tianjun, who had just suffered a loss. Seeing that Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had such a close relationship, he was even more unhappy. He did not know how many times he had cursed in his heart. In the current situation he could not do anything, but it did not mean that he would not do anything after entering the Yin ruins. After a short rest, Chief Shui led an elite team into the portal, followed by the Xin family and the Xin family, and finally the Bing family. From here, the distribution of strength could also be seen. The portal meandered down like a mountain road, and finally the field of vision suddenly opened up. They did not know when they came to the underground world. This world was not dark. It was unknown what was used, but the entire world was as bright as day. There were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. Although it was not the first time for them to enter the Yin ruins, every time they entered the Yin ruins, they would have a special feeling. What a good Yin ruins! It is not inferior to the Blessed Enclave. The spiritual chi here is too strong. Yes, if I can cultivate here, I can reach the Grand Master Great Completion in a year at most. Standing in the Yin ruins, everyone took a deep breath. and their eyes were full of greed. Not to mention anything else, just the spiritual chi alone was enough for them to enjoy. Chief Shui, the Yin ruins is so big we have to go first. Shin Tianhong could not wait any longer, and went straight in a direction with his son. Chief Shui did not stop them because it was not appropriate to do so. After that, Shin Tianquan and his son also left. After all, the Yin ruins was not small, and everyone wanted to be the first to find the good things, so naturally they would not stay for long. Be careful. Bing Qingya also left with the masters of the Bing family. In the blink of an eye, only the elites of the Yan Huang team, led by Chief Shui, were left. Chief Shui wanted to invite Lin Fei to explore the Yin ruins together, but Lin Fei shook his head and refused. I don't want to go with you. The Yin ruins are not too dangerous. I want to see it alone. Since he had said so, Chief Shui naturally would not disagree. Moreover, he really could not control Lin Fei. After saying a few words, Chief Shui left with his team. After all, the Yan Huang battle team needed to determine whether there was danger in the Yin ruins as soon as possible, and at the same time, it involved many things in the future. After waiting for them to leave, Lin Fei walked in one direction unhurriedly. When there was no one around, Lin Fei's figure moved quickly. If those Grand Masters saw him, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. This was not moving, it was almost like flying. The Yin ruins are no different from the Blessed Enclave. The spiritual chi here is also very strong. It is indeed a good place to cultivate. This should be a small world in the past, but this world is very small. Lin Fei walked while looking around. Swish, swish, swish. As he passed through a forest, suddenly, a black shadow came in front of him. Unknowingly, a group of ferocious beasts had appeared in front of him. These ferocious beasts did not have high levels, but the wings on their bodies could turn into black scissors, covering Lin Fei. To an ordinary transcendent grandmaster, these attacks were extremely dangerous. However, in Lin Fei's eyes they were nothing more than tickles. With a light wave of his hand, the black arrows were all deflected away. Then, with a slight release of his aura, the beasts all fell to the ground in fear, not daring to move. I wonder if there are any living people in this Yin ruins. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and suddenly looked in a direction. What an interesting place. Lin Fei, who had been standing there, suddenly disappeared. The ferocious beasts fainted one by one, revealing their white bellies. Shookhouse website. Chapter 4085. After the opening of the dark ruins, the spiritual chi around the crater had also become denser. The members of the Yan Huang battle team took the opportunity to absorb and refine the spiritual chi while being on guard. One had to know that such opportunities were rare. Everyone took the opportunity to refine as much spiritual chi as they could. The next time they wanted to enter the dark ruins, it would not be so easy. Therefore, every time the dark ruins opened, the spiritual chi would leak out. It was a precious time for everyone to cultivate. No one will come tonight, right? At the entrance, the new members of the Yan Huang battle team greedily absorbed the spiritual chi. Don't worry, this is Hang City. Ordinary martial artists don't dare to come here. Don't worry and cultivate. Such opportunities are too rare. If we cultivate for a few more days, we might be able to break through and become transcendent masters. Those who could join the Yan Huang battle team were not weak. What a dense aura. This must be the dark ruins. Sudden. A thunderous voice exploded in the hearts of the Yan Huang battle team members. They all swayed and almost fell to the ground, their faces full of shock. At the entrance in front of them, unknowingly, a burly little giant had appeared. He was about 1 meters tall, like a small mountain. As he moved, the ground trembled slightly. This is the forbidden ground of the Yan Huang battle team. No one is allowed to enter. One of the leaders of the Yan Huang battle team shouted at the newcomer with a dark face. I've heard of the Yan Huang battle team many times. But you little ants scram. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled and pillars of earth shot up from the ground. Ping ping ping. The Yan Huang battle team martial artists were sent flying. This happened too suddenly and they did not have time to react. They all spat out blood. Quick, sound the alarm. The Western mutant is here. The leader of the Yan Huang battle team immediately recognized it. This was an authentic mutant and it was an Earth-type mutant. Mutants were divided into 5 main elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Every single attribute was extremely powerful, and the giant in front of him had mastered the earth attribute, allowing him to manipulate the earth as he pleased. If they were to fight, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. The little giant did not stop the Yan Huang battle team from informing the others. Instead, he stood there quietly, an intoxicated look on his face. The dark ruins, the small world of the Chinese. My trip to China was not in vain. This time I must bring back enough moon spirit stones. It's a pity that such a place isn't in the West. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. This little giant was called John Charlie, nicknamed Earth God. He could control the power of the earth and was extremely domineering. Suddenly John Charlie frowned. He raised his hand and an earth pillar shot out. Who is it? John Charlie, you're still as hot-tempered as ever. You always start a fight. After all, we're from the same place. Shouldn't you be happy in this foreign land? Another Caucasian man walked out from afar. He was about 1.8 meters tall and his body was covered in muscles. His muscles were ridiculously strong and it was a sight to behold. Jiangxing, it's you. I didn't expect you to come to China. Didn't you say that you would never come to China in this lifetime? John Charlie's face darkened. Did I? Did I say that? I don't remember at all. Jiangxing said. The mysterious East is famous in the world. If you can come, why can't I? Or are you going to monopolize the resources here? I don't think you have the ability to do so. After all, China has the #1 god of war, Yi Xian. His sword techniques are unparalleled and he can cut your head off with one strike. When John Charlie heard the words, God of War Yi Xian, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. After all, that person was not to be trifled with. Otherwise he would not have dared to sneak into China. I'm not Yi Xian's match. Do you think you're Yi Xian's match too? You talk like you're very strong. Jiangxing laughed heartily. Anyway, we have the same goal this time, which is to get the moon spirit stones from the dark ruins. Why don't we work together? You have to know that there are many experts in China. Although you have the protection of the ground, you might not be able to withstand the attacks of a group of people. Things will be different with me. John Charlie had sneaked into China this time for the moon spirit stones, because the moon spirit stones could improve his abilities. However, he did not want to work with anyone. He did not expect Jiangxing to know about the opening time of the dark ruins. However, he had to admit that Jiangxing's words were very important. After all, this was not the Western world. This was China. The East was far away, and there was a mysterious aura everywhere. There's no problem with working together. However, if you try to pull any tricks during this period, don't blame me for piercing your head with an earth spike, John Charlie said coldly. Jiangxing smiled as he walked forward. With a flick of his hand, several wind blades swept towards the Yan Huang battle team members in front of him. We're on the same side now. I'll trick anyone but you. Poison Widow, what do you think? Jiangxing controlled a wind blade and slashed it towards a corner of the night. Hearing the name Poison Widow, John Charlie's expression changed slightly. He turned to look with a trace of disbelief. Jiangxing, you really don't have the slightest bit of gentlemanly etiquette. I'm a weak woman after all. How dare you use a wind blade on me? Aren't you afraid of cutting my face? A figure walked out from the darkness. It was a blonde woman dressed in a tight leather suit. Her curvaceous figure had a great lethality to everyone. It was just that under those graceful curves, there was a terrifying danger that made people afraid. One had to know that the Poison Widow was a wanted criminal in the West. Everyone was afraid of her, but no one had ever seen the Poison Widow's true face. I heard that you guys want to work together. Why don't you add me in? Both Jiangxing and John Charlie did not like the Poison Widow. This was because the Poison Widow was too murderous. She killed people at the drop of a hat and no one knew how she did it. This was because the Poison Widow possessed a terrifying poison. She was an existence that was very difficult to deal with. What? Are you not willing? Or are you worried that I'll take the benefits and you won't get a share? The Poison Widow smiled. Her smile was enchanting and stirring, causing the hearts of the two ability users to sway as well. Enough. Poison Widow, don't use your ability on us. I'll let you in, all right? A large earth ripple appeared on John Charlie's body, blocking the Poison Widow's psychic attack. This psychic attack could affect a person's state. Once the person was invaded, they would become a puppet. This was also the reason why the Poison Widow was feared by many. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4086. Lin Fei did not know that experts from the West had arrived, and 3 of them were extremely powerful mutants. At this time he quickly arrived at a high point, because he found the Yin ruins to be very interesting. Standing at the highest point, he looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, there was a place that interested Lin Fei. I did not expect there to be a land of 5 elements in this small world. Since it is a land of 5 elements, it must be able to brew something good. I wonder what the quality of the land of 5 elements is like. Originally, this Yin ruins only surprised Lin Fei a little. But when this land of 5 elements appeared, it proved that this small world was not ordinary. Not everyone could set up such a land of 5 elements. At the very least it required a sect to do so. Smiling, Lin Fei floated down and headed straight for the land of 5 elements. In the Yin ruins no one could match Lin Fei's speed. After a while, Lin Fei stood outside the land of 5 elements. To think that it would be a 5-elemental magic array interlocking with each other. Additionally, it is a Xiantian magic array, capable of threatening even Xiantian level existences. Lin Fei did not enter the array. However, he had already figured out the origin of the array. To others, the land of 5 elements was an innate formation. No one could easily pass through it. But in Lin Fei's eyes, this formation was not dangerous at all. It could even be said that it was not difficult at all. I wonder what the land of fire is like in this land of 5 elements. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter the land of 5 elements, an air-piercing sound came from behind. Lin Fei stopped, not knowing when a group of people came from not far away. It was Shen Tianhong, Shen Tianjun, and Wu Long from the martial sect. Lin Fei's body swayed slightly, and the rocks that came flying towards him flew into the land of 5 elements. I did not expect you to be so fast. You came here so quickly. Lin Fei said lightly. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. This saying was very suitable for Shen Tianjun. He had suffered a loss because of Bing Qingya. Looking at Bing Qingya and Lin Fei talking and laughing, the anger in his heart had reached its limit. If there was something wrong, he would have already taught them a lesson. Now that he had met them, if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be qualified to be the Shen family's pride warrior. No matter what, Shen Tianjun planned to teach Lin Fei a lesson. In this Yin ruins they really needed cannon fodder, and Lin Fei was very suitable to be cannon fodder. From the moment they saw Lin Fei they had this thought. Lin Fei, you are so arrogant, flirting with Bing Qingya right in front of me. Don't you know that I like Bing Qingya? Shen Tianjun stepped forward, his aura was like a mountain, and his eyes were filled with an attack. Shen Tianhong and Wu Long did not stop him. After all, they could not see through Lin Fei. This was because Director Xue seemed to be very respectful to Lin Fei, but they didn't know where he came from. It would be good to let Shen Tianjun test him. They did not believe that Lin Fei could be stronger than Shen Tianjun. What happened to Shen Wudi would not happen here. You're already a proud warrior. You can't stay like this. Plus you're wrong. I don't need to flirt with Bing Qingya. Lin Fei shook his head. Brat, you still dare to be so stubborn? Kneel. Shen Tianjun was furious. He walked over with large strides, raised his hand and smashed a fist over. This punch contained all of Shen Tianjun's anger. Why are you doing this? Lin Fei smiled as he raised his hand. His 5 fingers reached out and grabbed the incoming fist. Shen Tianjun felt like his fist was grabbed by a strong hand, and any power he used was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Why don't you just kneel down before me? Who asked you to speak so casually? You'll only learn from your mistakes after you've suffered some losses. I'll also let you gain some experience. Don't make people kneel down so easily. Shen Tianjun was just about to say that it was impossible, but in the next second, a cracking sound spread from his fist to his whole body. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and it was magnified infinitely. It hurts, you bastard. Shen Tianjun screamed and knelt on the ground involuntarily. His entire face was scrunched up and his body was trembling. How is it? It doesn't feel good to kneel. Remember, don't make people kneel so easily because you might meet someone stronger than you. Shen Tianjun's mind was blank. He knelt in front of a stranger without any resistance. Other than the pain all over his body, there was nothing else. Shen Tianhong and Wu Long, who were watching the show, were also dumbfounded. It was too fast. They didn't fight at all. The Shen family's proud son of heaven knelt down just like that. Moreover, it seemed that his hand was crippled. This was completely different from what they had imagined. It would have been fine if there was an invincible god, but now there was a Lin Fei. Kid, if you dare to touch my son, I will kill you. Shen Tianhong was anxious and prepared to attack. Wu Long, who was at the side, frowned. He seemed to have thought of something and pulled Shen Tianhong back. His face was filled with fear. Brother Shen, you can't attack. Do you know who this kid is? Shen Tianhong didn't care who the other party was. He wanted to save his son. How could his son kneel in front of someone? This was a slap to the Shen family's face. I don't care who he is. If he touches my son, he touches my Shen family. I will kill him. Wu Long secretly wiped his sweat. Brother Shen, calm down. You have to calm down. He is Lin Fei, the Lin Fei from Donghai. Even the Shen family suffered at his hands. Do you remember? Shen Tianhong, who was about to attack, was stunned. His expression changed rapidly. Of course he knew who Lin Fei was. One must know that the Shen family had suffered at the hands of that person from Donghai. The Shen family had fanned the flames and deliberately spread the news. However, he really didn't know what Lin Fei looked like. Now, Wulong actually said that this person was Lin Fei. You're right. Wulong smiled bitterly. Why would I lie to you? At first, when I heard this name, I felt that it was familiar. I couldn't remember it, but now I'm sure that this person is Lin Fei from Donghai. He is the person who caused the Shen family to suffer. Are you sure you want to attack him now? Shen Tianhong's heart shook. He couldn't believe it. Suddenly, when he connected the events in the crater, he seemed to understand something. What a Shen family. They actually dared to plot against me in secret. What a shameless B******. Shen Tianhong finally understood why Invincible God would come out to oppose his son. So this was the reason. What a sinister method. Do you guys still want to attack? If not, I'm leaving. Shukju website. Chapter 4087. Shen Tianhong did not dare to utter a word. He still believed in Wulong's words. Then the person in front of him must be Lin Fei. The guy who made the Shen clan suffer a lot, but never dared to retaliate. What is the strength of his son? Shen Tianhong was very clear. Unexpectedly, he was caught in the opponent's hands. The thought in his heart was also cut off. Forget about revenge. At least he did not have any confidence. Shen Tianjun, the proud son of heaven, was dumbstruck. He naturally knew who Lin Fei was, but he did not expect that the Lin Fei in front of him was the mysterious Lin Fei of the Eastern Sea. This was completely beyond his imagination. It was hard for him to accept. Young Master Lin, our Shen clan did not do the right thing. We are willing to apologize. Please let my son go. Shen Tianhong hesitated again and again. He had no choice but to lower his head. He really did not have any confidence. A person's name was like a tree's shadow, it still had a considerable effect. At least, the Lin Fei in front of him was indeed in existence that could not be seen through. Coward, I originally planned to play with you. Since you have already lowered your head, then forget it. Lin Fei shook his head and casually swung his hand. Shen Tianjun was directly sent flying and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. From beginning to end, he did not even look at them again. Remember, if you want this matter to be completely resolved, you must collect enough moon spirit stones. Otherwise, I don't mind being a guest of your Shen clan. Also, your martial sex Wulong, you will also have to do the same. If you do something wrong, you will always have to pay the price. Lin Fei smiled and walked into the Five Elements ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of them. Shen Tianhong and Wulong's expressions kept changing. Especially Wulong, he felt that he had been shot while lying down. What they wanted the most was the moon spirit stones. Now, you want them to collect the moon spirit stones and give them to Lin Fei. How could they be willing? Brother Shen, I've really been killed by you this time. Wulong said helplessly. Shen Tianhong laughed dryly and looked at his son, Shen Tianjun, who was lying on the ground. He immediately became angry and kicked his son. I told you to pretend. I told you to pretend when you have nothing to do. How many times have I told you that when you deal with people, you must investigate their background? Don't use the Shen family's name to suppress people. Now our family is in big trouble. Shen Tianjun, who was just about to get up, was kicked away. He was stunned once again and felt extremely wronged. He couldn't be blamed for this. How would I know? If I knew he was Lin Fei, I wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. Shen Tianjun knew that Shen Wudi's strength was on par with his. Since Shen Wudi had lost to Lin Fei, then Shen Tianjun had no chance of winning. This time he had really shot himself in the foot. The three of them were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. They didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei. If they really went to the Shen family, they might really be in trouble. Let's take it one step at a time. As for handing over the moon soul stones, that's definitely impossible. Shen Tianhong's face was gloomy. I heard that an expert from the world master ranking will come this time. Even if he wants the moon soul stones, it won't be that easy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei walked into the metal ground of the Five Elements. Instantly, countless golden wind blades sliced through the air, one after another. They were extremely powerful and almost reached the level of a master. Lin Fei didn't care and strode forward. Everywhere he passed, the golden wind blades were all bounced away. They couldn't get close to him at all. Lin Fei wasn't fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at one of the places and stomped on the ground. There was a loud rumble and countless cracks appeared. Come out. He clawed at the ground with his 5 fingers. The ground cracked and a golden stone flew out from the ground and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Golden stone, ordinary quality. It was a stone about the size of a fist and its surface had a metallic color. It was the golden stone, a special type of stone that could be used to set up the 5 elements ground. The golden stone was extremely heavy. When Lin Fei held it in his hand, it felt like a mountain. At the same time, there was a sharp aura that kept cutting on his hand. However, no matter how hard it cut, it couldn't hurt him at all. Lin Fei kept the golden stone and walked towards the second five elements ground. After taking the golden stone, the first area of the five elements ground instantly returned to normal. There was only a piece of barren land left. Shin Tianhong, who had been wandering around the five elements ground, felt the changes. There was a piece of barren land in front of them, which shocked them. Previously they had sensed a dangerous aura in this area, but now it had disappeared. Could it be that Lin Fei did all of this? Shin Tianhong's heart skipped a beat. Such a method was not something he could do at all. Wulong took a deep breath. It seems like we should re-evaluate Lin Fei. Perhaps he's even more terrifying than we thought. Perhaps he's someone from one of those lesser worlds. At the mention of lesser worlds, the expressions of the three of them became very complicated. Compared to the big families in Wuxia, the people who came from those places were the most terrifying. If they didn't come from those places, there was no way to explain how they could so easily overcome these dangers. Then should we continue to follow them? Wulong wanted to leave, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Of course, why not? We've already admitted defeat. He can't possibly kill us, right? Shin Tianhong said boldly. Actually, he wasn't at ease. He could also see that this area was a special area. There was even the power of the five elements. Perhaps there was something good inside. Hence, the three of them gathered their courage and walked forward. After they left, Shin Tianquan and Shin Wudi also came to this area. After all, there was a dangerous aura in this area. However, when they arrived, they also felt the change in the area. The sharp aura had disappeared. That's strange. I clearly felt that this place was different. Why did it change so suddenly? Shin Tianquan looked ahead. Shin Wudi whispered, could it be Lin Fei's doing? Among all of us, he's probably the only one with such skills. Now that he mentioned it, it really seemed possible. Forget it. Let's just follow them in. Lin Fei didn't know that taking away the metal yuan stones would cause such a huge reaction. From the metal area to the wood area, then to the earth area, Lin Fei easily entered all of them, and even more effortlessly collected the origin stones. The five elements land instantly became empty. Finally they came to a place filled with flames. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a dense power of fire. I didn't even make a special trip here. In the five elements land, the one that Lin Fei cared about the most was the fire land. He took out the Huofeng Phoenix's egg and placed it in the center of the fire land. Then he closed his eyes and rested. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4088. Why did Lin Fei come? He wanted the Huofeng Phoenix's egg to absorb the power of fire from the land of five elements to speed up its incubation. If Lin Fei hadn't run into such a place, he wouldn't have come here. Fortunately, although the power of fire was a little weaker than he had imagined, it was still a pretty good supplement, and it was most suitable for this egg. The Huofeng Phoenix's egg was placed in the center. Traces of power of fire were quickly absorbed by the egg. The entire Huofeng Phoenix's egg turned red and a shadow could be seen inside. Then a whirlpool formed around the Huofeng Phoenix's egg. Little fellow, don't be so greedy. Absorb slowly. If you continue to absorb so crazily, you might explode. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could feel that the little fellow inside was very excited. After all, the egg had not been replenished by the power of fire for a long time. If not for him, it would have died sooner or later. Now that it could absorb the power of fire again, it was like a supplement to the egg. Although it was not as nutritious as Lin Fei's blood essence, it was still a delicacy. After hearing Lin Fei's words, the fellow inside seemed to understand and slowed down. However, a whirlpool was still formed. Lin Fei collected 4 elemental raw stones but did not collect the fire yuan stone. It was for the Huofeng Phoenix's egg to absorb the power of fire. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. Absorbing the power of fire required time. At the same time, the egg was absorbing the power of fire and the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. It could be seen from afar. The first to feel it were Shin Tianquan and Shin Tianhong. After all, the power of the whirlpool was not to be underestimated. They sensed it immediately. Without a word, they charged straight for the power of fire. However, when they arrived outside the land of fire, the scorching heat waves caused them to frown. Even so, they still relied on their energy to charge in. Farther away, 3 Western Arcana Masters were also rushing their way over. It was just that he hadn't gotten anything good yet. Look, that's a whirlpool. The aura of the whirlpool is so strong. I can also feel the aura of fire. There should be a treasure. China is indeed China. There are so many treasures. It seems like our luck is not bad. John Charlie stared at the obvious whirlpool in front of him and his eyes lit up. Johnson and the Poison Widow also noticed the whirlpool, and they could feel the power of the fire. As Western ability users, they were very sensitive to the elements. But as soon as the vortex of fire appeared, they knew in their hearts that there was a treasure in that place. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form such a large vortex. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. The three arcanists rushed towards the vortex. They were not the only ones who saw the whirlpool. Bing Qingya and Chief Shui had also noticed it. They all agreed that it was the appearance of a treasure, so they brought their people and rushed over. Metal power. I sensed the aura of metal power, but why did it disappear? After Johnson and the others rushed over, their expressions suddenly changed. After all, they were very sensitive to the aura of metal. Someone must have taken the treasures here. Oh, who stole my treasures? Jianghu was annoyed. It was rare to find a treasure that was suitable for his cultivation, but it was gone just like that. I also felt the aura of the earth in front of us. Someone must have taken it too. John Charlie's heart sank, showing a very unwilling expression. The Poison Widow calmed down a lot. Someone took the treasure, so it must be among them. With the strength of the three of us, we can just sweep over there. When the time comes, the treasure will still fall into our hands. The Poison Widow was actually excited. After all, there was a treasure that could increase the strength of John Charlie and Johnson, so it was possible that there was a treasure that was suitable for her. This trip was really worth it. John Charlie and Johnson looked at each other and agreed. The three of them rushed forward and soon met Chief Shui and Bing Qingya's group. Because of Bing Qingya's relationship with Lin Fei, Chief Shui was very polite to Bing Qingya. This more or less made Bing Qingya feel flattered. To be honest, it was Bing Qingya and the others who were fawning over her, but now it was Chief Shui who was very polite. Not good, it's the Western experts. Chief Shui was the first to feel three strong auras. Alert, alert immediately. Bing Qingya also felt three strong auras, which were not the same as usual. A moment later, three figures appeared in their field of vision. This is bad, I didn't expect them to come. After seeing the three, Chief Shui's face darkened, and the relevant information also appeared. Bing Qingya wasn't very clear, but she also felt a strong aura from them. Niece Bing, you go first. Young Master Lin should be inside. Go and inform him that there are experts coming. Chief Shui didn't have the confidence to deal with these three, because any one of them was much stronger than him. He couldn't panic. Bing Qingya also didn't expect Chief Shui to have such a big reaction. He actually let her go inside first, obviously very afraid. You people from the west have the guts to enter the dark ruins. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the Yan Huang battle team? Chief Shui said coldly, forcing himself to calm down. Shui Yiming, I know you're the branch chief of the Yan Huang battle team in Hangzhou. John Charlie laughed. You know us, don't tell me you still want to arrest us? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Johnson also snorted coldly. Yes, get out of my way. I don't want to fight with the Yan Huang battle team. We only want the treasures in the dark ruins. The Poison Widow smiled slightly. Chief Shui, our opinions are very unified. What do you think? In Shui Yiming's impression, there were at most one or two experts from the World Master ranking. He didn't expect there to be three, and the most terrifying one among them was the Poison Widow, who had the psychic ability. He was the most difficult one to deal with among the three, so he had no choice but to take him seriously. He was afraid that he would fall into a trap at any time. The items in the dark ruins belong to our Yan Huang battle team and not you. Leave before I take action and I can pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the dark ruins alive. The three Arcanist Grandmasters burst into laughter. You're thinking too much. John Charlie stepped out and the ground shook. A large area turned into quicksand, directly surrounding the Yan Huang battle team, including Chief Shui and the rest. Director, this is bad. The ground below us has become a quicksand trap. Even though the disciples of the Yan Huang battle team were all very strong, they had never crossed blows with a mutant master before. Just Lu Sha alone was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Changsheng was not to be outdone. He waved a series of wind blades towards the Yan Huang battle team. Shui Yiming felt great pressure from the two Arcanist Grandmasters. The World Grandmaster lived up to his name. Shukju website. Chapter 4089. John Charlie and Xiangxing attacked one after another, instantly plunging the entire Yan Huang battle team into a dangerous situation. The quicksand and wind blades followed closely behind. Everyone's hair stood on end, their hearts uneasy. Their faces were filled with fear, something they had never seen before. Chief Shui, I heard that you're an expert on the master ranking. I wonder how many attacks you can take. John Charlie strode over, and with every step he took, a massive earth spike would shoot up from the ground. They flashed with cold light, forcing Shui Yiming to continuously retreat. He did not dare to take them head-on and could only passively defend. Quick retreat. Everyone retreat inside. The first wave of attacks was already too much for the Yan Huang battle team. Shui Yiming had underestimated the strength of the experts on the World Master ranking. The Western mutants were indeed superior in long-range attacks. Because these attacks were condensed from the elements, they were naturally impossible to guard against. There's a Chinese beauty here. I wonder if we can get to know each other. Chang Xing also stared at Bing Qingya. The cold aura from her made him want to conquer her. He strode forward, his wind blade was like a knife, slashing horizontally and vertically. He didn't give Bing Qingya any chance to resist. Bing Qingya's strength had increased greatly. She raised her hand and lightly struck out with a palm technique. After the palm technique was unleashed, a wave of frost would appear, enveloping the wind blades and shattering them. She was more or less delayed, but she still felt a great deal of pressure. This was the first time Bing Qingya had met a Western expert. They were stronger than she had imagined. Chinese beauty, you're quite strong yourself. You can actually block my attack. Jianghu was also interested. Countless wind blades turned into wind blades, slashing towards Bing Qingya. I wonder how long you can block them. Jianghu had a mocking look on his face. The venomous widow did not move. She was best at psychic attacks, and the current situation did not require her to do anything. At the same time, she was a little disappointed. The Chinese experts were not as strong as she had imagined. Otherwise, these people would not be in such a difficult situation. You can just injure them. Don't kill them. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to leave China, unless you're willing to be hunted by the god of war Yixian. The three of them were experts on the World Master ranking. Naturally, they had someone they were afraid of, and that was the #1 expert in China, Yixian. As long as he didn't kill them, there was no problem at all. Don't worry. We're not fools. How could we possibly kill or injure them? We're just exchanging pointers. Injuries are inevitable. John Charlie was already closing in on Shui Yiming. As Shui Yiming moved, the quicksand under his feet kept entangling him. Every time he broke free, the quicksand would entangle him again, forcing him to divert some of his attention. As a result, John Charlie's attacks were limited. The Yan Huang battle team disciples who had been trapped also broke free, retreating backwards. They had never felt so aggrieved before. Shui Yiming regretted not bringing his gun down. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Despite all his calculations, he had not expected the arrival of 3 grandmasters. Nish Qingya, quickly retreat. He's inside. You'll be safe once you see him. Shui Yiming saw that Bing Qingya was in danger, so he threw out a few punches and rushed over, taking over the pressure from Johnson & Johnson. Bing Qingya used all kinds of techniques in a short period of time, but still couldn't stop Johnson & Johnson. This was because the opponent's strength was too great, and belonged to the category of open and closed attacks. Although her ice-type martial arts could bring some effect, it still couldn't stop him. This was because there was still a certain gap between the strength of the two. All right. Bing Qingya didn't hesitate. She knew who Shui Yiming was talking about. It seemed that only by his side would she feel safe. This was a woman's intuition. Bing Qingya quickly left. Chief Shui, hold on a little longer. I'll inform him immediately. Shui Yiming really didn't want anything to happen to Bing Qingya here. Anyone who could become a chief was naturally not an idiot. How could he not see the relationship between Bing Qingya and Lin Fei? And Lin Fei was someone Shui Yiming couldn't see through. He was full of secrets. If Bing Qingya was really injured here, what if Lin Fei lost his temper? Who could stop him? Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Shui Yiming didn't want this to happen. So he decided to take it himself. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous wind blades slashed, one stronger than the other. In addition to the earth spikes and the earth quicksand, Shui Yiming was blown away within 3 to 5 rounds and smashed heavily on the ground. After landing, he quickly turned over and rushed inside. Too weak, really too weak. If all the Chinese grandmasters are this strong, then the mysterious East is only SOSO. John Charlie and Johnson both snorted coldly, their eyes showing disdain. The poison widow also showed a contemptuous smile. It seems that they should all be inside. We'll just sweep them later. They weren't afraid that Shui Yiming and the others would leave. As long as they were in the Yin ruins, nothing would matter. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire Yin ruins who could be their opponent. I can smell the aura of the power of fire. It should be somewhere not far ahead. The three evolved Jing masters rushed over and quickly sensed the strong power of fire. Their expressions changed. If they could bring this fire treasure back to the west, they would definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of other treasures. It would not be a problem for them to use it to improve their own strength. After spending so much time, they finally saw something. Undoubtedly, their eyes lit up. Although they had felt it just now outside, it wasn't as strong as this. Inside the power of fire, Shin Tianquan and his son, Shin Tianhong and his son, as well as Wu Long, rubbed their own qi to resist the rolling heat waves and continued to walk inside. Not long after, they saw a person. However, after seeing this person, their expressions were a little abnormal. Other than that, they also saw an egg. It was a red egg, and they could even vaguely see the shadow of it. Everyone's breathing quickened. Spirit beast, this is definitely a spirit beast. Oh my god, I actually saw the egg of a legendary spirit beast. To be able to become one of the top 3 families in the south, they naturally had their own secret channels. After a short moment of shock, they immediately reacted. This was the legendary spirit beast egg. How could they not be excited? The only thing that made them unhappy was that the person was sitting not far away from the spirit beast egg. Just by sitting there casually, it was like a chasm separating them. After looking at each other, they really didn't dare to do anything. They had all suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, but they were unwilling to leave. Brother Lin, bad news. They're here. Shukju website. Chapter 4090. Before the crowd could leave, the voice reverberated in the land of fire. Bing Qingya rushed over nervously. She looked back from time to time as if someone was chasing after her. Shin Tianjun actually wanted to gloat at this time, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud because Lin Fei, who was not far away, was constantly giving him a huge amount of pressure. He was afraid that he would implicate the Shin family. It was fine if he didn't know Lin Fei, but now he was really afraid of Lin Fei. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had a relationship, but no one knew what it was like. But it wasn't something that Shin Tianjun could laugh at. Niece Bing Qingya, what happened? Who's here? The first to speak wasn't Lin Fei but Shin Tianquan. As an old fox, he more or less realized what had happened. Even if he said a few words, it wouldn't be a loss to Shin Tianquan. The moment Shin Tianhong heard Shin Tianquan's words, he immediately realized that he was a step too slow. This old fox actually knows how to curry favor with Bing Qingya. What a bastard. He also said, Niece Bing, don't panic. With us here, no one will dare to do anything. Shin Tianhong also admired how thick his skin was. Bing Qingya didn't have time to think about it. She only knew that she had to tell Lin Fei that experts from the west had arrived, and there were 3 of them. Lin Fei also opened his eyes at this time. Don't panic, I'm here. These few words had calmed Bing Qingya's flustered heart. It was as if the danger she had just encountered was no longer a danger. Brother Lin? Those people are here. Hurry and save Chief Shui. I'm afraid he can't hold on anymore. Those guys are very strong, they're almost suppressing Chief Shui. Bing Qingya still remembered Chief Shui. She was already under a lot of pressure when facing a Western expert, let alone Chief Shui facing 2 of them. No need to go, they're already here. As soon as Lin Fei's voice fell, a figure fell heavily to the ground. It was Chief Shui, who was in a sorry state. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood as he looked ahead with a grave expression, taking note of the situation around him. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. I've underestimated the power of those Western experts. I'm afraid I can only ask for your help today. For some reason, Shui Yiming felt particularly at ease when he saw Lin Fei. This was a feeling he had never felt before. He wasn't weak, but after facing John Charlie and Johnson, he couldn't withstand their attacks at all. He suffered losses and suffered many injuries. It's no big deal. You can stand up now. I also want to see the strength of the Western experts. Shin Tianquan and Shin Tianhong's expressions changed slightly. After all, the reputation of the Western experts had always been fearsome. No one dared to underestimate them. To be able to put Shui Yiming in such a difficult position, it was definitely an expert on the World Grandmaster list. As expected, all of you are here. Our trip was not in vain. John Charlie and Johnson walked in from a distance. John Charlie had a smile on his face. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the Huofeng Phoenix's egg. A magical beast. This is the egg of a magical beast. I can feel the aura of life within it. Johnson had also noticed the Huofeng Phoenix's egg that had formed a whirlpool. Although he didn't know what kind of egg it was, he could feel a strong aura within it. We really made the right choice to come here. Anything that they could tell was extraordinary was definitely something good. Regardless of whether they used it for themselves or used it to trade, they would be able to reap great benefits. If you guys know what's good for you, scram immediately and hand over the item here. Then you can suffer less. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Johnson laughed as he punched out, forming a huge windstorm that howled towards the crowd. The moment the green windstorm appeared, everyone's expression changed. This was because the windstorm was filled with a strong aura. No one dared to take it head-on and they all retreated. Even so, everyone was still able to block the wind blades that were constantly sweeping out. These wind blades were like raindrops covering the sky and covering the earth. They were unable to defend against it. Godly earth whip sweep the world. John Charlie wasn't idle either. He controlled the earth, and a series of godly earth whips as thick as an arm shot into the sky, sweeping over. Bang 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 bang. It was extremely powerful. As it swept over, one could hear the sound of the air being torn apart. Upon contact, a huge force surged forth, causing everyone's limbs to go numb. Some spat out blood while others fell to the ground. Demonic spiritual voice, admit defeat. The venomous widow chuckled. These few words were like a demonic voice, sinking into everyone's hearts and reverberating endlessly, wave after wave. The weaker Yen Huang battle team members all fell to the ground, losing the ability to move. Even Shin Tianquan and Shin Tianhong had no choice but to divert some of their attention to defend against the demonic sounds. Coupled with the ferocious attacks of the two Western experts, they were all in an extremely sorry state. They kept retreating and their expressions became exceptionally grave. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. John Charlie and the rest had grasped the essence, and directly suppressed everyone else's advantage. In an instant they were in a passive state, completely suppressed. The storm dissipated and the quicksand on the ground dissipated. Martial artists were lying on the ground, and those who could barely stand were a few grandmasters. However, their faces were full of fear. If it was an ordinary attack, it wouldn't have been much of a problem. However, these three mutant experts gave them a different feeling. John Charlie and the other two revealed looks of glee. The Chinese experts really couldn't withstand a single blow. Under the ferocious attacks, some were injured and the fight wasn't satisfying at all. This was the strength of the World Grandmaster Leaderboard? The strength was a little weak. Just a few minor spells. You guys still have the cheek to come out and play like this? Before they were done, a voice suddenly floated over. It was extremely piercing at this moment. You talk too much. Changxing snorted coldly. He lifted his hand and sent a wind blade sweeping over. Shut your mouth and scram. At the same time he looked over. Changxing wanted to see who dared to say such words. They were all experts on the World Grandmaster Leaderboard. Looking over, he saw a young man standing casually. Behind him was the Chinese girl that he had just suppressed. However, the young man's expression was calm, and it made Changxing very unhappy. I'm already so strong. Shouldn't you show some fear? Chapter 4091. P.S. I'm still stuck. I haven't been writing well recently, so I can only update once. Sorry. The moment Changxing made his move, Shin Tianquan and the others felt immense pressure. Although they were all evolved Jing experts, the moment Changxing made a move they felt immense pressure. They couldn't compare at all. Although they weren't convinced in their hearts, they couldn't help but admit that Changxing was indeed powerful. None of the experts who could enter the World Evolved Jing list were simple. In the face of Changxing's attack, Lin Fei still had an indifferent expression as he casually stomped his foot on the ground. You guys bullied my friend just now. A sentence that was neither light nor heavy caused Changxing's attack to disappear without a trace. Although Lin Fei's move wasn't too obvious, it made Changxing feel that something wasn't right. However, he didn't think that he was afraid of this guy. What a pretentious fellow. So what if I bullied your friend? If you have the ability, you can take revenge for him. Changxing laughed loudly as he raised his hand and summoned a huge storm. The storm revolved around Lin Fei. In an instant, Lin Fei's surroundings became the center of the storm. As the storm spun and moved, countless wind blades whistled through the air. This was Changxing's favorite move. No matter who it was, no one could last long under his storm. They would either surrender or be killed. Shin Tianquan, Shin Tianhong, and the others all retreated. Just the power of fire here was already too much for them to handle, let alone this huge storm. They finally understood the difference between them. This gap wasn't something that could be closed in a short period of time. Big Brother Lin, be careful of his storm. It's extremely powerful and can cut through anything, Bing Qingya hurriedly said. She had suffered at Changxing's hands before. These wind blades were extremely powerful. If it weren't for her ice attribute martial arts that could block the attacks and reduce a portion of the power, she wouldn't have been able to take more than a few hits. It's just a small storm. It's only meant to scare you grandmasters. In fact, it's completely useless. Lin Fei smiled and casually glanced at it. Look at how I break it with one finger. Changsheng was so angry that he laughed. Chinese kid, my storm is not something you can break just because you want to. Just kneel down and surrender. Seeing that you found the magical beast egg, maybe I can spare your life. The closer the storm got, the more powerful it became. No one dared to underestimate it, but in Lin Fei's eyes this storm was too weak. Child's play. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. Was this the attack of a Western superpower? It wasn't that great. He casually pointed a finger at the storm. John Charlie laughed. Changsheng, someone is going to break your little storm. I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his fingers. John Charlie knew that the power of this storm was very strong, especially the wind blades were very sharp. They could even cut through steel and iron plates, let alone flesh and blood. Lin Fei casually pointed a finger and casually pointed it out. Changsheng had a disdainful smile on his face, but suddenly he heard a cracking sound in his ears. He saw that the small storm that had enveloped him had collapsed in an instant, and the wind blades that filled the sky had actually cracked open inch by inch and dissipated completely. Look, I can break your little storm with a wave of my hand. I don't know what other tricks you have, but feel free to use them. Let me see how strong the Western Grandmaster list experts are. Shui Yiming was already injured, but seeing that the little storm had been broken, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young Master Lin, good job. Shui Yiming had guessed right. Lin Fei's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi looked at each other again. They were even more certain of Lin Fei's strength. He was definitely a true god-level expert. If they had encountered this storm, they really wouldn't know how to break it. But Lin Fei had broken it so easily. Changsheng's eyes widened. Good fellow, you can actually break my little storm. I wonder how many times you can break it. Changsheng was also a little angry. A little brat had actually broken his little storm. He raised his hand and summoned 3 more storms. Each one was exactly the same. They once again enveloped Lin Fei. Tong Tong pounced towards Lin Fei. He grabbed a wind blade in his hand. It landed on his hand like a long blade and slashed towards Lin Fei. A little brat had broken his little storm. This made Changsheng very unhappy. He had to personally defeat this brat. Only then would he be able to maintain his face. The moment the 3 little storms appeared, everyone's hearts tightened. This was especially so for Bing Qingya. She could clearly feel how terrifying these 3 little storms were together. Even Changsheng, who had taken the initiative to attack, subconsciously grabbed onto Lin Fei's clothes. She had never encountered such a strong attack before. Lin Fei's lips curled up. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think you're so great? Mere storms break for me. It was a voice that was neither light nor heavy. However, this time it contained a different meaning. Wherever the voice passed, the 3 little storms instantly collapsed and quietly disappeared. The power of fire once again filled the surroundings. Changsheng's expression turned solemn this time, but the wind blade in his hand still slashed out as usual. He still couldn't accept that the storm he had cast was actually broken by the opponent just like that, and he didn't even understand how it was broken. John Charlie and the poisonous widow looked at each other. A trace of a bad feeling rose in their hearts. After all, they were experts on the Western Grandmaster list. The strength of their abilities was definitely above these Grandmasters. However, to be able to break the little storm so easily, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Get over here. Lin Fei broke the 3 little storms with a single word. He opened his 5 fingers and raised his hand to grab Changsheng. With this grab, the void seemed to be frozen. Changsheng's slash instantly stopped moving. Even his whole body was enveloped by a powerful force. He couldn't even move if he wanted to, and his whole body flew toward the opponent. John Charlie, poisonous widow, quickly save me. This kid is not easy to deal with. As soon as Changsheng was enveloped by the opponent, he instantly lost his ability to fight. His whole body was so scared that his face turned pale. How could there be such a person? The fierce attack disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Changsheng was caught by the opponent. This undoubtedly made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Fei was very strong, he was a Western Grandmaster. He wasn't a cabbage that could be found on the street. Earth quicksand. John Charlie naturally didn't want anything to happen to Changsheng here. Once he fell into the hands of the opponent, Changsheng's forces might come looking for trouble. The area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into quicksand. The sound of the quicksand seemed to want to swallow Lin Fei. You have the nerve to use such a method. Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently. You get over here too. His other hand also grabbed out. The void stagnated and John Charlie was also sent flying. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4092. It was one thing for Johnson to be controlled, but now John Charlie was also following in Johnson's footsteps. Lin Fei casually grabbed, and an endless power enveloped John Charlie's body, causing him to instantly lose the ability to resist. Impossible, how can he be so strong? I am a Western mutant. John Charlie's expression changed. He tried to control the power of the earth, but with just a grab he actually lost the connection with the power of the earth. In other words, he lost the ability to control the elements between heaven and earth. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Originally, the three of them had control of the situation, but with Lin Fei's move, they lost the advantage in the blink of an eye. Now the only one left was the Poison Widow. Poison Widow, if you don't make a move now, if the two of us don't end up well, don't even think about escaping from the Yin ruins. Johnson roared. Now the two of them were completely at their wits' end, and their only hope was the Poison Widow. Needless to say, the Poison Widow had also noticed the situation. She had really underestimated the strength of this young man. She did not even have the slightest bit of information about this young man in her memory. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. No one had the slightest bit of defense against him. Mysterious China, mysterious boy. This time I should be able to experience it properly. The Poison Widow smiled confidently. Masters from China, why aren't you making a move? The Grandmaster-level powerhouses present had been scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Lin Fei had stepped in and saved the situation. However, as soon as the venomous widow said that, the expressions of the Grandmaster-level powerhouses suddenly changed and they instantly lost control of themselves. The first to make a move was actually Bing Qingya, who was standing behind Lin Fei. Bing Qingya raised her hand and launched an ice palm. She didn't show any emotion at all. No one had expected that Bing Qingya would make a move at this time. After Bing Qingya made a move, Shin Tianhong and Shin Tianjun also attacked at the first moment. Then, one after another, figures attacked. In the battlefield, the only one who could maintain a clear mind was Lin Fei himself. Facing Bing Qingya's palm, Lin Fei didn't move. He just let her slap his body. The ice power was like a stone sinking into the sea. Mysterious kid from the east, you are very strong. However, I wonder how you are going to defend against so many of your compatriots. The poisonous widow twisted her waist and walked over unhurriedly. Johnson and John Charlie laughed, but in their hearts, they were full of fear for the Poison Widow. Although they all knew that the Poison Widow's psychic attack was very powerful, they did not expect her to be able to control so many Grandmasters so easily. Lin Fei didn't show any expression on his face after taking the hit. He was still very calm. A wind ability user, an earth ability user, and a psionic ability user. It was quite interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Your psychic attack is still a little lacking. You can only attack these Grandmasters. The Poison Widow's smile was bright. Even if it's a Grandmaster, it's definitely enough to make you suffer. Alright, all of you can lie down now. Lin Fei suddenly let out a cold snort. An invisible force instantly swept over all the Grandmasters. As soon as his voice fell, Shin Tianhong and the others who were attacking fell to the ground on the spot. It was as if they had fallen asleep. Including everyone present, they all looked like they had fallen asleep. The entire power of fire became exceptionally quiet. Look, your psychic ability is still not practiced to perfection. It was easily broken by me. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a casual shake of his hand, Johnson and John Charlie let out a muffled groan and flew out like a kite with its string cut. They fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. After Lin Fei broke the Poison Widow's mind control, his whole body trembled and he took a few steps back. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can you break my mind control? This is impossible. Are you a God-rank expert? The Poison Widow was determined to win when she used mind control, but the scene in front of her made her unable to digest it for a while. You have the nerve to say that it's mind control? You're thinking too much. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. I'm in a good mood right now. Looking at your figure, you should know how to dance. Then give me a Latin dance. With a click, Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Latin dance? How could it be? Impossible in this lifetime? The Poison Widow cursed in her heart, but in the next second, a horrified expression appeared on her face. She found that her body was no longer under her control. She began to dance Latin in front of Lin Fei. Left front, right back, left front. Legs raised, feet stepped. Accompanied by an orderly rhythm, a hot Latin dance appeared. Stop, quickly stop. I'm a psionic ability user. I can't be controlled. The Poison Widow still maintained her consciousness, but her body was not listening to her. Lin Fei watched with a smile. Did you see that? This is real mind control. Your mind control is still a bit too lousy, but I have to admit that your Latin dance is quite interesting. As expected, Westerners are more suited to Latin dance. When Johnson and John Charlie saw this scene from afar, their hair stood on end. They were at a loss. After looking at each other, they turned around and ran. One must know that among the three of them, the strongest was the Poison Widow. Even the Poison Widow couldn't withstand that guy's methods, let alone them. It was really strange. At this moment, they really suspected that this young man was a mysterious God-rank powerhouse. However, in the entire world there were only a handful of God-rank powerhouses, and they had disappeared for decades. They really didn't believe that this person was a God-rank powerhouse. Right now the only thing they could do was to leave this place. As for the Poison Widow's life or death, what did it have to do with them? The relationship between ability users was like this. They wouldn't talk about good or bad. Heartless bastards, this old lady will settle the score with you sooner or later. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Johnson and John Charlie leaving in a sorry state. The Poisonous Widow could not stop cursing, but she could only watch them leave. The Poison Widow couldn't do anything, but how could Lin Fei let them leave so easily? This is my territory. Who allowed you to leave without my permission? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Johnson and John Charlie didn't run far before an incredible scene appeared. A cage appeared on the ground out of nowhere. It just so happened to trap them inside. John Charlie's eyes widened, and his hands and feet trembled. This is the Earth Cage, a top-grade Earth ability. Chapter 4093. Earth Cage. This is the Earth Cage. As an Earth Esper, John Charlie had mastered a lot of Earth abilities, but the Earth Cage was not something he could use. This was because it required a lot of abilities, but someone was able to use it and even trap them inside. John Charlie felt as if he had seen a ghost. How could someone use the Earth ability? What bullsh *T Earth Cage, watch how I break it. Although Qiangxing was panicking, he was still unconvinced. He grabbed two wind blades with his left and right hands and slashed at the Earth Cage. The wind blades that could easily cut through steel and iron plates were now in big trouble. The Earth Cage was so strong that not even a scratch was left on it. On the other hand, the wind blades in Qiangxing's hands were shattered inch by inch. Johnson was shocked. He could not accept this scene. Impossible. Earth Storm, open. Johnson used the Earth Storm again. This storm was even more powerful than the kite in his hand. As it rotated, it hit the entire Earth Cage. But even under such circumstances, the Earth Cage was still intact. It was like a huge boulder that was as stable as Mount Tai. Johnson changed his moves again and again, but he still could not break the Earth Cage. In the end, he sat on the ground. Impossible. How can someone control such a powerful Earth ability, and it's a Chinese? The only one who could accept it was John Charlie. From the moment the Earth Cage appeared, he knew that he had no chance of breaking through it. The move that Yi Shiwen had displayed had undoubtedly confirmed his guess. That young guy was actually a paranormal, strong enough to make him collapse. Seeing that Johnson and John Charlie were trapped in the Earth Cage, the Poison Widow felt a lot better for some reason. However, after the Latin dance, the young man actually said something. The Latin dance is not bad. Let's do a cha-cha. After that, we'll do a belly dance. International dance is fine too. Poison Widow almost fainted when she heard this. This was the first time in her life that she was being controlled by someone. What Esper? What mind control? At this moment it was a joke to Poison Widow. The young man controlled her with just one sentence. Coincidentally, after the international dance, the Poisonous Widow was drenched in sweat. She was even more afraid of this young man. Mysterious Senior, don't make me jump. I admit defeat, okay? The Poison Widow was really afraid. She was afraid that this mysterious young man would suddenly say, "Kill yourself." Although the Poison Widow had done this kind of thing many times, it was definitely the most difficult thing for her to accept in her life if she really had to do it herself. The widow couldn't help but speak. She was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to speak later. You're already convinced after just a few dances. Lin Fei walked over with a smile. Tell me, how should I deal with you? These three masters on the World Grandmaster list controlled the power of special abilities. However, after they made their moves, Lin Fei was quite disappointed. Although it was infinitely close to the Xiantian realm, there was not much difference between this skill and magic. Naturally, there was not much interest in it. I can hand over everything on me. I can even hand over my entire body to you. I only ask that you let me go. From now on, I will never dare to take a step into China again." The Poison Widow no longer had any will to fight. To be able to easily break through her mind and even control her, this kind of person was too terrifying. If this news were to spread to the West, it would definitely make those experts on the Western Grandmaster list unable to sleep or eat in peace. This was because no one had ever been able to master a Western esper, let alone a psionic ability. Lin Fei said indifferently, "Do you think someone at my level would care about money? Although you have some strength, you're too old. You're not the kind of person I like. However, since you've been defeated by me, you still want the spoils of war. Transfer all your money to me." The Poison Widow suddenly realized that she had regained her ability to control, but she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to attack. "I'll transfer it to you right away." At this time, the Poison Widow no longer had any thoughts. Without any hesitation, she directly transferred all her assets to the card number given by Lin Fei. It was a total of $1 billion. "Alright, leave me your address in the West. Maybe one day I'll go to the West as a guest. I might have to ask you to be my guide." The Poison Widow had just breathed a sigh of relief when her hair stood on end again. She didn't dare to say anything else and obediently left an address. She didn't even dare to leave a fake address. In front of this person, she really didn't dare to do anything rashly. After all, he controlled her mind and could make her speak the truth at any time. "Alright, you can leave now." The Poison Widow turned around and left without another word. After the Poison Widow left, Lin Fei came to Johnson and John Charlie. The two of them were actually similar to the Poison Widow. Their tempers had been polished, especially John Charlie, who directly knelt down in front of Lin Fei. "Mysterious Easterner, can I become your disciple?" Become his disciple? When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually an expert on the Western Grandmaster list who wanted to become his disciple. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in accepting disciples from the West. If you want to leave this place alive, you'll have to be like the Poison Widow." Johnson and John Charlie didn't hesitate and handed over their assets. Compared to the Poison Widow, their net worth was slightly lower. One was worth $300 million, while the other was worth $500 million, adding up to $800 million. From the three of them, Lin Fei got $1.8 billion, emptying the assets of the three Arcana Grandmasters. Lin Fei casually waved his hand and the earth cage disappeared. "Remember my words, Wuxia isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. The next time I see you, you'll only be a corpse." The two of them had goosebumps again. They nodded repeatedly and left. When the three of them left the dark ruins, they didn't dare to hesitate and left Wuxia through a secret channel on the same day. They would never dare to come back for the rest of their lives. After they left, Lin Fei snapped his fingers and everyone woke up at this moment. They were in a daze, and when they thought about what happened before, their expressions changed. "Alright, it's all over. Everyone can rest assured." Lin Fei walked over, helped Bing Qingya up and said casually, "Shukju website. Chapter 4094. The departure of the three Arcana Grandmasters from the West was like a terrible nightmare for everyone present. The whistling wind blades, the quicksand, and the spiritual attacks were all imprinted on everyone's hearts. They would not be able to forget it for a long time. At the same time, everyone's attitude towards Lin Fei underwent a 180-degree change. Amidst their different expressions, they seemed to have understood something and became even more respectful. "Alright everyone, go and do what you need to do." With Lin Fei's casual words, no one dared to say anything else. They turned around and left without another word. Now that everyone had changed, they were more decisive in leaving. "Shin Tianquan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'll remember you." After leaving the Land of Fire, Shin Tianhong looked at Shin Tianquan coldly. He finally understood why Shin Wudi would take the initiative to jump out. He knew about Lin Fei's background and wanted to perform well in front of him. To think that the Shin family thought that the Shin family could not stand against them. So this was the case. Shin Tianquan was also thick-skinned and was naturally not afraid of being exposed. He smiled faintly. "What did you say? I don't understand. Say it again. It's best if you say it more clearly so that I can understand." This made Shin Tianhong's expression turn even uglier. He snorted coldly and left with his son Shin Tianjun. Shin Tianquan watched Shin Tianhong leave with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. "Just a little bit more. Consider yourselves lucky. It's a pity that such an opportunity will never come again." Shin Tianquan still hoped that Shin Tianhong and the rest would offend Lin Fei. At that time they would not even need to do anything. Just Lin Fei's ferocious strength alone would be enough to teach the Shen family a lesson. By then, the Shen family might even be able to eat a huge piece of meat. What a pity, what a pity. Dad, what should we do now? Shen Wudi was becoming more and more afraid of Lin Fei. His strength was simply unstoppable. He originally had the intention to fight back, but now it was all gone. Even an expert on the Western Master Leaderboard was not a match for Lin Fei, let alone himself. The Dark Ruin Land is so big we still have to look around, maybe we can find something. On the other side, after Shin Tianhong came out, his face was terrifyingly cold. There was a fire burning in his heart, but he had no way to vent it. Shin Tianquan, I'll remember you. Don't let me find a chance. Shin Tianjuan's face darkened. Who exactly is that Lin Fei? Even an expert from the Western Grandmaster ranking was no match for him and suffered such a big loss. I have never heard of such an expert from the south. Shin Tianhong said helplessly, what else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to try our luck and see if there are any good things in the Dark Ruins. It's a pity that there are no more spirit beast eggs. Shui Yiming finally relaxed. The most troublesome Western expert was chased away just like that. To be honest, it was beyond Shui Yiming's expectations. Logically speaking, there should have been a great battle. However, the battle between the Western experts and Lin Fei was simply as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It made people not dare to be confident. Young Master Lin, I won't disturb you anymore. Although Shui Yiming was quite interested in the spirit beast egg, he didn't dare to say that he snatched it because he really didn't have the courage to do so. He made up an excuse and left. Lin Fei didn't ask him to stay and let Shui Yiming leave. After he left, Bing Qingyao also left. She had finally calmed down. After all, it was rare for her to come to the Dark Ruins. She had to look around. Otherwise, she would have missed a great opportunity. After they left, the Land of Fire quietened down once more. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. He knew that no one would disturb him for a short period of time. As for what other treasures there were in the Dark Ruins, Lin Fei wasn't too interested at the moment because there were too few things that could interest him. Huofeng Phoenix's egg continued to devour the power of fire. Its movements didn't change. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. This living phoenix's egg had turned red and its life aura had become more vigorous. Of course, only Lin Fei could feel this feeling. As for the others, they couldn't feel it at all. They only felt that the power of fire in this place had become more active. Looking at the time, it should hatch in 1 or 2 days. Lin Fei dripped another drop of blood on the egg. This was already the 3rd time. Using it together with the power of fire was even better. Of course, only Lin Fei could unscrupulously add blood to the Huofeng Phoenix's egg. As an immortal expert, Lin Fei's blood was very powerful. It wasn't something that a spirit beast egg could easily withstand. It could be said that Lin Fei and this Huofeng Phoenix's egg were quite fated. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would have exploded long ago. After absorbing my immortal blood, I'm really looking forward to what this Huofeng Phoenix's egg will become. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time that Lin Fei was looking forward to something. Another day passed. Kacha kacha. A clear sound suddenly echoed in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and saw that this Huofeng Phoenix's egg had started to crack. Every crack produced a clear sound. Every time a crack appeared, a strand of formidable power of fire would spread out, instantly causing the temperature to rise by a significant amount. Lin Fei felt this subtle difference the most. Good fella, as expected of the Huofeng Phoenix. It hasn't hatched yet, but the power of fire it releases is actually so powerful. It's worthy of being a relative of one of the 4 divine beasts. Lin Fei was very satisfied. At the very least, his immortal blood was not wasted. Kacha kacha kacha. The crisp sound continued to fill the air. Cracks also appeared on the eggshell, and he could vaguely see a small figure inside. Lin Fei got up and walked over. Although the released power of fire increased the temperature by a lot, there was no change in front of him at all. When he was 1 step away, he stopped. This is my first time hatching a creature like the Huofeng Phoenix that has undergone nirvana. The eggshell continued to crack for half an hour. When the eggshell was full of cracks, there was suddenly another clear sound. The eggshell finally cracked. Under Lin Fei's gaze, a little thing jumped out. However, when he saw this little thing, Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This is the Huofeng Phoenix. After Lin Fei muttered to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. This kind of thing doesn't belong to you. Shukju website. Chapter 4095. Along with the voice. A sword energy appeared behind Lin Fei. That's right, it was a sword energy. It was extremely sharp, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. It contained terrifying power. Unknowingly, two people, one old and one young, appeared in the fire elemental land. The two of them walked as if they were on flat ground. The power of fire automatically retreated. The one who made the move was the young man. He looked to be in his 30s. His whole body was filled with an air of righteousness. It was hard to imagine that the sword energy came from this young man. This is how you behave. Sneak attacking from the back. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Fei turned around and opened his fingers, grabbing the sword energy. After grabbing the sword energy, an even more powerful force erupted from the sword energy. Lin Fei from Donghai, you really hide your strength. You can even grab my sword energy with your bare hands. No wonder you could cause such a big commotion. The young man seemed to know Lin Fei's background and said. At the same time he was a little surprised. The sword energy was caught by the other party and seemed to be unharmed. Lin Fei did not have any impression of the two people in front of him. However, the strength of these two people was not weak, especially the old man who had the aura of the Xiantian realm. The young man beside him also had a trace of the aura of the Xiantian realm. Obviously, these two were great experts who had half a step into the Xiantian realm. They were much stronger than the Western ability Grandmaster. Of course, this was only a little surprising to Lin Fei. He didn't care much. He grabbed the little phoenix that had just hatched and landed on his hand like a shadow. The little phoenix was now like a featherless chick, chirping and jumping back and forth on his shoulder. If it hadn't hatched from the egg of the Huofeng phoenix, no one would have known that it was the famous Huofeng phoenix. Now that you know my name, you should also know my personality. Unless I say that I'm going to give it to you, no one else has the right to take it away from me. I advise you all to obediently scram, Lin Fei said calmly. The old man and the young man were actually from Yanjing. It was true that the Yin ruins were quite important. At the same time, he had investigated everyone on this trip. Among them, the most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. That was why they were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they waited until the end. As expected, even the three Western experts suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. It could be said that they had learned something new, but they still did not take it seriously. Any one of them would be able to suppress three Western Arcana Masters. This was where their confidence came from. Therefore, he didn't really take Lin Fei seriously. Young man, don't be so angry at others. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, handing over the spirit beast in your hand won't do you any harm. The old man said with a smile. Lin Fei could see that these two people should have felt the changes in the land of fire. Therefore, they waited until now to come over. They probably knew something about the background of the Huofeng phoenix. Even if they didn't know, they could at least confirm that it was a spirit beast. Ever since he came back, Lin Fei had not seen any spirit beast or any related information. However, there should be relevant records in these sections. The two people in front of him were people who knew about the spirit beast. In fact, Lin Fei could even see their crazy eyes. As for why they didn't attack him, it should be because they were afraid of him. Therefore, they didn't dare to attack him. Even if they won, they would have to pay a price. Since you know that it's a spirit beast, do you think I will still give it to you? Lin Fei shook his head. Unless I take it out myself, no one can take it away from me. I won't say it a third time. These two people were very concerned about the spirit beast that was like a chicken. It should be known that they didn't have much expectations when they came to the Yin ruins. It was just that the Western superpower experts seemed to be coming, so they were prepared to fight with them. However, they didn't expect that they would be stopped by Lin Fei. Moreover, they didn't expect that there would be a land of 5 elements in the Yin ruins. Spirit beasts were born in the land of 5 elements. This was not a small matter. They were secretly glad that they had come to the right opportunity. If a spirit beast was raised well, it would definitely be a great help. It was impossible for them not to be envious. The only thing they didn't expect was that Lin Fei would beat them to it. This was something that they didn't expect. They regretted not taking action earlier. Young man, don't you know the meaning of a young spirit beast? The old man said, let's not talk about anything else. If today's news were to spread, there would be no place for you in the whole of China. Other than handing over the spirit beast, you have no other choice. Don't think that you are the strongest expert in the Eastern Sea. The whole of China is more dangerous than you think. What you have seen is only the tip of the iceberg. Do you really think that you can fight against them by yourself? Cultivation is not easy. You should know that. If you hand over the spirit beast, I can make the decision and give you a god-tier cultivation technique. You can cultivate all the way to the god tier and even gain the friendship of our Yen clan. Hearing the two words Yen clan, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of Yen Tianheng. They should be from the same place. It seems that your Yen clan has the same temper. Last time Yen Tianheng came and now an expert from the Yen clan came. Your Yen clan is indeed rich and overbearing. Your first move is a god-tier cultivation technique. It's a pity that I don't care about god-tier cultivation techniques. Lin Fei shook his head and said, my words are still the same. Get out of here immediately. I don't want to see you again. The two of them were from the Yen clan. They understood Lin Fei a little from Yen Tianheng. The old man had thought that the other party would definitely agree to the temptation of a god-tier cultivation technique. After all, their Yen clan was not a small power. As long as the other party handed over the spirit beast, so what if they gave him a god-tier cultivation technique? After all, their Yen clan had quite a few god-tier cultivation techniques. When the time came, the other party might not be able to tell if they gave him the worst one. In the end, this Lin Fei actually rejected it. Moreover, he rejected it so happily without a trace of hesitation. Could it be that he didn't care about the god-tier cultivation technique? The Yen clan had recently secretly investigated Lin Fei. There was no news of any sect or power, so they could only come to one conclusion. This Lin Fei should have obtained some kind of inheritance. It was already quite good for him to be able to cultivate to this level. If there was no further cultivation, wanting to cultivate to the god tier was basically impossible. That was why he took out a god tier cultivation technique to tempt the other party. Are you sure you don't want a god tier cultivation technique? The old man's voice was still the same, but there was a hint of majesty in it. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Then bring it on. Let me see what happens if you don't listen to the old man. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4096. P.S. I brought my child to Hangzhou to see a doctor. Sorry. The old man was furious. The old man had never seen such a tactless guy. He didn't even want a god-tier cultivation technique. If he continued to listen to these words, it would be an invisible provocation. Young man, you won't give up until you see the coffin. I shall fulfill your wish. Let's see what you are capable of. Originally, the old man had planned to talk nicely with him. If he was tactful, he would be willing to give him a god-tier cultivation technique and let Lin Fei join the Yen family. But the scene in front of him made the old man completely unhappy. Old Hai, leave this matter to me. The young man Yen Zitsong said lightly. A long sword appeared in his hand. It turned out to be a soft sword. Usually it would be hung on his waist, but at a critical moment, it could become a sharp weapon. Lin Fei, I'll fight you. However, before that, I've decided to give you one last chance. Hand over the spiritual beast and join our Yen clan. I promise you that you'll break through to the Xiantian realm within 10 years and become a god-level expert. I Yen Zitsong promise you this. This was Yen Zitsong's last words. If Lin Fei didn't agree, he didn't mind fighting with him. With his strength, he could definitely suppress Lin Fei. At the very least, he could fight to a draw. But this was definitely impossible. Yen Zitsong was very confident because he came from the Yen family. He wasn't someone who could be defeated by someone who got an inheritance casually. This was also one of the reasons why Yen Zitsong was so confident. You guys talk too much. I don't want to see you guys in this fiery place anymore. Because, in my eyes, you guys are nothing more than ants. Lin Fei's lips curled up. Ants or not, it's not up to you, it's up to me. Yen Zitsong straightened his back and said righteously. But in the next second he saw Lin Fei make a move. He raised his left hand and waved his palm in the air. It was as if he was paddling in the water. Yen Zitsong couldn't help but show a mocking expression on his face, but what happened next was beyond his imagination. A gust of wind-like power directly hit the two of them without warning. Both Yen Zitsong and Wu Songhai's expressions changed drastically on the spot. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out from their bodies. Even though they had pushed the power within their bodies with all their might, they were unable to withstand this casual wave of power. The two of them were sent flying. This kind of power was not something they could endure. The shockwaves released by the land of fire crumbled apart and the two of them fell to the ground outside like streams of light. Each person had a deep pit. Both of their minds went blank. Seeing that you're from the Yen clan, I'll be lenient. If you dare to step into the land of fire again, I won't mind cutting off a part of your body. As for what part, that will depend on my mood. A voice that was neither light nor heavy directly fell into the minds of the two people. The two of them were shocked once again. After a long time, the two of them climbed out of the deep pit. After looking at each other, their hearts were extremely restless. I'm not dreaming, am I? This was said by Yen Zitsong. His tone was full of extreme disbelief. I seem to have been knocked out by that guy casually. We were in the land of fire just now and it's at least a few miles away from here. Am I dreaming? Wu Canghai also had a look of disbelief on his face. He felt that nothing was wrong with his body. It seems that we were really driven out by someone. It's a little unbelievable. For the two of them it was like a dream. They were also prepared to teach Lin Fei a deep lesson so that Lin Fei would know how powerful the Yen clan was. Right now they were standing outside the land of fire, feeling the scorching airwaves blowing on their faces. They were inside just now but now they were outside. Lin Fei's move made their scalps go numb. This was completely different from the investigation and the information. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, who would believe that it was true? Old Hai, what should we do now? Should we continue to go in? Yan Zizong felt as if he had been hit in the head. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Wu Canghai didn't know what to say now. Lin Fei should be more terrifying than he had imagined. He had mastered a certain strength of the innate realm, which could be said to be much stronger than those at the Grandmaster Peak. In the end they were still beaten out. Although the other party didn't do anything to them, when they thought about how the other party could reach such a level of strength with a casual wave of his hand, it would be easy for him to kill them. There should be more than one treasure in the Yin ruins. Let's go somewhere else to look for it. Don't offend Lin Fei for the time being, at least before we have a thorough understanding of him. In fact, Yan Zizong also thought so. He was really afraid that if he rushed in again, Qin Haodong would remove a part of his body. If he was really destroyed, who could he complain to? After hearing Wu Canghai's words, Yan Zizong also had a reason not to go in. In fact, both of them were well aware of the situation. Lin Fei was not someone they could deal with. He was an extremely dangerous existence and even their faces were burning. Yan Zizong finally understood why Yan Tianheng had such a big reaction to Lin Fei. From the beginning to the end, Yan Tianheng felt nothing but fear. The people of the Yan family are quite timid. I thought they would have the courage to come in, but I didn't expect them to leave like this. I was really happy for nothing. Lin Fei, who was standing in the Yin ruins, could naturally feel their departure. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that this Yin ruins is still valued by many people. Even the top families in Yanjing have come. I don't know if other families will come. Lin Fei muttered and his attention fell on the ugly phoenix. Seeing that you look so inconspicuous, I will call you Clown. Lin Fei directly gave him a clown name, regardless of whether Huofeng and Phoenix agreed or not. The clown, who was originally standing on his shoulder, began to chatter, looking dissatisfied. However, this dissatisfaction did not change at all under Lin Fei's hegemony. Lin Fei casually flicked the clown a few times, and the clown became obedient and even showed a flattering expression. If it wasn't as ugly as a chicken. Lin Fei really thought that he would meet a monster. That's right. It's your blessing to have me give you a name. You should be glad that I didn't give you a name like Little Red, Little White, or Little Black. I think the name Clown is quite good. Well, our mission in the Land of Fire is completed, and it's time to accept it. Not long after, the Land of Fire finally disappeared, and Lin Fei also got 5 attribute raw stones. Shukju website. Chapter 4097. The clown accepted the new name very quickly. He squatted on Lin Fei's shoulder and looked around with his bright eyes. If one were to look at his appearance, one would think that he was an ugly chick. However, he had a noble bloodline. As for why the clown liked Lin Fei so much, it was because the clown had absorbed a lot of blood essence. The blood essence was like a great tonic to the clown. It was hard not to remember it. It could be said that the current Lin Fei was like the clown's mother. Lin Fei walked out of the Land of Fire with the clown. After losing the fire attribute raw stone, the area had completely turned into a wasteland. If one had not been here personally, it would be hard to imagine that this was the famous Land of 5 Elements. The Yin ruins wasn't very big, but it would still take a long time to explore the entire area. Chirp 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 chirp. Lin Fei walked aimlessly. Although he was only taking one step at a time, each step took him very far. Could be said that he was constantly moving. Suddenly, the clown on his shoulder made a sound in a direction. It seemed to be very happy. There's something you like over there. Lin Fei looked over. On the top of a mountain not far away, there were streams of light streaking across like a meteor shower. Ordinary people might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. Interesting. There are moon spirit stones on this mountain. They seem to be mixed with the attributes of the 5 elements. I didn't notice it before. Could it be that the Land of 5 Elements has blocked the aura of the moon spirit stones? I was wondering why I didn't find any moon spirit stones along the way. Although Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the moon spirit stones, it seemed that the clown was quite interested in them. Lin Fei quickly changed direction and ran towards the mountain. In less than a dozen breaths, Lin Fei arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before he could stabilize his footing, a stream of light flew over. It was a fiery red stream of light. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. With a grasping motion of his 5 fingers, the flying stream of light instantly came to a halt. Then, like a line, it fell into Lin Fei's hand. It really is a moon spirit stone. Furthermore, it seems to be of the fire attribute. Lin Fei opened his palm and a moon spirit stone appeared on it. It was about the size of a thumb, and it gave off a pure fire-attributed aura. The clown, who had been standing on Xiao Chen's shoulder, jumped onto Xiao Chen's palm and swallowed the moon spirit stone. Its movements were unbelievably fast. "You like this stuff?" After Lin Fei said that, he realized that he had asked a stupid question. She was the Huofeng Phoenix. If she wanted to upgrade her bloodline, she had to strengthen the power of fire in her body. This moon spirit stone contained the aura of fire. Wasn't it the best food for a clown? However, using a moon spirit stone as food was a little too extravagant. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, this wasn't considered extravagant. After all, the clown had eaten the immortal blood essence before. That was a true luxury. The moon spirit stone paled in comparison. Chirp, chirp. The clown let out an excited chirp. Lin Fei felt that if it wasn't for the fact that the clown wasn't strong enough, he would have gone up himself. "Let me see what this mountain looks like." Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go up. Instead, he focused his eyes and looked at the mountain. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. Now that he saw it, he was shocked. There was actually a vein of moon spirit stones at the bottom of the mountain. These moon spirit stones had flown out from the whirlpool of the vein. Within his vision, he could see many cultivators fighting over the moon spirit stones. They were locked in a fierce battle. After all, this was a chance to increase their strength. Who wouldn't be willing to absorb more moon spirit stones? Lin Fei could even see that the hole where the moon spirit stones had appeared was slowly closing up. It was obvious that these moon spirit stones were being sucked out from the whirlpool. "Let's go. I'll bring you to look for the moon spirit stones." In Lin Fei's eyes, these were the snacks of the clown. Lin Fei's feet were like the wind as he moved forward. Along the way, there were moon spirit stones flying towards him. The clown tried to grab them a few times. However, every time the moon spirit stone locked onto him, he would be so frightened that he would flap his wings and jump back to Lin Fei's shoulder. It was obvious that he was still too weak. Even the speed of the moon spirit stones was enough to scare the clown. Lin Fei didn't try to collect these moon spirit stones. Compared to the vein, these moon spirit stones were nothing. Lin Fei's movements were extremely fast as he moved forward continuously. The cultivators who were still fighting over the moon spirit stones in the forest didn't even notice that Lin Fei's figure had passed by them. At most, he felt that the wind seemed to have gotten stronger. When he wanted to look again, he couldn't see Lin Fei anymore. The entrance is here. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Fei saw an opening. This opening was like an underground whirlpool and moon spirit stones were flying out from it continuously. Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong were fighting non-stop, fighting for the moon spirit stones. However, no one was fighting to enter the whirlpool. This was because the moon spirit stones that came out of the whirlpool contained a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, it wasn't just 1 or 2, there were more than 10 of them. It was definitely enough to give any martial artist a headache. Unless one's physical body was extremely strong, there was no way they could enter. Lin Fei dashed into the whirlpool just like that, leaving only a ray of light behind. At the same time, the moon spirit stones that were flying out were all knocked away and smashed to the side. "It's young Master Lin. Young Master Lin has gone in." Shen Tianquan was the first to react. This was because he saw a familiar figure. His heart skipped a beat and he revealed a look of envy. Actually, he also wanted to dash into the whirlpool. However, the moon spirit stones were too powerful. Even if they were at the Great Perfection realm, they wouldn't be able to enter. Shen Tianhong's expression also changed. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "It's best if you die in there and never come out." He knew that as they went deeper into the whirlpool, the moon spirit stones would become more and more powerful. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to enter. Shui Yiming also saw Lin Fei. However, he merely flicked his fingers and prayed in his heart that he wouldn't take too many moon spirit stones. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to speak to Lin Fei. As for asking for the moon spirit stones back, it was just wishful thinking. Bastard, he went in first again. Wu Canghai and Yan Zitsong, who were fighting for the moon spirit stones not far away, revealed a look of hatred. They were prepared to go in, but now that Lin Fei was here, they didn't dare to go in again. This was because they didn't have the strength to resist Lin Fei's attack. They would only suffer if they went in. Are we going to give up just like that? I suspect that there's definitely a large number of moon spirit stones down there. With these moon spirit stones, our family's strength will definitely increase by a lot. Wu Canghai shook his head. I'm afraid we won't have a chance. It's already good enough that we can take these away. Just look at Chief Shui Yiming. I reckon that someone from the Yan Huang battle team will come and take over soon. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4098. When Lin Fei entered the whirlpool first, the warriors outside no longer dared to have any thoughts of entering. Within the whirlpool, the moon spirit stones shot towards Lin Fei. However, before the moon spirit stones could get close to him, they were repelled by an invisible force. The repelled moon spirit stones collided with the moon spirit stones. When the spirit chi collided, the moon spirit stones were repelled. As Lin Fei entered, his surroundings became a vacuum zone. The clown who was standing on Lin Fei's shoulder cried out even louder. He even swallowed a moon spirit stone when the force of the moon spirit stones weakened. At the bottom of the whirlpool, Lin Fei charged in effortlessly. After he charged in, he discovered that he was inside a huge cave. This cave was not a mineral vein. However, there were countless moon spirit stones of various sizes scattered throughout the cave. These moon spirit stones ranged from the size of a thumb to the size of a thumb. There were even some that were the size of a fist. They were scattered all over the walls. To think that there would be a time when I would make a mistake. At the start, Lin Fei had only taken a cursory glance and thought that it was a mineral vein. However, he now knew that he was wrong. This was not a mineral vein but a cave. The owner of the cave used moon spirit stones to decorate this place. How generous. Looking at the warriors outside, they were frantically fighting over these moon spirit stones. If they knew that the moon spirit stones they were fighting over were of the lowest quality, they would probably vomit blood. This cave should be a mystic realm created by an expert. Lin Fei took a cursory glance and realized that this cave was extremely big. Not far away there was a stone door. The stone door was decorated with moon spirit stones of various sizes. Each of them was the size of a fist and they were filled with various attributes. They were filled with a terrifying power. This power might be terrifying to others. However, it was not enough to deter Lin Fei. Thankfully I came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break in. Lin Fei collected all the moon spirit stones. It might be very difficult for others, but Lin Fei only needed to spread his fingers and a force enveloped all the moon spirit stones. Countless moon spirit stones flew over and landed in Lin Fei's storage ring. The rock wall that was originally shining with starlight instantly became dim and colorless. After putting everything away, Lin Fei took out a moon spirit stone and handed it to the clown. The clown opened its mouth and swallowed it. Perhaps it was because the moon spirit stone contained a lot of attributes, but the clown just squatted there and swayed as if it was drunk. Lin Fei looked around and made sure he didn't miss anything. Then he walked up to the stone door. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist-sized moon spirit stones. With this grab, the moon spirit stones on the surface of the stone door gathered together to form a figure. The figure then raised his hand and pointed a finger at Lin Fei's glabella. This finger was filled with endless profoundness. It was even filled with essence, energy and soul. In the face of this finger, no one would be able to block it. However, when it was only a short distance away from Lin Fei, it stopped. Then the invisible finger disappeared. What a brilliant setup. He really wants to kill whoever he sees. To think that the power of this finger is at the Xiantian realm. Looks like he is an Xiantian realm expert. Lin Fei easily neutralized this attack and kept all the moon spirit stones. His 5 fingers came together and slammed down on the stone door. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the stone door. Then it broke into pieces and a door appeared. Lin Fei swaggered in. When he walked in, Lin Fei discovered that it was a small secret room. There was a person sitting in the secret room. At this moment, the body had already turned into a skeleton. This skeleton was different from ordinary bones. It was filled with layers of gold. Clearly, this person had cultivated a powerful body tempering cultivation technique. Lin Fei casually looked around the small secret room. On the left side of the skeleton, there were stone troughs. There were many things on these stone troughs. For example, piles of moon spirit stones. Although these moon spirit stones weren't big, the spiritual energy they contained was terrifyingly thick. Lin Fei could easily determine that these should be top-grade moon spirit stones. A top-grade moon spirit stone was equivalent to tens of thousands of moon spirit stones in the outside world. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept all of them. In one of the stone troughs, Lin Fei found a yellowed book. It turned out to be a personal record. The book introduced the situation of this skeleton in detail. So it was a Chinese expert from Earth. He was born in the Qing dynasty and experienced all kinds of wars. In the end, he died at the age of 170 or 180. Lin Fei looked at it as if he was reading a story. He didn't pay much attention to it. However, he couldn't help but admire this person for cultivating to the Xiantian realm. In another stone trough, Lin Fei also saw a cultivation technique. It was indeed very ordinary and there wasn't anything special about it. Therefore, it was very normal for one to not be able to go far in the Xiantian realm. Other than these things, Lin Fei didn't see anything else. However, he didn't stand on ceremony and kept everything. There were many books here, which seemed to have been collected by this person. Lin Fei didn't really like books. However, when he was bored he would take them out to read. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, Lin Fei walked out of the secret room. He casually punched the secret room. Loud cracking sounds could be heard. Countless rocks fell down and filled the secret room. Lin Fei rushed out, turned into a ray of light and left the dark ruins. Because in the book left behind by the corpse, there was a simple introduction to the dark ruins. It was a small secret place and there was nothing good in it. The only things that were worth mentioning were the 5 elements origin stones from the 5 elements land, and these moon spirit stones. As for the rest, they were not worth mentioning. Lin Fei wouldn't waste any more time in there. Moreover, he had gotten the most out of it. The remaining moon spirit stones weren't worth his attention. Shui Yiming saw Lin Fei turn into a ray of light and leave the dark ruins. He was secretly shocked. Such speed in such a young age. He was too monstrous. He was also secretly glad that he hadn't offended him. Otherwise, the Yen Huang battle team wouldn't be able to get any credit in the dark ruins. However, the moon spirit stones in the dark ruins seemed to have been taken away by Lin Fei. How to explain this to the higher-ups was a headache for Shui Yiming. The others saw it too. They didn't dare to say anything. After that, the moon spirit stones were all gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Had they all been taken away? How long had it been? It was so fast that they couldn't get used to it. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4099. Lin Fei patted his butt and left. As for what valuable things there were in the Yin ruins, it had nothing to do with him. The most valuable things had been taken away. Also, he didn't need to care about how unhappy the cultivators from the various factions were. After leaving the Yin ruins, he found that this area had turned into a forbidden area, and there were armed soldiers everywhere. It was hard to imagine that there was a Yin ruins here. Lin Fei's departure didn't alarm anyone. At least the soldiers outside didn't notice it. After returning to Hangzhou, Lin Fei didn't go to the Hua family, nor did he go to see Huofeng. Su Shaowan had only greeted him briefly. Lin Fei had almost finished his business in Hangzhou, so it was time to go back. After coming out of the Yin ruins, Director Shui Yiming wanted to find Lin Fei, but he found that Lin Fei had already left Hangzhou. There was a trace of helplessness on his face. In fact, he wanted to have a good talk with Lin Fei, but he didn't expect that Lin Fei would leave so soon. Donghai is still the best. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to stand in the soaring dragon villa and breathe in the air. He shook his head slightly. Although the blessed enclave is good, it's still very different from the Yin ruins. The subtle changes could be hidden from others but not from Lin Fei. Hey, the formation is open. Is there someone imprisoned inside? Lin Fei walked leisurely in the formation. He came to the innermost layer. He saw a young woman dressed in black. The woman looked dispirited, but she didn't show any despair. Instead, she was thinking about something. This woman was actually at the Grand Master Peak and had even taken half a step. She could be said to be a half step to the inborn realm expert. Standing in the formation, Lin Fei saw through the woman's strength at a glance. She didn't even show any fear under such torture. Could it be that this person is the one who was secretly watching me last time? Lin Fei's eyes flickered. He sensed a familiar aura from this black-clothed woman. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of what Bing Qingya had said to him that day. This person? Could he be from the Lin family? If it was before, Lin Fei might not have believed it, but this woman had a familiar aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. I might really be related to the Lin family in some way. Before this, I thought I was an orphan. But now, it seems that my identity as an orphan is not that simple, Lin Fei said in a self-deprecating manner. Who's in the dark? Come out. At the same time, Lin Ziqing, who was in the formation, looked coldly in the direction of Lin Fei. Although Lin Ziqing didn't see anyone, she could feel that someone was watching her in the dark. It was a very subtle feeling. In a woman's words, it was the sixth sense. Lin Ziqing was very confident in her sixth sense. Once the sixth sense appeared, there was basically no deviation. Lin Fei only glanced at her alone, but he didn't expect this girl's senses to be so sensitive. You guessed it right. I'm indeed looking at you. You can only blame yourself for barging into my Longting villa. I don't know what you're here for, or do you think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully? Lin Fei walked out with a smile and faced the woman in black. Although Lin Ziqing knew that someone was spying on her, she definitely didn't expect that it would be Lin Fei. Lin Ziqing remembered the man in the photo clearly. You're Lin Fei. You're back from Hangzhou. Lin Ziqing looked at the young man. She was shocked, but there was also a complicated expression on her face. Because when Lin Ziqing saw this Lin Fei, several figures appeared in her mind. Although she had this feeling before, it was completely different now. Lin Ziqing suspected that she had seen wrongly. Since you know my name and know that I went to Hangzhou, you should know in your heart that my Longting villa is not a place that anyone can barge into. Tell me your identity and origin honestly and maybe I can let you go. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the formation for the rest of your life. Even if the expert behind you comes, unless I agree, no one can save you from here. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try and see if I'm right or not. Only Lin Fei had the confidence to say such things. Lin Ziqing had been trapped in the formation for quite a long time. Ever since she was trapped that day, Lin Ziqing felt a little surprised. In a place like Wuxia, she could actually be trapped by a formation, but this formation was something that she couldn't break. Lin Ziqing had spent all kinds of effort before, but she still couldn't break this formation. Only then did she realize that this Longting villa was more terrifying than she had imagined. In addition, the owner of Longting villa, Lin Fei, had also become more mysterious. Although she was constantly trapped by the formation, Lin Ziqing was not disappointed. Instead, she realized one thing as she was being tempered by the formation. The other party did not intend to kill her, and this was her only chance to escape. Today, because Lin Ziqing finally had the chance to leave, the owner of Longting villa, Lin Fei, had returned. These days, Lin Ziqing had been preserving her physical strength, just to wait for him to come in. Did anyone tell you that in front of me, as long as it's within 10 meters, everyone will be my prey, including you? Lin Ziqing moved in an instant. Using her movement technique, a scimitar actually appeared in her hand. This scimitar gently slashed, causing waves to appear, and directly slashed towards Lin Fei. This slash produced a great deterrent. Imperceptibly, it made people's hearts tighten. What a brilliant saber technique. It's not bad to use as a trump card, but it's still too far away for me. Lin Fei smiled and flicked his finger directly on the blade of Lin Ziqing's scimitar. With a snap, there was a cracking sound. The scimitar broke into two pieces. Lin Ziqing rolled on the ground, performed Indian yoga, and directly wrapped herself around him. Lin Ziqing had learned countless martial arts techniques, and Indian yoga was just one of them. When Lin Ziqing had just wrapped herself around Lin Fei, she felt a shock on her chest. Her whole body felt like it was being pricked by needles, and she was instantly sent flying, falling heavily to the ground. Before Lin Ziqing could attack again, she saw the other party's palms slightly open, and a suction force enveloped her body like a vortex, lifting her up directly. Do you think you can still fight with me now? You are an inborn expert. Lin Ziqing exclaimed. Chapter 4100. In the eyes of outsiders, a god-level expert was a god-level expert. But in the eyes of Wuxia, a god-level expert was just a title for an innate expert. Lin Ziqing knew this very well, but she never thought that she would meet an innate expert. She was a grand master at the great perfection and even a half-step to innate expert, but in front of Lin Fei she was helpless and let him control her life and death. She couldn't help but exclaim. It turns out that you also know about innate experts. It seems that you don't know nothing. Since you know, how dare you come to my Longting villa? Lin Fei controlled Lin Ziqing's life and death, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Do you think I should make you disappear now, or? Although it was just an ordinary sentence, it was full of endless horror for Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing didn't know that Lin Fei was an innate expert. No one could ever think that Lin Fei was an innate expert. If she knew, she wouldn't dare to break into Longting villa, no matter how bold she was. Lin Fei, I know that you are an orphan, but I also know a secret about your background. Don't you want to know? At this critical moment, a thought flashed through Lin Ziqing's mind, and it was out of control as soon as it flashed. She felt that this was the only way she could survive. Lin Ziqing came from the Lin family, so she naturally knew more about the existence of innate experts than anyone else. They were extremely terrifying and could be said to be like Earth immortals. In the whole of Wuxia there were only a few innate experts. Even if there were, they rarely came out and all of them quietly cultivated. She knew that this was because of the agreement. If it weren't for the irresistible power, Lin Ziqing wouldn't have suspected that the other party was an innate expert. So the only way to survive now was to let Lin Fei take the initiative to let her go. Do you think I will still be interested in this? Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's better to make you disappear. Anyway, no one can do anything to me if I don't admit it. Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. He was an existence that had lived in a different world for hundreds of millions of years. Could even be said that he was very ancient. Why would he care about such a personal matter? Lin Fei, you're really related to our Lin family because you're the eldest son of the first branch of the Lin family. Don't you want to see your father and mother? Lin Ziqing was now more and more convinced that Lin Fei was related to her uncle. As soon as Lin Ziqing's voice fell, a force shook her heart and directly sent her flying. She fell heavily to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. I didn't kill you because you're a girl. If you continue to spout nonsense, I don't mind killing you for real. In just a moment, Lin Ziqing was injured. She didn't even have the strength to resist. She only felt that if the other party wanted to kill her, it would only take a thought. Go, don't come to Longting Manor again. If there's a next time, then you can die in Longting Manor. Remember, including you and everyone else. I, Lin Fei, can't be tested by just anyone. I can only say that you're pretty lucky this time. Before she could say anything, Lin Ziqing felt a force enveloping her body. She only felt her vision blur, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing outside Longting Manor. She then collapsed on the ground. Such a method was no different from an earth immortal. Lin Ziqing struggled to get up and looked at Longting Manor. I have to let the Lin family know about this. It's not that there's no one in my uncle's family, but there's a powerful person who's already an innate expert. He's simply a monster. Determination flashed in Lin Ziqing's eyes. She turned around and staggered away. Boss, are you sure you want her to leave? If she were to spread the news about this spirit array, I'm afraid many people would have designs on this spirit array. Yu Zishan walked out of the spirit array and stood respectfully behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about this. So what if it gets out? Even an innate expert would be trapped in this spirit array. There's no need to be concerned about it. Yu Zishan naturally believed in the power of this spirit array. This was to prevent the news from spreading and attract the attention of some innate experts. After all, some innate experts were extremely concerned about certain things, especially those who specialized in spirit array. Immediately send someone to investigate the Lin family in Beijing. Investigate everything about the Lin family, especially the first branch. I want to know everything. Yu Zishan left with the order. Although Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about the Lin family, he could hear some clues from Yu Zishan's words. Therefore he couldn't help but send someone to investigate. Whether he admitted it or not was another matter. He had to find out first. It wouldn't affect anything. Not long after Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor, Tai Zhan from East Ocean's Yan Huang battle team took the initiative to look for him. He had no choice. The news from Hangzhou had really shocked Tai Zhan. He had no choice but to come. When Tai Zhan saw Lin Fei, the latter was in a pavilion in the forest, sipping his tea unhurriedly. Not far away, his disciple, Su Mei, was practicing her swordsmanship. She was methodical and very authentic. Apart from that, Tai Zhan could also feel the chilling aura in her swordsmanship. It seemed to have turned the entire area into a land of ice and frost. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was the first time Tai Zhan had seen such a situation. Of course, what was more shocking was that Su Mei's aura had thickened. It was as though she had risen by several levels overnight. How terrifying. Director Tai, I've done what you asked me to do. You won't think that I didn't do well and come to settle the score with me, right? Tai Zhan laughed bitterly. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Don't you know that Shui Yiming has been saying good things about you? It was normal for Shui Yiming to say good things about him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He had done Tai Zhan a great favor this time, but he wouldn't let Tai Zhan take the initiative to visit him. After all, Tai Zhan wasn't that easy to deal with. It was already good enough that he didn't come to find trouble with him. You'd better tell me the truth. I know very well what kind of person you are. Anyway, your Yan Huang battle team won't give me any reward. Lin Fei was so direct. He didn't care about Tai Zhan's feelings. As for whether Tai Zhan would think too much about it, he was already used to it. Actually, I'm here to congratulate young Master Lin. Because you've already entered the World Master ranking, and your ranking isn't low either. You're currently ranked 65th. In Wuxia you're ranked 10th. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4101. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Tai Zhan had come over to talk about this. He wasn't really interested in the Grandmaster leaderboard. According to what you've said, there's nothing good about me being on the leaderboard. Lin Fei understood immediately after hearing Taijan's words. There was definitely nothing good about being on the leaderboard. Taijan laughed bitterly. I knew I couldn't hide it from young Master Lin. He took out a small tablet and typed in a website. After a few jumps, Lin Fei saw a website. This is the World Grandmaster Leaderboard website that only us Grandmasters can access. It was a simple website. The first thing he saw were the words World Grandmaster Leaderboard. There was a row of names on it, and there was a detailed introduction behind them. At the 65th position, Lin Fei saw his own name. The introduction was very vague, but he was actually ranked 65th. Other than that, Lin Fei also saw the Wuxia leaderboard. After clicking it, it was just as he had said, he was ranked 10th. The introduction was also very vague. Who created this website? It's very interesting. This website had actually listed him. Lin Fei was indeed quite curious, because he had never known that he had been followed before. It could be seen that the person who created this website was not simple. Taijan shook his head and said, I'm not sure who created this website either. I only heard that the person who created this website should be a God rank expert, and the #1 God rank expert back in the day. This website has been passed down from generation to generation. Currently, only Grandmaster experts have the chance to enter. The rest of the people don't have the right. Lin Fei already knew that the waters of this world were quite deep. What he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Young Master Lin, I'm here to tell you about this. Actually, I want to say that you've taken many things from the Dark Ruins. Right now, many powers within the country are stirring. Our Yan Huang battle team's head captain hopes that you can make a trip to Yanjing. After saying this, Taijan lowered his head secretly. He was afraid that Lin Fei would be angry. After all, Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. In the East Sea there were not many people who could be his match. Could even be said that there were none. Just look at the situation over at Hangzhou. Outsiders might not know, but Taijan was very clear. Even the 3 great clans were suppressed by Lin Fei to the point that they could not say anything, especially the Xin clan and the Xin clan. They had definitely suffered a lot. The Bing clan had it the best as they had gained a lot of benefits. When Taijan saw the news, he also suspected that he had seen wrongly. The Bing family's relationship with Lin Fei had reached the heavens in one step. Yi Xian wants me to go to Yanjing? Currently, the only one that Lin Fei was interested in was Yi Xian, the strongest. Taijan nodded his head. I hope that young Master Lin can make a trip to Beijing. It's a good thing for you. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. What if I don't go? Will that Yi Xian be ready to kill me? Taijan shook his head with a wry smile. You misunderstand. My master will not attack you. You are from Wuxia, so he will not attack you even if he wants to deal with outsiders. However, my master is quite interested in meeting you and having a chat. Let me think about it first. Taijan didn't say anything more. After sitting for a while, he took the initiative to leave. Before he left the tablet behind. Do you think I should go to Yanjing? This was said to Yu Zishang. Yu Zishang brought a document over. Boss, this is the information I got people to collect in Beijing. It's all about you. I also heard from people in the circle that there are many people in Beijing who are quite dissatisfied with you. It seems that you got a lot of good stuff in the Dark Ruins and they are a little unconvinced. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The people on this website really have some tricks up their sleeves. They helped me increase my ranking and made me the target of the Chinese forces. These people are really ambitious. Lin Fei had never been interested in ranking. In his eyes it was all empty. Arrange for people to continue monitoring the situation outside. Lin Fei picked up the documents and flipped through them. They were all about the Lin family. The Lin family was one of the 5 major families in Yanjing. However, their ranking was not very good and they were ranked last. The Yi family was the most powerful among the 5 major families because they had the #1 god of war, Yi Xian. Could be said that the Yi family was the top family. The Lin family was ranked 5th, but there was still a huge gap between them and the Yi family. The current master of the Lin family was from the 2nd family. The 2nd family and the 1st family used to have the most intense competition. Everyone thought that the position of the master would fall into the hands of the 1st family. However, something unexpected happened in the end. The 2nd family took over the position, and the 1st family was suppressed and was now almost excluded from the family. The more Lin Fei read, the more his brows furrowed. The infighting in the Lin family is quite interesting. Lin Fei continued to read. Soon he saw the situation of the 1st family. The 1st family did not have any eye-catching aspects so far. They were in charge of the daily affairs of the company. The 1st family only had 1 daughter. As for whether the 1st family had an eldest son or not, there was no news at all. However, Yu Zishan still heard some information. Back then, something happened in the Lin family. There was a rumor that a child died prematurely, and it was the first family's. As for how the child died, no one knew. It was just a sporadic rumor and could not be taken seriously. However, Lin Fei believed it. It was another family with infighting. In that case, I have a younger sister. Lin Fei's emotions kept changing. Soon he calmed down. With so many people eyeing my Longting villa, if I don't go to Yanjing, I'm afraid that everyone is ready to take a bite out of me. Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. After reading the information about the Lin family, Lin Fei still felt that it was worth a trip to Yanjing. After all, he had not been to Yanjing since he came back. It was known that Yanjing was the place where the Emperor of Wuxia lived. It would be a pity if he did not go and take a look. Before Lin Fei went, Bai Xingnan called and asked him to have a meal together to talk about the development of the company. Lin Fei had almost forgotten that he still had a company. It seemed that he really hadn't paid attention to it for some time. After all, after the cloud silk material was made, he had thrown it aside. He had really become a hands-off shopkeeper, which was very bad. Lin Fei agreed readily. He had a meal with Bai Xingnan. In the evening, a BMW appeared under the building. "Why are you so low-key today?" Bai Xingnan smiled when she saw Lin Fei. "Drive as you please," said Lin Fei. "If I don't come as soon as possible, I'm afraid that you, the manager, will jump ship." Shukju website. Chapter 4102. At the same time in Yanjing. Lin Ziqing returned to Yanjing. After suffering a big loss at the Longting Mountain Villa, she did not dare to hesitate and returned to Yanjing through her own connections on the spot. After returning to Yanjing, Lin Ziqing first went to see her master, the #1 god of war in Wuxia Yixian. "My good apprentice, looking at you, you must have suffered at the hands of that brat Lin Fei." Yixian picked up a cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly with a smile on his face. "Master, you can even predict this." Lin Ziqing could not help but exclaim. Yixian put down the cup in his hand and smiled. "How could I not know your temper? From the moment you came in, I knew there was something wrong with your breathing. For you to feel something wrong with your breathing, it could also be that the trip to Donghai did not go smoothly, and you have feelings of unwillingness in your heart. Did you see that there is always someone better than you?" Yixian could become the #1 master in Wuxia and even bring the Yi family to the position of the #1 family. How good was his judgment? From the moment Lin Ziqing came in, he knew the result. Lin Ziqing lowered her head slightly. "Master, I've lost. In front of that Lin Fei, I have no ability to resist at all. I don't know how he cultivates. All I know is that I'm like a tiny ant in front of him." Lin Ziqing was really shocked. Yixian said lightly, "This is not surprising because that brat is already ranked 10th in our Wuxia master ranking and 65th in the world master ranking. It is normal for you to lose to him. But you don't have to be discouraged. You are only one step away from the innate realm. I think you should be aware of the difference between the innate realm and the master realm. I believe that when you understand it, the breakthrough is just around the corner." "You mean Lin Fei, he is ranked 10th in our Wuxia and 65th in the world master ranking?" Lin Ziqing really did not know this news. "If that is the case, then it is very normal for me to lose to him." Whether it was the Wuxia ranking or the world ranking, Lin Fei had used his strength to show Lin Ziqing how powerful he was. Yixian picked up the cup and took another sip of tea. Lin Fei defeated the Poison Widow, John Charlie and Johnson, 3 masters of the world grandmaster list. Those 3 guys are not easy to deal with. With this, Lin Fei's life in the country will not be easy. There are a lot of people watching him. Lin Ziqing had already guessed some details about Lin Fei. She suspected that he was from her family, especially from the first branch, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei. "Master, it's rare for another heavenly son of heaven to appear in our country. Don't you plan to help? If anything happens, our country will lose a powerful master stage expert." "No, it's an inborn expert," Lin Ziqing added in her heart. Even in front of her master, she had never thought of revealing this information. Although the Lin family was only the weakest of the 5 big families in Beijing. But Lin Ziqing knew a lot of secrets, far more than the average warrior knew. Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Now that he had jumped to the 10th place in the Wuxia Grandmaster list, this undoubtedly touched a lot of interest. Coupled with the incident at the Dark Ruins, it was hard to guarantee that other forces would not have ideas. Lin Ziqing knew that Lin Fei's strength was at most in the innate stage, but he was estimated to be in the early innate stage at most. Once he went up against those veteran forces, the innate stage was really not enough. At the very least, he had to be in the late innate stage to be a deterrent. Otherwise, he was destined to suffer a great loss. Right now, the only way to make those forces have ideas was to get her master to step in. He smiled and said, "Qing, I thought you wouldn't be convinced by that kid. I didn't think that there would be a time when you would take a liking to him. That kid is indeed not bad. Even if you didn't say anything, I was planning to get him to come to Beijing. I'll get Taijian to contact that kid. With such a good foundation, he is indeed a Wuxia expert. I'm planning to let him join the Yanhuang battle team and take on the position of a senior elder." Lin Ziqing indeed wanted her master to suppress the matter, but she did not think that her master would actually invite Lin Fei to join the Yanhuang battle team. Others might not know the true strength of the Yanhuang battle team, but Lin Ziqing was very clear. Especially this time, her master Lin Fei had joined the Yanhuang battle team and was given the position of a senior elder. This was definitely a big deal. There were only a total of 5 senior elders in the entire Yanhuang battle team. They were in charge of all the Yanhuang battle teams in the country. It could be said that they were truly all senior and important. Not just anyone could sit in this position. Lin Ziqing had also heard a piece of news. It seemed that one of the 5 senior elders in the Yanhuang battle team was about to retire. Therefore, the position of the 5th elder had always been coveted by the major forces in Beijing. "Master, if you let Lin Fei be a senior elder, won't you be pitting him against the forces in Beijing? I heard that a lot of people are eyeing the position of an elder." Lin Ziqing asked hesitantly. Yi Xian laughed heartily. "Strength and responsibility are divided. With strength, he can shoulder greater responsibilities and sit in a higher position at the same time. I believe that kid can do it." Lin Ziqing also knew that it was difficult for ordinary people to change their master's mind. She wondered if she should give Lin Fei a call after she left and tell him about what had happened here so that he could be mentally prepared. After all, Yanjing was not comparable to other provinces and cities. It was a real place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were as many masters as there were clouds in the sky. Some people had foolishly come to Beijing and mistakenly thought that they were experts. Each and every one of them had suffered a huge setback. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Lin Ziqing had seen it many times. "You don't have to take this matter to heart. Go back and think about it. Reflect on it. I believe that this time in Donghai will be of help to you." Lin Ziqing listened to her master's words. After Lin Ziqing left the courtyard, a figure appeared behind Yi Xian. This figure's face could not be seen clearly, and it was like a ghost. If Lin Ziqing was here, he would definitely recognize this ghost-like person. It was his big senior brother, Gui Wuing. No one had ever seen his true face, but his strength was publicly recognized as the strongest. With his terrifying movement techniques, the area within 100 meters was known as the death zone. No one could escape. "Master, I think junior sister's mood is a little weird today. She can't have fallen in love with that Lin Fei, can she?" "Xiaoying, as the big senior brother, when did you start to care about this kind of thing?" Yi Xian smiled. "If you have such thoughts, have you investigated Lin Fei's background?" Bookseller's website. Chapter 4103. P.S. I've come out of Cavan. Starting tomorrow. Your place is quite elegant. If you don't come here often, you probably won't be able to find it. In a small alley in the downtown area, Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan sat in a private room. The Songhai mountains and flowing water echoed in their ears. Bai Xingnan put on light makeup. Her whole body exuded the aura of a strong woman. "Actually, I haven't been here many times. I just think it's good to eat here, whether it's for work or relaxation." After the cloud silk shapewear became popular, it had taken down the entire Donghai market in a short time. It could be said that it was a popular product. During this period, various counterfeit products had also appeared. Due to the special product structure of the cloud silk, those who wanted to make a fortune by counterfeiting it were dumbfounded. No matter how they cracked it, they couldn't break the material of the cloud silk. Bai Xingnan had also made a name for herself in the Donghai business circle with the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. Now no one dared to look down on Bai Xingnan. Everyone knew that the cloud silk shapewear was a popular product. If anyone could get on board this ship, they would definitely make a lot of money. During this period, Bai Xingnan had basically been dealing with business matters. The strong woman aura on her body had become stronger. It couldn't be compared to before. It was as if she was a completely different person. The two talked about the company's matters. Generally speaking, Bai Xingnan was the one talking and Lin Fei was the one listening. "Boss, I don't think our company needs any financing now because it's not necessary. Instead, I think we can invest a lot of money in the development of cloud silk. I think the cloud silk material can replace most of the clothing products. We can make it bigger." Bai Xingnan's methods had become brilliant. She felt that cloud silk was a huge treasure chest. She had an absolute advantage to dig it out. Bai Xingnan still felt that it was very unbelievable that the boss could take out a material like cloud silk. This was a completely new material. It would bring a great impact to the entire market. I'm now a hands-off boss. You'll be in charge of the company's matters. I've decided to give you 10% of the company's shares so that you can continue to work for me. Upon hearing that Lin Fei was going to give her shares and 10% at that, Bai Xingnan covered her mouth in shock. Boss, 10% is too much. I can't accept it. Don't you know how much our company is valued by those venture capitalists? Lin Fei really didn't care about the valuation of venture capital companies. Is it very tall? Hearing this, Bai Xingnan knew that her boss didn't care about the company's situation at all. No one would believe it if word got out. Bai Xingnan laughed bitterly. Boss, if you knew the market value of the company, you wouldn't have said that you would give me 10% of the shares. Our company is now valued by the venture capital company at $1 billion USD. And this is only the beginning. I believe that this market value will only get higher and higher in the future. It won't be a problem to break through 10 billion USD. Bai Xingnan was now more and more confident. That was why she was so excited when she heard about 10% of the shares. She was also grateful to Lin Fei in her heart. After all, this was a company that would be worth hundreds of billions of USD in the future. Just thinking about it was scary. Lin Fei understood why Bai Xingnan had such an expression. If the company was valued at 1 billion USD, 10% would be 100 million USD. That was equivalent to 7 or 800 million USD. This wasn't something that anyone could accept. Of course, to Lin Fei, the company's market value was just a number. He didn't need to take it seriously. I'm the boss. I won't take back the shares that I've given away. If you don't want to, then I can only change the manager. Boss, you're very overbearing, okay? How can you give away shares like that? Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes, but her heart was still sweet. This was 10% of the shares. If it was worth hundreds of billions of USD in the future, then it would be worth tens of billions. Not everyone was willing to give it away. Being overbearing is one of the boss's privileges. Don't you understand? While Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan were talking, exquisite and delicious food was served. It was different from other places. The food here was not big, but it was very delicate. Along with the sound of the zither, the atmosphere of the meal was very different. Now that you're a female boss worth hundreds of millions of USD, I wonder if you're willing to treat me to a bottle of good wine. Consider it a chance for you to perform. Bai Xingnan smiled sweetly. Since the boss has spoken, if I don't agree, I'm afraid you'll put shoes on me. Lin Fei called out to the waiter outside, give me a bottle of Roman Conti. I heard that this wine tastes pretty good. Lin Fei didn't usually drink because no matter how good the wine was, the taste was the same. Some immortal brews tasted better. When he thought about immortal brews, Lin Fei felt that he had to find some time to make some immortal brews. After downing a bottle of Roman Conti, Bai Xingnan's face turned red, and she was exceptionally alluring. In the end, Lin Fei sent Bai Xingnan home. I'm sorry to trouble the boss to send me home. I see that it's still early, why don't we go up and sit for a while? Bai Xingnan plucked up her courage and leaned her entire body against Lin Fei. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something else. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of person was he? How could he not understand Bai Xingnan's intentions? Are you sure you want me to be a guest at your house? A single man and a single woman, I'm afraid that something might happen. Boss, you really know how to talk. Even I'm not afraid, why should you be? I don't believe that you're that kind of person. Since Bai Xingnan had said so, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't back down. He was an immortal expert, how could he back down? After sending Bai Xingnan upstairs, he had been kissed by Bai Xingnan just a few years ago. After a long time, everything happened naturally. One had the intention and the other helped along. Everything had happened so naturally. The Yan Huang battle team wants me to be a senior elder. When he woke up in the morning, Bai Xingnan was still sleeping. Her long eyelashes fluttered, showing that she was very tired last night. Lin Fei looked at his phone in boredom and saw a message. There was a short sentence on it. No wonder Taizhan came to find me and asked me to go to Beijing. They want me to be a senior elder of the Yan Huang battle team. The Yan Huang battle team thinks highly of me. Lin Fei pondered for a while. He didn't know many people in Beijing, but he had many enemies. The only one who could send him a message was that Lin Ziqing. What was his identity? What was Lin Ziqing's identity? The two were related. This is to remind me that the trip to Beijing will be troublesome, so I have to be prepared. Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 4104. I won't be in Donghai for a while, so I'll leave the company to you. Lin Fei decided to go to Yanjing. After a night of nourishment, Bai Xingnan had changed. She was bright and beautiful. She helped Lin Fei tidy up his clothes and nodded. Don't worry, leave the company to me. You can also go to Yanjing to take a look at our branch and meet the person in charge there. Bai Xingnan seemed to have thought of something. She took out a folder from the bedside and handed it to Lin Fei. We have a branch in Yanjing? Lin Fei really didn't know that Bai Xingnan had acted so quickly. Bai Xingnan smiled proudly. Our company's cloud silk shapewear has become a very popular product, so we definitely need a branch company in Beijing. However, I heard that there have been a lot of things going on over there recently, so it's best for you to go there as a boss. You can take care of the things there, lest a weak woman like me go to Beijing. If I get eaten up by someone, you'll be heartbroken as a big boss. Bai Xingnan seemed to have become a lot more relaxed. Normally she wouldn't say something like that. Lin Fei actually didn't care much about this kind of thing. However, after hearing what Bai Xingnan said, he knew that something must have happened in Yanjing. Maybe those forces were playing tricks in the dark. If he let Bai Xingnan go, she really wouldn't be able to make a decision, so he had to deal with it himself. After a while, Bai Xingnan sent Lin Fei out. She originally wanted to send him downstairs, but she couldn't stand the fierce battle last night, so she was trembling as she walked. Lin Fei returned to the Longting villa and asked Yu Zishan to contact Tai Zhan, telling him that he was going to Yanjing. As soon as Tai Zhan received the news, he immediately called to confirm it. To be honest, he was really afraid that Lin Fei wouldn't go to Yanjing. If that was the case, he didn't know how to report to his master. After all, this was an order from his master. Tai Zhan didn't want to mess up this matter from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he finally heard the news he wanted to hear. Boss, are you really going to Yanjing? I heard that many people in Yanjing are interested in you. I've also asked people about the senior elders. I heard that the Yanhuang team has a total of 5 senior elders, and one of them is going to retire, so the competition is very fierce. Once the news of you becoming a senior elder spreads, I'm afraid many people won't be happy. Also, I heard that the Martial Gate also said that if you dare to step into Yanjing, they'll teach you a lesson, unless the boss hands over the thing from the Dark Ruins. Yu Zishan was a qualified steward. After Lin Fei had given him some information on the upper echelons of the Yanhuang battle team, Yu Zishan had collected all the information on the upper echelons of the Yanhuang battle team. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This should be a test given to me by the number 1 war god. Using the position of a senior elder to test me, he's pretty generous. Lin Fei was interested in meeting the number 1 war god, Yi Xian. Of course, the number 1 war god only piqued his interest. If nothing went wrong, he would be a Xiantian full completion. With such strength, he really didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Lin Fei. But he was China's number 1 war god after all, so he had to give him some face. Moreover, he also wanted to see how deep the waters in Yanjing were. After all, his company was going to be opened in Yanjing. If he didn't beat these people into submission, how could he open the company? Lin Fei could be uninterested in the company, but he could see that Bai Xingnan valued the company very much, just like a child who had been pregnant for 10 months. Since Bai Xingnan liked it, Lin Fei wouldn't let others destroy this company. Apart from himself, no one had the right to do so. This time, Lin Fei didn't bring anyone with him to Yanjing. He even declined Tai Zhan's company and only asked Yu Zishan to buy a business class ticket. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei didn't like flying. But since he was going to Yanjing, he would do as the Romans do. Actually, Lin Fei wanted to buy a first-class ticket, but he couldn't make it in time, so he could only buy a business class ticket. The business class was very spacious, and it was very different from the economy class at the back. Lin Fei's seat was closer to the inside. He changed to a more comfortable position and laid down lazily. Not long after, a woman's voice came into Lin Fei's ear. "Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you, but can I change seats with you?" When Lin Fei opened his eyes, he saw a young lady next to him. She was 183 meters tall and very tall. At the same time, she was dressed very fashionably. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just her outfit alone cost at least hundreds of thousands of Chinese dollars. "You have to change seats with me." Lin Fei glanced at her indifferently and looked away. Zhang Ziran was already used to all kinds of gazes. When this man looked at her, he looked away. His eyes were as calm as water and no changes could be seen. This surprised Zhang Ziran a little. She didn't expect to meet a man like this. "I'm not feeling well today, so I want to sit by the window. If you can change seats with me, that would be the best. I'm willing to compensate you for your loss," Zhang Ziran said very sincerely. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Zhang Ziren. You have a serious problem. You can't just change seats and rest. I suggest that you go and see a doctor when you get home. It's good for you. If an ordinary person said this to her, Zhang Ziren would definitely be angry. However, this man had a preconceived impression of her. He was a little surprised in his heart and showed a bit of curiosity on his face. Sir, you're a doctor. How can you tell? If I'm not wrong, your stomach will be very painful every 9th day. Yesterday should be the day you just had the pain. Although you look good today and have thick makeup on your face, it still can't hide the trace of fatigue between your eyebrows. So, you want to sit by the window and want to make yourself more comfortable. I don't know if I'm right. Zhang Ziren covered her mouth in disbelief. How did you know? I haven't told anyone about this secret. Zhang Ziren had never told anyone about her stomach pain on the 9th day. She had seen many doctors but there was no result. Yesterday was the day when the pain flared up. It hurt the whole night. She didn't expect that someone could easily see through it. Zhang Ziren could naturally swear that she never knew this person, but he seemed to be able to see through everything about her. This made Zhang Ziren feel shocked and a little flustered. She didn't know who the person in front of her was. Was it really a coincidence? Shukju website. Chapter 4105. In the end, Zhang Ziren didn't change seats because she didn't have the confidence and courage to do so. Along the way, all kinds of emotions emerged. Lin Fei didn't know that his words had caused all kinds of thoughts in Zhang Ziren. He was just casually mentioning it. How could he know that Zhang Ziren had so many thoughts? If he knew, he wouldn't have said so much. All the way until they got off the plane. Lin Fei was refreshed. Zhang Ziren, on the other hand, was very uncomfortable. She wanted to talk to him several times but in the end she didn't. Sir, can you tell me what's wrong with my body? After leaving the airport, Zhang Ziren couldn't help but want to know the answer in her heart. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. I actually believe in karma. Since I can meet you, I believe we can meet again next time. I'll tell you the answer when we meet again. Zhang Ziren seemed to have heard wrongly. She had actually been rejected once when she took the initiative to ask questions. Beijing was so big, Zhang Ziren didn't have the confidence to meet him again. Since he had already said so, Zhang Ziren couldn't say anything else. She could only watch as he got into a taxi and left. This also made Zhang Ziren unhappy for the whole day. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing one day. She didn't know why, but she seemed to feel that she would meet this person again. This was a very ridiculous thought. Lin Fei sat in the taxi. He casually said a name, to Tianlang Building. This Tianlang Building was where the branch office was located. Lin Fei didn't forget Bai Xingnan's instructions, so he planned to go to Tianlang Building to take a look. What happened to the branch office? He also wanted to take a look at the situation of the branch managers because Bai Xingnan had already arranged for headhunters to hire a few managers, but the final decision still needed to be made by the big boss, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei coming to Beijing, this matter would have been handled by Bai Xingnan. This was Lin Fei's first time in a place like Beijing. Even in his previous life he had never been to Beijing. After coming to Yanjing he realized that the air in Lin Fei was really bad. It was very turbid and not suitable for cultivation. Lin Fei, on the other hand, felt that there were a few places in Beijing that were unusual. If I'm not mistaken, these places should be the Blessed Enclave. It seems that there are quite a lot of Blessed Enclaves in Yanjing. There are actually 8 of them. As expected of the land of the Emperor. Even though the spiritual energy released by these grotto heavens and blessed lands was very weak and could hide it from others, it could not hide it from Lin Fei. Yanjing is indeed a place with deep waters. 8 blessed paradises, in other words, there are 8 top forces. Currently there are 5 top families, plus a martial gate and a Yanhuang battle squad. I wonder what the other one is. Beijing was famous for its traffic jams. Half an hour later Lin Fei stood under the Tianlang Building. This was a bustling business district. There were tall buildings and commercial buildings everywhere. It was very imposing. On the 39th floor of the Tianlang Building, Lin Fei came out of the elevator. This was because this floor was the company's branch. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei heard a noise. Listen up, I'll give you 3 days to sign this contract. Otherwise, you'll be ready to scram from this company. Without our permission, you won't be able to open a company in the Heaven Wave building. There were more than a dozen youths standing in the company's branch. Unlike other youths, these people were all dressed in suits. They looked dignified, but they had a hooligan aura. The leader was also wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, but his tone was very arrogant. It scared the people at the front desk so much that their faces turned pale. Lin Fei smiled. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived at the branch. It seems that there are quite a few people eyeing the cloud shapeware. After all, this is a company worth hundreds of billions. He now blamed Bai Xingnan for not telling him in advance. Otherwise, Bai Xingnan wouldn't have to worry about these things. He could handle it himself. Lin Fei walked into the branch. When these people saw a young man walking in, they didn't think much of it. However, a few of them glared at him. "Kid, you've come to the wrong place. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourself, get out immediately." These people thought that Lin Fei was a job seeker, so they naturally didn't hold back and roared angrily. "Everyone else can leave. The one with glasses who spoke just now, you stay here and don't leave." No one expected this young man to say such a thing. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's the fool. However, the next scene made everyone's expression change, especially the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. He saw that the people he brought with him were actually silently retreating outside like walking corpses. He immediately shouted, "Why are you leaving? Stop right now, do you hear me?" No matter how the young man with gold-rimmed glasses shouted, these people still walked into the elevator. Soon the branch office became quiet. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses felt a little uneasy. "Was it you who was playing tricks just now?" Lin Fei had indeed used hypnosis to make them leave. After all, this was Yanjing and there was no point in fighting and killing here. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. "I forgot to tell you that I'm the boss here. Now I want to talk to you." Before the young man with gold-rimmed glasses could say anything, he saw Lin Fei stretch out his hand and strangle his neck. Then he casually dragged him into the office. "Oh yeah, ask which office is empty." The receptionist pointed to a room not far away. "It's empty. Thank you." Lin Fei dragged the gold-rimmed glasses into a room not far away and closed the door. Everyone in the company was dumbfounded by this scene. "Do you know who that person was just now? He's so manly. Is the boss of our company that young? Could it be the new manager?" At this moment, a weak voice said, "I remember that our company does have a boss. He's very young. Could it be him?" This was a storeroom. It was really spacious and there was nothing inside. Lin Fei casually threw the man on the ground. "You're quite bold. How dare you cause trouble in my company? Now you can tell me who asked you to cause trouble. Remember, you only have one chance." The man with gold-rimmed glasses got up and panted hard. He almost suffocated just now. He looked at Lin Fan with a trace of fear. But when he thought of the backer behind him, his face became fierce. "I'm Fifth Lord's man. If you dare to touch me, you'll have to be prepared for Fifth Lord's revenge. You still don't intend to tell me the truth. Then you can only say it yourself." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. The man with gold-rimmed glasses lost consciousness. Fifth Lord wants to invest. Shukju website. Chapter 4106. Yanjin was bustling and lively in the evening. It was even more dazzling and enchanting. The bar street was the busiest place in the Third Ring Road. Once night fell, all kinds of people would come here. They put down their masks and let out their energy. Night bar. It was the busiest bar on the street. It was said that the night bar had a strong background and few people would cause trouble there. However, those who caused trouble there did not end up well. They either had their limbs broken or disappeared from the face of the earth. However, this did not stop the love between men and women. "Xiren, what are you thinking about? It's not easy to ask you out. You can't just sit here in a daze." There were 3 girls sitting in a booth. The 3 girls were all good-looking. Sitting in the booth, they were like a scenery, especially one of them who was over 1.8 meters tall. Her long, white legs were very eye-catching. Zhang Xiren did not know why she was in a daze. She was thinking about what had happened on the plane. Usually, Zhang Xiren wouldn't be like this because she was a regular here. When she was tired from work, she liked to come here to drink a few glasses and dance for a while. However, she really didn't have any interest tonight. After getting off the plane, Zhang Xiren went to the hospital for some reason. He went to a private hospital, but nothing happened. Zhang Xiren had a preconceived impression of the young man. She felt that there was more to the young man's words. "Xiren, let me tell you, there are a lot of handsome guys here today. If you don't want them, then they'll all belong to me." Beside her was a bosom friend who was brimming with a passionate aura. The other one had a childlike face like a high school student, but his alcohol tolerance was extremely good. He downed a glass of wine in one go, and his expression didn't change at all. I guess Xiren must be thinking about a man. I wonder when you'll bring a man out for us to see. After all, it's rare to see a beauty like us in a daze." Zhang Xiren rolled his eyes. "Xinyan, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend. You, on the other hand, are the most dishonest one. You're always messing around with those young and handsome boys. The high school girl called Xin Yan said proudly, "Who told you to have a pair of A's? I'm naturally attractive." Zhang Ziran suppressed the thought in his heart. "I haven't had a drink with you for a few days. You're getting cocky now. If I don't get you drunk today, I'm not Zhang Ziran." Zhang Ziran's three best friends were the kind of people who were very open. Zhang Ziran suppressed her thoughts and drank with her best friend without hesitation. Outside the night bar, Lin Fei stood outside and raised his head to look at the bright lights. He frowned slightly. If possible, he really didn't like to come to this kind of place. Although this was a relaxing place for young people, this place was filled with all sorts of darkness for Lin Fei. In the end, Lin Fei still walked in. Because the fifth lord that person was talking about was the owner of the night bar. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let someone who dared to hit his company's people off so easily. For example, the young people who had been chased away had their memories rewritten by Lin Fei. From then on, they would never cause trouble at the branch company again. As for the leader, he was directly turned into an idiot by Lin Fei. People like that had done a lot of bad things and they wouldn't have a good ending in the future. The bar was bustling with noise. Lin Fei immediately released his divine sense. Very quickly, he found a man in a private room upstairs who matched the description. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a big belly and he was drinking with women in his arms. This should be the fifth lord. Lin Fei made up his mind very quickly and walked up unhurriedly. "Hey, isn't he that guy? Why is he here? How can there be such a coincidence in this world?" Zhang Ziran, who was on the stage, inadvertently saw a figure. At first, he thought he was mistaken. When he looked again, Zhang Ziran really found that he met that young man again. His first feeling was a little disbelief. After all, Yanjing was so big. It was really not easy to meet someone. Why is he here? Is he also here to hang out in the bar? Zhang Ziran stopped and watched Lin Fei go up to the second floor. He should be here to meet a friend. Zhang Ziran had never forgotten the words at the airport. No, it's not easy to meet someone. I must ask him clearly. Zhang Ziran gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In any case, he must let that person explain to him clearly today. Otherwise, he would always have a question in his heart. Sooner or later, there would be a problem. Lin Fei came to the private room at the end of the corridor. Before he pushed the door open, he heard the voices inside. "Young Master Wang, you can rest assured. That branch company can't withstand my people coming every 2 to 3 days. If there are no accidents, they will definitely sign the contract. When that time comes, young Master Wang will have a cornucopia. You don't say the effect of the cloud shapewear is really good. All the women around me have bought it and worn it." This was a rather old voice, but it was obviously complimentary. "You guys seem to be having a good chat. Do you mind if we have a chat together?" The fifth lord's name was Jianghu. He was the fifth child in the family. Hence, after he became famous, he was called Fifth Lord. Jianghu was ranked fifth, but he was very cruel and merciless. He was also famous in Yanjing. Everyone who saw him would respectfully call him Fifth Lord, but most people knew that Jianghu was a dog of the Wang family. He would do whatever the Wang family wanted him to do. The Wang family was one of the top families in Yanjing. For example, Jianghu was working for Wang Dong. Wang Dong was one of the direct descendants of the Wang family. Although he was just a playboy, no one dared to ignore Wang Dong. One word from him could destroy one's family. Jianghu and Wang Dong's expressions changed slightly when they heard the unexpected voice. Jianghu grabbed a bottle of wine and smashed it at the door. "Get out. Who allowed you to come in? You have no respect for your elders." Jianghu mistakenly thought that it was one of his subordinates who came in. After all, everyone knew that this private room was exclusive to Jianghu. Ordinary people would not dare to come in. Lin Fei casually waved his hand, and the bottle of wine exploded with a bang. The wine spilled all over the sky and poured on Jianghu and Wang Dong's heads like rain. The private room suddenly exploded in chaos. Those who are unimportant can sleep now. The women in Jianghu and Wang Dong's arms fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Jianghu and Wang Dong looking at each other. Jianghu stepped on the ground and pounced on Wang Dong flexibly. He directly used the black tiger steel's heart. "How dare you cause trouble in my place? You must be tired of living." Lin Fei lifted his leg and kicked Jianghu away. Jianghu directly smashed on the wall. Although it looked like a big movement, there was no sound at all. Jianghu was lying on the ground, unable to move. "Friend, this is my territory. Don't you think you are too arrogant to hit my people? Don't you know who I, Wang Dong, am?